meron din pong provision under 6.1.1 na under no circumstance shall cash advance for confidential fund be transferred from one accountable to another po.
So, kung ano ang nakalagay sa circular na yan, 6.1.1, yun lang dapat ang officer na dapat mag-disburse ng pondo. Kasi ako, Marvel Comics ang binabasa ko. Superman ang favorite ko. Kung hindi man Superman, ang isang SDO, kaya ba niyang puntahan? Sa palagay mo,
Your Honor, please.
lahat na ito.
Your Honor, please.
Yes, Council Correspondent.
The question is speculative, Your Honor.
What is speculative about Superman? He can fly anywhere
It's a
in one day.
hypothetical question.
Sailin, yung narinig mo nung nandun ka o yung TSN mismo?
Yung narinig ko po nung nandun po ako na sinabi niya na binibigay niya kay
Hindi
Colonel
mo
H.
pinagbasihan yung aktual na TSN na marahil mas maliwanag tungkol sa bagay nito.
Opo.
So based lang dun sa narinig mo nung nandun ka.
Opo.
Ulitin ko po yan ang interpretasyon nyo pero wala po yan sa Joint Memorandum Circular.
Opo. Based po sa, yun po lang yung hinihingi under item 4.8.5.b.
Right. Saan nyo ba binase ang interpretasyon nyo yan? Counsel,
Counsel explaining.
Attorney Caponan, you have to admit, you had fun with the names
We had
too
so
when
much
you were
fun,
using
Your
it.
Honor.
If a name appears to be funny, does it mean it's fictitious?
Hindi ko po siya masasagot kasi
Hindi mo siya masasagot, meaning,
kasi hindi ko na wala po namang yung base yung sa name po kasi hindi ko masasagot kung
totoo o hindi.
oo, opo,
Okay.
tama.
So, pwede, miski anong dokumento. Parang lumalabo yata yung joint circular. Maraming salamat po.
One side has been crossing the line many times. In fact, the presiding officer is already in the process of drafting a ruling and a warning and an order pertaining to this. Because clearly, I can even name all of you who have been commenting on social media in violation of Rule 18 of the impeachment rules. But I will do that on Monday perhaps.
Ngayong umaga, Pilipinas, ikapitong linggo na ng makasaysayang impeachment trial ng Bise Presidente. Narito ang malalaking balita ngayong Day 16 ng paglilitis.
One side has been crossing the line many times. And
Hatol ni Presiding Officer Cheese Escudero kaugnay ng sinasabing paglabag sa sub judice rule ng impeachment court, inaabangan. House Prosecution Team, iginiit na dapat sakop ang lahat sa patakaran ng sub judice rule, kabilang na mismo ang Bise Presidente. Opisyal ng Kamara, inaasahang haharap sa impeachment court para tumestigo sa umano'y misuse na kalahating bilyong pisong confidential funds ng Bise. Mga documentary at digital records na lumutang sa pagdinig ng Kamara kaugnay ng confidential funds, posibleng ipresenta ulit ngayong araw. At Bise Presidente, ipinababasura sa Quezon City Regional Trial Court ang 3 counts ng kasong grave threats dahil sa umano'y kawalan ng jurisdiksyon. QCRTC, hindi pa tiyak kung maglalabas ang arrest warrant laban sa Bise dahil sa umano'y pagbabanta kay Pangulong Marcos. Lahat ng yan at marami pang iba, matutunghayan dito sa Ang Paglilitis.
Sa pagpapatuloy ng paglilitis sa Vice Presidente, nakapila na ang mga bagong witness na inaasahang haharap ngayong linggo. Sila ang magpapatibay sa testimonya ng mga naunang witness mula sa Land Bank at Commission on Audit kaugnay ng lampas na kalahating bilyong pisong confidential funds ng Vice.
Inaasahang makakatulong ang mga bagong testigo sa pagtunton kung paano at saan nga ba ginastos ang kontrobersyal na pondo. Yan ay matapos sabihin ni State Auditor Sailin del Campo na posibleng ipabalik sa Bise ang buong 612 million pesos na confidential funds dahil sa kakulangan ng mga papeles.
Sino-sino nga ba ang mga testigong haharap sa impeachment court ngayong linggo at ano ang mga dapat asahan sa paglilitis? Live mula rito sa Senado, may report si Camille Gonzalez.
Yes, Jeng, Tresha, Jasmine, ngayong linggo, inaasahan nga ang pagharap ni Director Marivic Pareha mula sa House Legislative Information Resources Management Department. Susundan niya ng dalawang dating disbursement officer ng OVP at DepEd na si Gina Acosta at Edward Fajarda. Ipinasampina na rin ang Assistant Chief of Staff ng OVP na si Lemuel Ortonio bilang testigo ng prosekusyon at inaabangan din ang sagot ni Attorney Virgil Libutan tungkol sa kanyang social media post na patungkol naman sa misleading questions. Jeng, Trisha, Jasmine, nakasentro pa rin nga ang impeachment trial sa Article 1 kung saan naging mainit na usapin yung mga kaduda-dudang pangalan sa acknowledgement receipts ng OVP. Paano nga ba ito humantong sa notice of suspension na kalaunay na nauwi sa issuance ng notice of disallowance? Panoorin po natin ito.
Ate Mary Grace, pabili po ako nitong piatos, saka itong Nova din po. Tapos, ano ba yun? Harina ba yun? Parang ang dilim kasi dito sa pwesto niyo eh. Hindi naman ako nakatikim. Familiar ba ang mga pangalang Mary Grace Piatos, Nova Santos, Miko Harina, Alejandro Piquet, Andilif, at Gabriel Bisaya? Dili. Heto ang mga dahilan kung bakit matunog ngayon ang mga pangalan na iyan. Sa ikalabing isang araw ng impeachment trial kontra sa Bise Presidente, nagsagawa ng direct examination si Attorney Lorna Capunat, Counsel for the Prosecutors, kay former Commission on Audit State Auditor Roderick Wamel. Siya ang nag-audit ng confidential funds ng Bise, kung saan binigyan niya ng notice of suspension ang ilan sa mga ito. Kaugnay ng first article of impeachment, tinalakay ang confidential funds ng Bise na may fixed amount na 125 million kada quarter. Iprinisenta ang liquidation documents na isinabmit ng OVP at DepEd sa ilalim ni Duterte ukol sa paggamit ng confidential funds. Ayon kay Wamel, ang ipinakitang liquidation reports ay may pirma ng Bise Presidente na nangangahulugan umanong sinertipikahan niyang natupad ng kanyang tanggapan ang layunin ng cash advance para sa confidential funds. Ano-ano ang mga layunin na ito? Pagbili ng impormasyon, iba't ibang kagamitan bilang pabuya, mga gamot bilang pabuya, pagbili ng mga supply gaya ng lamesa, upuan, desktop computers at printers na ginamit umano para sa confidential activities. Ang mga taong nakatanggap umano ng pondo para sa mga ito ay sila Mary Grace Piatos at iba pang mga kakaibang pangalan na sinabi na ng PSA na walang birth records. Mahigit 800 maanomalyang acknowledgement receipts ang hawak ng prosekusyon, ngunit 11 lang ang ipresenta bilang halimbawa para na rin sa mas mabilis na pag-usad ng impeachment trial. Tumanggi namang mag-stipulate ang depensa sa authenticity ng 845 acknowledgement receipts para sa ika-4 na quarter ng OVP.
Yes, Jeng, Tresha, Jasmine, mamaya sa pagpapatuloy ng impeachment trial, bukod nga doon sa magiging bagong testimonya ng mga haharap na testigo ngayong linggo, abangan din natin yung final ruling ni Presiding Officer Bise Escudero. Kagnay naman doon sa pahayag o mga public statement nga ng prosekusyon at depensa na posible umano'y paglabag sa sub judice rule. So abangan natin yan maya-maya lamang. Balik muna dyan sa inyo sa studio.
Maraming salamat sa iyo, Camille Gonzalez, live mula rito sa Senado. Kabang-abang itong week 7 ng impeachment trial, inaasahan kasi ang pagtestigo ng ilang dating tauhan ng Office of the Vice President at ng Department of Education. Pero sa puntong ito, Jasmine?
Humingi muna tayo, Trisha, at mga kababayan ng opinyon, legal na opinyon mula sa ating guest, legal analyst na si Attorney Reyes Del Rosario. Magandang umaga, tanghali.
Maulan na umaga sa lahat. Maulan na umaga at mabahang umaga sa lahat. Magandang umaga po sa inyo lahat.
Magandang umaga at maulan na maulan. No? Thank you so much for coming. Attorney, first question ko sa iyo, no? Since dokumento pa rin ang pag-uusapan ng mga witness, bilang mga manonood at bilang talagang sumusuri dito, ano ba ang dapat tignan ng ating mga kababayan dito sa mga impormasyong sasabihin?
Okay. So I think very important to i-distinguish natin na for this week, first time po kasi ito na gagawin ng witness yung mga tao talaga na humawak ng pera. So these are the special disbursement officers ng DepEd at saka ng OVP. So pwede na nating tanungin sa kanila, paano nyo ba natanggap? Sino ba ang pinagbigyan nyo? Paano nyo ba na-distribute itong mga perang ito within a span of 11 days? Paano nyo ba na-distribute ito in one day? Di ba nakita natin yung ibang ARs? several locations in the entire Philippines. Tapos isa lang yung disbursement officer. Sabay-sabay. So, but we also have to be very clear sa mga audience na hindi po natin sila pinaprosecute dito, no? Hindi naman implicated si Gina Acosta at si Babes Farna. Ang implicated lang naman dito is si Sara Duterte. Kasi, kung maaalala natin, during the House prosecution, nagkaroon ng alta presyon itong si Ma'am Gina Acosta. So hopefully ngayon, she will be more relaxed knowing na hindi naman siya implicated dito at hindi naman sila pwedeng hindi nila pwedeng incriminate yung sarili nila as witness.
So, anong ibig sabihin na? Sorry po.
Go ahead.
Anong ibig sabihin nun? Pag hindi pwedeng i-incriminate, pwede niya bang gamitin as a defense na hindi siya pwedeng magsalita? Kasi you cannot be a witness against yourself, hindi ba?
Correct. Hindi siya pwedeng maging witness against herself, pero pwede siya maging witness against VP Sara. So yung conduct, pwedeng tanongin naman kasi dito is the conduct na ginawa na para under the supervision of VP Sara Duterte. Gaya nung na-mention na nila earlier during the House prosecution hearings, lahat naman ito ay may order ng Bise Presidente. Lahat naman ito ay pinapaalam daw nila sa Bise Presidente, lahat ng kanilang hakbang. So, again, this will not incriminate or hindi sila mapoprosecute dito sa mga testimonya nila, but dapat natin tignan ano ba talaga ang involvement ni VP Sara, that's number one. And number two, ginawa niya ba ang kanyang tungkulin bilang head of agency of that particular confidential funds? Kasi nakalagay po sa JMC circular, dapat po talaga ang head of agency ang siyang pinakaunang magsisigurado na tama ang disbursement, tama ang liquidation, and tama ang buong proseso. The special disbursement officer is just there to assist the head of the agency.
Sir, isa sa inaabangan din ngayong trial, no, ngayong araw, ngayong impeachment trial for today, day 17, ay yung ruling ng Senate presiding officer Chis Escudero tungkol dun sa subjudice rule, no? As someone who's a social media personality rin, no, Attorney Reyes, how do these people involved in the impeachment trial should navigate, no, this terrain, no? Kasi hindi may iwasan yung iba talagang nag-voice out sa social media ng kanilang mga opinion, no, ng kanilang mga personal takes. Pero how should this be navigated in the context of this trial?
And we continue to encourage them to voice out their opinions. So, we have to be very clear, dalawa po itong subjudice. Meron po tayo under SIPRA and meron din po tayo under Rule 18 of the Rules of Impeachment. Sa SIPRA po kasi, covered dito mga lawyers. And the Supreme Court even said na kahit hindi ka lawyer, when you say something that will prejudice the entire proceeding, pwede ka pa rin i-contempt ng court. So part pa rin yung subjudice. Pero dito kasi Senate Rules on Impeachment, very clear po. Ang nakalagay doon ay this will involve the prosecution lawyers, the defense lawyers, the accused, and yung respondent, and even the senator judges. Yun yung magandang distinction dito na pagdating sa impeachment po, very clear po kung sino yung sakop ng rules na ito.
Anong pwede nilang gawin at hindi nila pwedeng gawin?
Well, they can talk about the merits of the case. Substantially speaking, bawal po nilang pag-usapan ang mga bagay-bagay na makakapag-impluwensya sa mga senator judges on how they will decide.
For example, yung post na Attorney Ligotan, subjudice ba yan?
In my opinion, hindi po. Kasi po, basically, he was just explaining a legal matter and a legal principle. So, in essence, hindi naman niya sinabi na ito yung sinabi ni Attorney Ferrer, etc. So, wala namang, it does not pertain to any part of the proceeding.
Alright, sige, sa puntong ito, panoorin na natin ang impeachment trial.
Senator Judge Ontiveros, Senator Judge Lacson, Senator Judge Lapid, Senator Judge Legarda, Senator Judge Marcoleta, Senator Judge Marcos, Senator Judge Padilla, Senator Judge Pangilinan, Senator Judge Soto III, Senator Judge Tulfo Erwin, Senator Judge Tulfo Rafi, Senator Judge Villanueva, Senator Judge Villar Camille, Senator Judge Villar Mark, Senator Judge Zubiri, the presiding officer, Senator Judge Escudero. Senate President, Senator Judge Gatchalian.
With 13 senator judges present, the chair declares the presence of a quorum. In accordance with the rules of procedure on impeachment trials, the chair now recognizes the duly elected presiding officer to preside over the proceedings of the impeachment court.
Thank you, Mr. Senate President. If there are no objections, we shall dispense with the reading of the August 12, 2026 Journal of the Senate sitting as an impeachment court and shall consider the same as approved. The clerk of court is directed to kindly call the case before the impeachment court.
Case number 004-2026 in the matter of impeachment trial of Vice President Sara Duterte.
Appearances of the parties.
Same appearance for the prosecution, Your Honor. We are ready.
Thank you, Honorable Chua.
Same appearance for the respondent accused, Your Honors. Good morning.
Thank you, Attorney Poa. Call your witness, Honorable Chua.
Your Honor, before we call our next witness, Your Honor, may we respectfully ask the Honorable Court to recognize Attorney Ligutan, counsel for the prosecution, because we understand that his name was alluded to by the defense in the last hearing, Your Honor. May he be given the opportunity to make a brief manifestation or comment, Your Honor.
At the proper time we will, Honorable Chua. Attorney Ligutan, at the proper time we will. The chair does not intend to rule yet on that matter at this time. But before the chair does so, Attorney Ligutan will be heard, I assure you.
In that case, Your Honor, may we request the public prosecutor, Congressman Lordan Suwan, be recognized by the chair for the presentation of our next witness.
The Honorable Suwan is recognized.
Your Honors, on the part of, Your Honors, may I be recognized?
Yes, Attorney Poa.
On the part of the defense, Your Honors, may we also request that Attorney Lyndon Bacuel be recognized for
Attorney
this
Lyndon,
witness.
you are recognized, sir.
Thank you, Your
Insofar
Honor.
as this witness is concerned.
Good morning, Your Honor. Lyndon Bacuel, appearing for respondent accused.
The Honorable Suwan is recognized.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the Honorable Impeachment Court, the prosecution calls Ms. Marivic M. Pareha.
The clerk of court, through the sergeant at arms, is directed to kindly situate Ms. Marivic Pareha to the witness stand. Kindly place the witness under oath, clerk of court.
Please raise your right hand. You, Marivic M. Pareha, do swear that the evidence you shall give in the case now pending between the Philippines and Vice President Sara Duterte shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
Yes, I do.
Kindly be seated, Ma'am Marivic.
Your
Attorney
Honors.
Suwan, you're recognized to make your offer.
Your Honors, before we proceed with the offer of testimony, we respectfully manifest that we are distributing copies to all the senator judges of our offer of testimony. And we also request that this be flashed on the screen for the convenience of the senators and the viewing public. Your Honor, we only have 4 offers for the testimony of witness Pareha, Your Honor. Your Honor, the testimony of witness Marivic M. Pareha is being offered to prove the following. Number 1, she has been an employee of the House of Representatives for the past 27 years and has, for the last 8 years up to the present, served as the Service Director of the Legislative Archives and Museum Management Service, or Archives of the House of Representatives. Number 2, the Archives is the official repository of all records of the House of Representatives, including those that were transmitted to it by the Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability, or CGGPA, in connection with the committee's hearings conducted from September 18, 2024 to December 9, 2024, and is responsible for the storage, preservation, retrieval, and release of certified true copies of such records and the issuance of certifications. Number 3, the identity of the following documents that were received by the archives for storage and custody as transmitted by the Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability relative to its September 18, 2024 to December 9, 2024 committee hearings. Your Honor, may we be allowed to flash on the screen these documents as I am enumerating them?
Before you proceed, Counsel, let me be the one to do it. Would Attorney Lyndon be willing to stipulate insofar as the current position of the witness in the House is concerned relative to offers 1 and 2 of the Council?
Yes, Your Honor, stipulated.
Second, Counsel, the Honorable Suwan, you will only be presenting documents you enumerated in your offer, namely P Roman numeral number 1-26A up to P Roman numeral number 1-26L1. May I ask, insofar as your pre-marked documents P-Roman numeral number 1-3 up to P Roman numeral -1-25I-1, these were not part of the documents you requested this court to take judicial notice of, which we are more than willing to do because they're of the same nature. And since you're not presenting it to this witness, would you want to make the corresponding motion for us to take judicial notice of those documents? Again, to reiterate, P-Roman numeral number 1-3 up to P-Roman numeral number 1-25-I-1. Mostly, these are documents pertaining to documents submitted to the House pertaining to the Ombudsman case and the counter affidavits of some of the respondents in that case.
Yes, Your Honor.
Or you'd have no intention of presenting those documents anymore?
We do, Your Honor, and judicial notice would be much appreciated.
Kindly ask for it because it is not part of those that we can give judicial notice of in a mandatory manner. So you are asking for judicial notice for the documents I mentioned?
Yes, Your Honor, the prosecution moves.
Any objection on the part of the respondent? Again, just as to the existence of these documents, as to the fact that they were submitted before the House of Representatives, not as to the truth or relevance of these documents to these proceedings. Counsel?
Stipulated, Your Honor. We have no objection as regards the motion to take judicial notice of these documents.
Court therefore makes an order that the documents inclusive from P-Roman numeral number 1-3 to P-Roman numeral number 1-25I-1 are all taken judicial notice of. Copies are therefore directed to be furnished to all the senator judges for their information and reference. Again, as to the fact that these are part of the official records of the House, duly submitted to them, and that they form part of the records forming the House deliberations and hearings. Now, next, Honorable Suwan, insofar as these documents you presented are concerned, again, these are all submissions to the House, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
May I hear from counsel for respondent, Attorney Lyndon? Are you willing to stipulate as to these documents that they intend to present through the witness, Attorney Pareha? Again, only as to the fact that they were submitted to the House, part of the official records of the House, and that in the performance of her regular duties, that these are within her custody, and that she performed her duties in the regular course of events.
We stipulate, Your Honor, as regards the transmittal of these documents to the department of the witness, Your Honor.
And that she is in possession and custody of these documents?
Yes, Your Honor.
As part of the official records of the hearings of the House?
Yes, Your Honor.
Honorable Suwan, since it has been stipulated by the counsel, Would there be anything else? Again, just for clarity, Attorney Lyndon, we are referring to previously marked documents P-Roman numeral number 1-26-A up to P Roman numeral number 1-26-L-1. A total of 11 documents. I think you've been furnished with a copy?
No, Your Honor. We have not
Kindly
been
furnish
furnished a copy.
opposing counsel with a copy. And it's also being flashed on the screen, counsel.
If I may, Your Honor.
Yes, Honorable Swan.
For the record, may we be allowed to identify these documents that defense has agreed to stipulate upon?
Yes, you can. You're
For the
referring
viewing
to P-Roman numeral number 1-3 up to P-Roman numeral number 1-25-I-1.
No, Your Honor.
Which
we are
one?
referring to P-Roman numeral 1-26-A.
The ones on the screen.
Yes, Your Honor. For the viewing public and for the record.
Yes, you may read the documents, all 11 of them, for the information of the council as well and the senator judges while the council is going over it. You may
Thank you,
proceed,
Your
Honorable Swan.
Thank you, Your Honor. So the first document is the letter of Vice President Sara Duterte to Honorable Joel Chua, Chairperson of the CGGPA, dated September 23, 2024, where the Vice President informed the committee that she will not attend the deliberations of the CGGPA and requested to terminate the inquiry. The second document is the letter of Attorney Zulaika T. Lopez, Undersecretary and Chief of Staff, OVP, to Honorable Joel R. Chua, Chairperson, CGGPA, dated October 7, 2024, where Attorney Zulaika Lopez responded to the show cause order issued by the CGGPA to explain her failure to attend or respond to the invitations of the committee. Number 3, the letter of Edward D. Fajarda to Honorable Joel Chua, Chairperson of the CGGPA, dated October 7, 2024, where Edward Fajarda responded to the show cause order issued by the CGGPA to explain his failure to attend or respond to the invitations of the committee. Number 4, letter of Attorney Rosalyn Sanchez, Director, Administrative and Financial Service Office, OVP, to Honorable Joel Chua, Chairperson of the CGGPA, dated October 7, 2024, where OVP Director Rosalyn Sanchez responded to the show cause order issued by the CGGPA to explain her failure to attend or respond to the invitations of the committee. Your Honor, we also manifest that these documents have been previously marked, and the current one has been marked as P-Roman numeral 1-26-D as shown on the screen, Your Honor, as well as the previous documents, which were already previously marked. So the fifth document is the letter of Lemuel G. Ortonio, Assistant Secretary, OVP, to Honorable Joel R. Chua, Chairperson, CGGPA, dated October 7, 2024, where OVP ASEC Lemuel Ortonio responded to the show cause order issued by the CGGPA to explain his failure to attend or respond to the invitations of the committee. This was also previously marked as P-Roman numeral 1-26-E. Sixth document, the position paper of Attorney Lopez et al. Dated November 5, 2024, where Attorney Lopez, Ms. Acosta, spouses Edward and Sunshine Fajarda et al. Refused to attend the CGGPA hearings and requested for termination of the inquiry by the CGGPA. This was previously marked, Your Honor, as P-Roman numeral 1-26-F. Seventh document, the position paper of OVP employees dated November 5, 2024, where the OVP employees refused to attend the CGGPA hearings and requested for termination of the inquiry by the CGGPA. This was previously marked as P-Roman numeral 1-26-G. Eighth document, the letter of Gina Acosta, Sunshine Shari Fajarda, and Edward Fajarda to Honorable Joel Chua, Chairperson of CGGPA, dated November 12, 2024, where Gina Acosta and spouses Edward and Sunshine Fajarda responded to the contempt order and arrest order for their failure to attend the CGGPA hearing, and this was previously marked as P-Roman numeral 1-26-H. Ninth, letter of Attorney Zulaika T. Lopez, Undersecretary and Chief of Staff, OVP, to Honorable Joel Chua, Chairperson, CGGPA, dated November 24, 2024, where Attorney Zulaika Lopez attempted to excuse her appearance in the CGGPA hearing, and this was previously marked as P-Roman numeral 1-26-I. Number 10, letter of Gamaliel A. Cordoba, Chairperson, Commission on Audit, with subject compliance with subpoena duces tecum dated August 16, 2024, addressed to Honorable Saldi Co, Chairperson, Committee on Appropriations, dated August 21, 2024, where COA informed the Committee on Appropriations of the COA's compliance with the subpoena duces tecum for OVP and DepEd documents. This was marked as P-Roman numeral 1-26-K-1. And last, the letter of Attorney Zulaika Lopez, Undersecretary and Chief of Staff, OVP, to Honorable Gamaliel Cordoba, Chairperson, COA, dated August 21, 2024, where Attorney Zulaika Lopez told the COA not to comply with the subpoena by the Committee on Appropriations and refused submission of the OVP and DepEd documents. This was previously marked as P-Roman numeral 1-26-L-1. That is it, Your Honor.
Thank you. Comment, Attorney Linden?
Your Honor, we confirm our stipulation as to the documents mentioned by the prosecution, that these documents are transmitted to the archives, and the archives are the custodian of these documents, Your Honor.
Having so stipulated, counsel, any other thing that, given that these are your four offers, I don't believe there is a need to present this witness before the court.
Your Honor, there is still the matter of that certification that the witness issued as to the identity of these documents, the identity and faithful reproduction of these documents. If counsel will agree to stipulate, then that would be welcomed. May we show the certification on the screen, Your Honor?
It's not so much the certification, but I guess without prejudice to proof being presented by counsel for the respondents that these are not faithful reproductions of the original on file, then we can presume regularity. Correct, counsel?
We are amenable to that proposition, Your Honor.
We can presume regularity, Honorable Suwan, unless proof later on during cross at any stage of the trial is presented regarding the inaccuracy of these documents. We can counsel is willing to stipulate, thereby dispensing again with this witness.
Your Honor. So,
who's speaking? Yes, Honorable Son.
If counsel is willing to stipulate as to the certification, then for the record, may we have the certification marked as P-Roman numeral 1-26. It has already been marked previously.
It's been marked, yes.
Yes. Just for the record.
Thank you. So, can we dispense with this witness, Honorable Son?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Pareha, you are excused. Kindly send our regards to Cesar over there.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And we thank you for your time and for coming over. Thank you for your patience as well.
Thank you, sir.
Call your next witness, the Honorable Chua. If you're going to be the one to stand up, call your next witness, Honorable Chua.
Your Honor, may we request Attorney Ligutan, counsel for the prosecution, to be recognized for the presentation of our next witness, Your Honor.
Attorney Ligutan is recognized for the presentation of the prosecutor's next witness. Attorney Ligutan, you may proceed when you're ready.
Your Honor, we were expecting to present the witness at a bit later time.
I believe she's here.
May I move for a quick recess, 2 minutes, Your Honor, please.
Brief recess is declared. Nandiyan na rin, di ba? Yeah. Pasituate mo na dun sa ano. Padala mo na dun.
Day 16, Pilipinas, pansamantalang naka-recess ang impeachment trial. Ngayon ay Day 16. Natapos na ang pagharap ni Marivic Pareha, ang unang testigo mula sa House of Representatives. At ngayon ay inaabangan natin ang pagharap ni Gina Acosta, ang dating Special Disbursement Officer ng Office of the Vice President. Kayo ay nakatutok pa rin dito sa Paglilitis. Kasama ang inyong lingkod, Tricia Zafra, pati na sina Jing Magsaysay at Jasmine Romero. Kasama rin natin ang ating guest, legal analyst, attorney Reyes Del Rosario. So, attorney, ito na, no? Ang inaabangan nating lahat mula pa nung nakaraang linggo.
Para nagulat kayo na sobrang bilis lang din.
Oo.
Totoo.
So paliwanag mo naman, attorney, ano nangyari? Bakit hindi na siya nakapagsalita? Umupo lang siya.
Okay, basically po, nagpunta siya doon to authenticate the documents that were presented during the House prosecution hearing. So yun lang naman yung ginawa niya because she is, I think if I'm not mistaken, she's the head of the information management systems of Congress.
Yes, you're correct.
So parang sabi niya, totoo tong mga dokumentong to. Yun na.
Ito yung mga present during the House prosecution hearing.
So since wala nang debate, kinonfirm niya na wala naman nag-raise ng objections, in-excuse na siya.
At prior to this, attorney, significant ba yung judicial notice na ibinigay nitong impeachment court doon sa mga ebidensya na lumabas doon sa mga hearings?
Yes, definitely. Because pag wala pong judicial notice, hindi po pwede siyang gamitin as evidence before the courts.
Anong ibig sabihin ng judicial notice?
So judicial notice po, ang rule po kasi natin sa korte, kung ang isang ebidensya ay hindi siya present in court, it cannot be used as evidence. Pero kung mayroon ng judicial notice, ibig sabihin, pinaalam mo sa korte na itong dokumento na ito, this exists. Kunyari, a good example would be, may batas sa ibang bansa. That kunyari, bawal no smoking. Kunyari sa ibang bansa. Tapos wala tayong batas sa no smoking sa Pilipinas. Hindi natin pwede gamitin yung batas sa ibang bansa kung hindi natin siya properly ipapaalam sa korte. Na ito po sa ibang bansa, meron po kaming ganitong so pwede natin itong gamitin dito para yun. So basically, if walang present na evidence or document before the courts, it cannot be used.
Ito naman tayo, Special Disbursing Officer, former Special Disbursing Officer na si Gina Acosta. Ano inaasahan natin?
Right. So, gaya po ng sa House prosecution, no? Aasahan po natin na dito na malilinawan ng taong bayan kung paano ba talaga dinisperse kasi pwede niyang i-verify yung sinabi noong land bank and land bank officials na ang disbursement ay ginawa in cash and ang pag-is ng pondo ay nilagay sa mga bags at sa backdoor pinadaan. So yung mga ganung mga detalye na tinestify ng ating mga witnesses last week, pwede na i-verify ni Gina Acosta yun. And at the same time, as the Special Disbursement Officer po, siya lang po yung may karapatan na maglabas ng pera. No? Kaya nga po question yung last week, kung violation ba daw sa circular yung pagbigay niya ng pera kay La Chica, na sila Chica ay nag-distribute. Kasi very clear po that it's only the Special Disbursement Officer who can disburse the funds. So makikita natin dito kung may magpaglabag talaga. And expectedly, tatanungin ni prosecutor si Gina Acosta kung totoo ba yung several
Attorney Ligutan, are you ready?
Sa isang date lang.
Okay. Trial is resumed. The clerk of court is directed to kindly escort and situate Ms. Gina Acosta to the witness stand for her testimony. Kindly place the witness under oath, Attorney Bantug.
Please raise your right hand, ma'am. You, Gina F. Acosta, do swear that the evidence you shall give in the case now pending between the Philippines and Vice President Sara Duterte shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
Ms. Gina, and also for the information of the counsel for the parties, we have on hand a nurse from the Senate and on call the doctors of the Senate. Given that in the last appearance of Ms. Gina before the House, I believe medyo tumaas po yung presyon ninyo. So we're just exercising some precautions with respect to this, but please try to be relaxed, ma'am. Attorney Ligutan, your witness.
Thank you.
Make an offer.
Thank you so much, Your Honor, please. Mr. Presiding Officer, our senator judges, the prosecution presents the first hostile witness in this impeachment trial. The testimony of the first, we'll pronounce it at hostile, we're accustomed to hostile. Ang testimonya ng kauna-unahang hostile witness sa impeachment trial na ito is being presented to prove ang mga sumusunod. Layo ng prosecution ay presenta o iharap si Gina Acosta bilang isang hostile witness. Ibig sabihin, hindi po siya testigo pabor sa prosecution. Pangalawa, si Ms. Acosta ay nanunungkulan ngayon bilang Vice Presidential Staff Officer 6 sa Office of the Vice President. Pangatlo, siya ay nagsilbing Special Disbursing Officer or SDO ng Office of the Vice President noong taong 2022 at saka 2023. Pangapat, siya rin ang nagsilbing SDO para sa confidential funds noon ni Mayor Sara Duterte sa Davao City mula taong 2019 hanggang 2022. Panglima, siya ang naging staff member sa Davao City Administrator's Office sa pagitan ng mga taong 2016 at 2022 at ng Davao City Budget Office sa panunungkulan noon ni Mayor Sara Duterte. Pang-anim, sa last quarter o huling 3 buwan ng 2022, ginastos ng OVP or Office of the Vice President ang halagang 125 million pesos na confidential funds sa loob lamang ng 11 araw sa ilalim at pamamahala at pangangasiwa ng Bise Presidente nang walang liquidation, nang hindi kumpleto o walang sapat na dokumento na nagpapatunay sa pagbabayad. Pang-7. Pang-8. Inatasan ng Vice Presidente ang witness na i-encash ang kabuuhang halaga na 500 million pesos or kalahating bilyon noong ika-20 ng Disyembre 2022, ika-6 ng Pebrero, ika-25 ng Abril, at ika-14 ng Hulyo 2023. I skip number 7, sorry. Sa tatlong 3 quarters ng 2023, ginastos ng OVP ang halagang 375 million na confidential funds sa ilalim ng pamamahala at pangangasiwa ng Bise Presidente nang walang liquidation, wastong liquidation rather, nang hindi kompleto o walang sapat na mga dokumento na nagpapatunay sa pagbabayad. Let's go to number 9. Ang lahat ng confidential funds na inilaan sa OVP ay na-withdraw in cold cash na nagkakahalagang kalahating bilyong piso noong December 20, 2022, February 6, April 25, at July 14, 2023. Pang-sampo, inutusan ni VP Sara na ibigay ang kabuuhang 500 million pesos, 500 million pesos in cold cash sa security officer ng OVP na si Colonel La Chica na hindi isang accountable officer, isang paglabag sa batas. Sa Joint Circular 2015-01, pang-11, ang ginagawang disbursements ng confidential funds sa ilalim ng Office of the Vice President. Ang ginawang disbursements ay maraming bahid o namumutakti sa pagsuway at paglabag sa Joint Circular 2015-01. 12, bigo ang respondent, Vice President, na maliquidate ang kabuuhang halaga na 500 million pesos na pera ng bayan, 500 million pesos, alinsunod sa demand o kahingian ng Joint Circular 2015-01. Pang-13, dahil dito, maituturing na ginastos ng Bise Presidente sa pansariling gamit at kapakinabangan ang 500 million pesos na pera ng bayan na confidential funds ng Office of the Vice President. Lastly, Your Honor, please, tutukuyin ng witness ang mga dokumentong may kaugnayan sa mga aligasyong nakasaad sa Articles of Impeachment. That's for the offer.
Comment, Attorney Bacuel?
Your Honor, for purposes number 2 and 3, we are willing to stipulate. We note that for purpose 3, this was already part of the admissions of the parties in the pretrial order. And it's contained in Part 1A, Item 2.8 of the pretrial order, Your Honor. For purpose number 4 and 5, as regards the confidential funds in Davao City and the position of the witness as SDO of Davao City, we would like to object on the ground of irrelevance, Your Honor, considering that for the simple reason that the confidential funds in Davao City are not part of the allegations in the articles of impeachment. So there's really no fact in issue to be proved by the testimony of the witness, Your Honor. And for all the other purposes, Your Honor, these are subject to cross-examination.
What does Attorney Ligutan say with respect to counsel's stipulation to your second and third offer?
The stipulation is well taken, Your Honor, please. So therefore, it is established na si Ms. Acosta ay ngayon nanunungkulan bilang Vice Presidential Staff Officer 6, saka nagsilbi siyang Special Disbursing Officer noong taong 2022 tsaka 2023. However, Your Honor, please, yung punto na walang relevance, yung naging pagsisilbi as SDO para sa confidential funds mula 2019 tsaka 2022, tsaka I think yun, di ba? Your Honor, please, we beg to disagree. It is very much relevant in today's proceedings, considering, Your Honor, please, that it is her experience as the SDO of Davao City in those inclusive years that led the Vice President to also bring her to the office of the Vice President and do the things they did in Davao City, this time with the money of the office of the Vice President. That is very much relevant to the prosecution's case, Your Honor, please.
May I respond, Your Honor?
Yes, before the presiding officer makes a ruling, Counsel.
Yes, Your Honor. The rebuttal presented by the prosecution is wrong, considering that there's no such allegation in the articles of impeachment, Your Honor. Moreover, Your Honor, it is clear in the ruling of the Supreme Court in Duterte versus House of Representatives that the basis of any charge must be for acts committed in relation to the impeachable office and within the term of the impeachable officer, Your Honor.
Your Honor, can I make a quick rebuttal to the last point?
No need, Counsel. The presiding officer will make a ruling. The court will allow it, given that it is for the purpose of establishing pattern and or behavior on the part of the witness. But to be clear, that whatever she says with respect to acts committed by her in relation to the Vice President now, while she was a mayor in Davao City, is not part of this impeachment trial and will not in any way add to the charges that has been filed and are pending before this court under the 4 articles of impeachment, as previously ruled by the chair in previous requests for subpoena, for example. However, may I ask counsel further to abbreviate the proceedings? Attorney Bakel, are you willing to stipulate that the witness is a hostile witness, and therefore counsel may ask leading questions already instead of qualifying the witness as a hostile witness?
No, Your Honor. The prosecution must first qualify the witness as hostile, Your Honor.
Then qualify her, Attorney Ligutan.
We shall.
Qualify her. You may proceed when you're ready.
Thank you so much. Madam Witness, mayong buntag.
Mayong buntag, Sap.
Ma'am,
Excuse me.
Your Honor, pwede bang magpaduol gamay sa atong mikropono? Can you draw closer to the microphone?
Okay. Salamat po.
How are you, Madam Witness?
Okay, Jutay.
Okay, og jutay. Ibig sabihin, I'm a bit fine. Madam Witness, natay tubig. We have water.
Excuse me, sir.
Opo.
Sir, pwede dilibog na
Okay.
tubig?
Your Honor, ingon ng witness, sabi po ng witness, po pwede bang hindi po malamig yung tubig?
The OSAA is directed to kindly give her. Ma'am Gina, you prefer warm water? Hindi naman daw po malamig yan, pero baka dahil sa aircon na lang lumamig.
Ano lang po, sir, yung kung merong maligamgam.
Maligamgam na lang po. Pakibigyan na lang po ng maligamgam.
Salamat po.
You're welcome, ma'am. You may proceed, Attorney Ligutan.
Salamat. Ma'am, may buntag na. Why are you here today, if you know?
Na ako diri tungod sa akong sabwena.
Okay.
Nagipatawag ko diri sa Senado pizza August.
With your permission, Attorney Ligutan, kung papahintulutan niyo po, Ms. Gina, pwede po gamitin po ninyo para mas maunawaan ng mas nakararami, Ingles o Pilipino sa pagsagot?
Your Honor, pwede po haluan ng Bisaya, Your Honor.
Sige po, basta ma-translate ni Attorney Ligutan without any objection from the respondent yung ibang mga kataga o salita.
Your Honor.
Nagagamitin ninyo?
Your
Yes.
Honor, may we request an interpreter from this honorable court, if this honorable court would allow, so that the defense would be able to easily understand the statements of the witness.
We have a senator judge who can interpret, but I doubt if I can do that or will do that.
Okay. Ma'am, Your Honor, I have a proposition. Ma'am Acosta, alala ko, when you testified before the Committee on Good Government sa House of Representatives, ma'am, we spoke in Tagalog, then siningitan natin ng our great Bisaya language, no? Ma'am, pero po, para po mas mabilis, kung po pwede po, no, let's try as much as we could po to speak Tagalog. Kung po pwede lang, ha? And then, if you really have to speak Bisaya, then of course, hindi po pinagbabawal yan. We should be proud of it. Pero kung po pwede po, Tagalog po tayo.
I-try po na ako, sir. I will try my best po.
Let's try our best po, madam.
Sige, ma'am. While we're looking for a court-appointed or selected translator to get an official translation, hanggang kaya, ma'am. Pero kung hindi po, kung hindi po kayang gamitin ng Ingles o wikang Pilipino, gamitin niyo po ang Bisaya o Cebuano, subukan po naming unawain at interpret.
Alright.
You may proceed, Attorney Ligudan.
Salamat. Ma'am, sinabi mo, andito ka kasi nga pinasabina ka. Pinasabina ng impeachment court. Di ba po ba?
Yes po.
Ma'am, na-mention din, nasabi rin na ikaw ay isang special disbursing officer, hindi lang sa Davao City, pati na rin sa Office of the Vice President. Yung tanong now is, what funds? What funds? Anong klaseng pondo po yung didi-disburse nyo bilang isang special disbursing officer po?
Confidential funds po, Your Honor.
Confidential funds. So, na-mention mo yung confidential funds. Now, sinabi mo, ma'am, na ikaw ay andito kasi nga napasabina ka. Ma'am, yung tanong, ma'am, is, ito po ba ang unang pagkakataon na kayo ay napasabina para tumistigo?
This is my second time. Pangalawang time na po ito, Your Honor.
And then, pag sinabi niyo pong pangalawang time, ma'am, kailan yun? Kailan yung unang pagkakataon?
Yung pong sa House of Representatives, Your Honor.
Now, House of Representatives. Maalala niyo yung petsa, ma'am? Kailan kayo nag-appear before the House of Representatives?
November 2025. November 2025.
Taon po is? Anong taon?
No, 2025.
Hindi po 2024?
2020. Sandali lang, sir, ha?
Sige. Anyways, ma'am, basta sinasabi nyo po, secondary na po yung taon because it's on record naman. Pero nasabi nyo, ito po yung pangalawang pagkakataon na kayo ay naimbitahan po na tumistigo kasi po may sabina. Now, yung tanong, ma'am, is this is preliminary question. Ikaw ba ay nakatanggap na ng isang reklamong kriminal or administratiba na may pagkakaugnay sa paggamit ng confidential funds?
Leading, Your Honor.
Exactly. I just said preliminary, Your Honor.
Preliminary, counsel. Witness may answer.
Wala, Your Honor.
Aha. So, sinasabi mo, mama, na wala pa kayong natatanggap na reklamo. Yun po yung sagot nyo, di ba, ma'am? Ipinapakita ko ngayon, ma'am, yung isang counter affidavit. Okay. Your Honor, I move that the prosecution counsel, Attorney J, be allowed to confront the witness with the documents. And that is a continuing motion because we'll be doing that for the rest of the remainder of the testimony, Your Honor.
Assisting counsels from both parties may approach.
Your Honor.
Yes.
Yes, Attorney Bakel.
May we know the purpose of the questioning of the prosecution?
Your Honor, I'm tempted to state that, but we are leading there. We are about to establish the ground to make this witness an hostile witness. May we not be preempted, Your Honor?
You answered the query of counsel. You may proceed.
All right. Now, Your Honor, please. This witness, Madam Acosta, is facing a complaint together with the Vice President exactly because of their misuse of confidential funds. Your Honor, it is stated in the witness's counter affidavit that the Vice President is not responsible or should not be held liable for any misuse of confidential funds. Your Honor, that interest is directly adverse to the prosecution's case before this impeachment court. The prosecution seeks to prove otherwise, that this witness, that the Vice President rather, is responsible for the illegal disbursement of confidential funds. Therefore, if on one hand, sinasabi ng testigo sa counter affidavit niya na walang pagkakasala yung Vice President sa maling paggamit ng confidential funds, that's on one hand. On the other hand naman, sinasabi ng prosecution, Your Honor, please, na no, hindi. May ebidensya, it's so clear, na kailangan managot yung Vice President for misusing public funds. Now, this is the time, Your Honor, please. Okay? If the good counsel will allow, with the presentation of a counter affidavit by the witness stating under oath that the Vice President did not misuse confidential funds in direct conflict with the prosecution's case, Your Honor, please, we now invoke Section 13, Rule 132 of the Revised Rules on Evidence. If the court may allow. Your Honor, according to Section 13, Rule 132, a witness may be considered as an unwilling or hostile if so declared by the courts upon adequate showing. Yun yung una po, Your Honor. Adverse interests. Adverse interests. Ms. Acosta, the witness, has an adverse interest in this case as her position, as shown sa counter affidavit niya, is clearly inconsistent with the position of the prosecution that called her as a witness. The prosecution presents her to prove that the respondent misappropriated confidential funds. Sa kabilang panig, sinasabi ni Ms. Acosta, yung Vice President complied sa lahat ng rules saka batas sa paggamit ng confidential funds. Sinasabi ni Ms. Acosta, hindi nag-misuse si Bise Presidente Sara Duterte na kahit isang sentimo ng confidential funds. We now invoke the case of People versus Che Chun Ting, GR number 130-568-69, dated March 21, 2000. Supreme Court dealt with a hostile witness. Kasi nga, adverse yung interest doon. Sinasabi sa kasong iyan, having an adverse interest meant, that the position or interest was adverse to what the party called her wanted to establish or prove. Yun po yung batayan ng Supreme Court. Kung yung posisyon ng isang witness is salungat sa posisyon ng partidong nagpapatawag sa kanya, sa kasong iyan, sabi ng Supreme Court, established na po yung requirement ng adverse interests sa ilalim ng rules of courts.
Comment, Attorney Bakel?
Your Honor, the respondent respectfully submits that the adverse interest must be shown by the prosecution through an examination of the witness and not through a mere motion or manifestation, Your Honor.
He just did, counsel, by showing the position taken by the witness in her counter affidavit.
Additionally, Your Honor, the defense also submits that the mere fact of the pendency of the criminal case does not satisfy the requirement of adverse interest under the rules of evidence, considering that it apparently constitutes to a mere expectation that the witness will testify unfavorably to the prosecution, which is not within the ambit of the rules, considering that the declaration of a witness as hostile presupposes that the prosecution would face difficulty in obtaining answers from the witness on account of such adverse interest, Your Honor.
Allow the presiding officer. Ms. Gina, saan po kayo nagtatrabaho ngayon sa Office of the Vice President? Tama po?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sino po ang boss nyo sa Office of the Vice President?
Si Vice President Sara Duterte.
Permanente po ba kayo doon o coterminous?
Coterminous po, Your Honor.
So, pag wala na si VP Sara doon sa OVP, wala na rin po kayo?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, pag na-impeach si VP Sara o matanggal siya, wala na rin po kayong trabaho doon?
Wala na po akong trabaho sa OVP.
Sa OVP, siyempre. Mapo. So, maalis kayo sa OVP. Tama po?
Yes, Your Honor.
In addition to the ground raised by Attorney Ligutan that witness has taken a position by virtue of her counter affidavit filed before the Office of the Ombudsman, the court hereby declares the witness to be a hostile witness under and in accordance with Rule 132, Section 13. However, for the information of the senator judges and the public and counsels as well, this only gives Attorney Ligutan the right to ask leading questions, still not allowed to ask misleading questions. As I know, Attorney Ligutan is well aware of the distinction.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, to abbreviate the proceedings, the witness is so declared and Attorney Ligutan may ask leading questions of this witness. So ordered.
Maraming salamat. Madam Witness, kayo po, ma'am, ay isang hostile witness na. So, ma'am, I can now ask you questions. Sorry for a brief Bisaya. Pero ma'am, wala ta nag-away, ha?
Opo.
We are not enemies. Okay? Andito po tayo sa isang bagay lang. Ano yung totoo? Unsay tinuod, unsay kamatuuran. Let's proceed. Madam Witness, you already mentioned, in fact established, na bago ka naging SDO para sa Office of the Vice President, ikaw rin ang SDO na nag-handle ng confidential funds po para sa Davao City. Alala mo po ba yan?
Your Honor.
That's preliminary, Your Honor.
Attorney Bakel?
We are constrained to, again, object on this line of questioning on the ground of relevance, Your Honor. Considering that confidential funds of Davao City are not mentioned or even alleged in the articles of impeachment, Your Honor. Nowhere in the articles of impeachment does it state that the confidential funds pertaining to Davao City are at issue in this case, Your Honor.
Can I respond to that, Your Honor, please? If
The chair already made a ruling in regard to that, Attorney Bakel. We will allow it to establish pattern and or behavior, but not to add to the articles of impeachment against the Vice President. That is quite clear.
Opo.
Not only to councils, but also to the senator judges and for the public as well. But the chair would like to note, if you would like to make one, a continuing objection insofar as this line of questioning is concerned.
Yes, Your Honor.
Continuing objection of counsel to this line of questioning is hereby noted.
And also, Your Honor,
you may proceed.
Thank you so much. We will be continually invoking isang rule sa rules of procedure, Rule 130, Section 35. Exactly. I think that's what the Honorable Presiding Officer had in mind. Rule 130, Section 5, allowing presentation of evidence on previous acts to prove specific intent, knowledge, identity, plan, system, scheme, habit, custom, usage, or the like. Or siguro sa isang salita na maiintindihan ng ating mga kababayan, pattern. May pattern. May I proceed, Your Honor?
You may proceed, Counsel.
Thank you. So therefore, Madam, yung paghahandle po ng confidential funds, hindi na bago sa inyo. Tama po ba?
Ano po, Your Honor, familiar lang po ako sa pagiging SDO, Special Disbursement Officer.
Alright, now. And ma'am, familiar din po kayo sa mga dokumento or report na kailangan ihanda bago po magamit ng isang opisina gaya ng Office of the Vice President ng confidential funds. Tama po ba?
Opo, Your Honor.
Opo. Thank you so much, ma'am. In fact, Madam, you are familiar with Joint Circular 2015-01. In particular, nakasaad dyan, paragraph 4.2. May we be allowed, Your Honor, please, ayan. Ma'am, nakasulat po sa paragraph 4.2 ng Joint Circular 2015-01 na lahat ng allocations ng confidential funds dapat supported by yung unang dokumento, ma'am, nakasulat dyan, physical and financial plan. Familiar po kayo sa provision na ito, ma'am, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, ma'am, salamat po. Now, according sa provision na ito, ang pagdi-disperse, okay, ang paggagamit. Ma'am, what's Bisaya for disbursement, kung alam niyo po? Ano ba yung Bisaya? What term do we use, Cebuano Bisaya, for disbursement?
Ang pag-release.
Pag-release. Okay. Kailangan base yan sa physical and financial plan. Okay? Therefore, hindi po pwede na may marirelease na confidential funds kung walang tinatawag na PFP. No? Physical and financial plan. Tama po ba?
Tama po, Your
Tama
Honor.
po, ma'am. Di po ba, ma'am, kinukumpirma mo na para sa ika-4 at huling quarter ng 2022 para ma-release yung 125 million pesos na confidential funds, sinasabi nyo, nag-comply naman yung Office of the Vice President sa kinakailangang physical and financial plan. Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Tama po ba? Now, in fact, ma'am, pumirma ka at nagsumiti kayo ng isang physical and financial plan na yung petsa is December 13, 2022. Tama po ba, ma'am?
Di ko maalala exactly ang number, Your Honor, pero naghimo mi og physical financial plan.
Naghimo, Your Honor, means...
Gumawa sila ng physical and
Yes.
financial plan.
Thank you so much. Now, so para po maalala natin, ma'am, no? Ipapakita natin ngayon yung isang physical and financial plan. Okay? Marked as P-I-14-1 for the prosecution. Show the document on the screen and to the witness. Ma'am, yung physical and financial plan, ipinirmahan po ni Rosalyn Sanchez tsaka ni Sara Duterte. Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, maalala mo now yung dokumentong ito. Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
And then base sa dokumentong ito, ma'am, sinasabi dyan, ikaw yung tinatawag natin na Project Accountable Officer. Tama po ba?
Opo, Your Honor.
In fact, ma'am, you will also confirm na pinirmahan niyo po yung PFP as the Project Accountable Officer. Nakasulat dyan, ma'am, mo. Ma'am, di ba, ma'am, nakasulat dyan?
Opo.
Prepared by. Ibig sabihin, kayo po, ma'am, yung nag-prepare ng PFP.
Kasama-
Based sa document.
Yes, Your Honor. Pero during paghimuan ni Your Honor, kasama ko po ang aming security officer, Your
Yes.
Honor.
By paghimo, namuan, it means while we were making this, I was with our security officer.
Sir.
Ma'am, tama po yung interpretation ko, di po ba?
Kasama ko po ang aming security officer, Your Honor, kasi sa kanya po ako naghihingi ng mga inputs or guidelines
ma'am.
in preparation for the
Yes, ma'am.
fiscal financial plan.
Maraming salamat for that. But we will go into that, ma'am, ha? We will go into that. Aabot po tayo sa punto niyan. Okay po, ma'am?
Yes,
Now, ma'am, bilang po project accountable officer, ikaw, nakasulat dyan, ikaw yung nagprepara ng plano, ikaw din, being the officer, accountable officer, yung naglista ng mga confidential funds. Ma'am, yung paglista, ma'am, ha? Yung tanong ko, ha? Paglista ng confidential funds, programs, and activities na nasusulat sa physical and financial plan. Di po ba?
Pwede usabon, Your Honor, ang
Okay.
question.
Ako usabon, ma'am, no? Bilang project accountable officer, the one who prepared the plan, ikaw din yung naglista. Yung naglista, ma'am?
Sulat.
Sa plano, sa plan, ano yung mga programa tsaka activities? Yung paglilista po. Kayo po yun, di ba? As the project accountable officer, the one who prepared the plan. Tama po ba?
Tama po with the tulong po ng security officer.
Yes, ma'am. We'll go into that. Ma'am, let's continue. Now, makikita natin sa plano, ma'am, na inilista nyo under the column programs with an S, activities with an S, projects with an S, up. Ma'am, ano yung nakasulat dyan? Ano yung programa sa mga programs, activities, projects? Anong programa yung sinulat nyo dyan? Good Governance Program.
Sorry, Your Honor, dili kayo ko, sorry.
Can the
Dili
prosecution
kayo
be
ko
confronted
kabasa,
with
Your Honor, kay gagmay kaayo ang litra.
Okay, ma'am. This is what we'll do.
The witness said hindi niya kayang basahin dahil maliit yung mga letra.
Ayan. So, you can peruse the document even without. Okay?
Okay, kani.
O pwede ba? Okay. Diyan, ma'am, di ba? Good.
Attorney Legutan, if you're
Program.
approaching the witness, kindly bring the mic para hindi mahirapan yung ating gumagawa ng TSN.
Alright. Now, ma'am. Okay na po ba?
Okay po.
Ma'am, now, yung tanong is, ano ba itong Good Governance Program na ito? What is this all about?
Ito po yung mga programa ng ang opisina ng Office of the Vice President na nakalista na po sa buong taon. Halimbawa po, yung libreng sakay, yung plant at risk millionaires, 4 million, kalimutan ko, sir.
Okay.
Libreng sakay, yung financial, medical assistance po, Your Honor.
Okay. So, ma'am, yun yung mga sinasabi mong mga programa now under this program. Yun yung sinasabi mo, di ba? Ma'am, sino po yung nag-conceptualize? Sino pong bumuo o nag-isip ng programang ito?
Ang opisina po ng Office of the Vice President, Your Honor, with the coordination po sa aming security officer.
Now, kailan po nabuo ang planong ito? Sa security officer naman, yung nag-conceptualize, di po ba? Na mga planong ito.
Repeat, Your Honor, sa question.
Sino yung kailan na-conceptualize? Ito yung tanong. Kailan nabuo o napag-isipan o na-conceptualize itong Good Governance Program? Kailan?
Sa Sa pag ano na, Your Honor, pag kimo na o pag-request na ni Ma'am BP ng confidential funds.
When the Vice President requested for confidential funds. Ma'am, may mga pag-aaral ba o pagsasaliksik na ginawa ang inyong opisina to come up with the program?
Wala akong personal knowledge, Your Honor.
Wala kang personal knowledge. May proseso ba o criteria na ginamit to select of all programs, good governance programs? Wala po.
Wala ko kabalo, Your Honor.
By walay kabalo, it means wala po akong personal knowledge. Wala po akong alam. Ma'am. We're fine here, okay? Let's continue, Your Honor.
You may
Okay.
continue, counsel, but the public is reminded to kindly put their phones in silent mode.
Okay, now. Ma'am, sinabi niyo, ma'am, na wala po kayong alam, wala kayong personal knowledge, kasi po, hindi naman po ikaw yung nag-identify ng mga programa tsaka mga activities na nakasulat sa 2022 Fiscal and Financial Plan. Tama po ba?
Tama po, Your Honor.
Tama, Your Honor. In fact, ma'am, you will admit, confirm, na yung noong November 25, 2024, yung pagdinig ng Committee on Good Governance and Accountability, you merely ask a security officer, Colonel Lachica, what to state in the fiscal and financial plan as confidential activities in relation sa paggamit ng Office of the Vice President ng confidential funds. To aid your memory, Your Honor, please, we are showing on the screen, a portion of the transcript of the Committee on Good Government and Accountability hearing, November 25, 2024, where sinasabi ng witness that all information that will be reflected in the fiscal and financial plan of the Office of the Vice President, which she prepared, galing lang sa isang security officer, si Colonel Lachica.
Siya po ang nagbigay sa akin ng inputs, Your Honor, o mga guidelines po, Your Honor, kung ano po ang mga activities in relation po sa pagkandak po ng confidential operations
Okay.
or activities.
Salamat, ma'am. Ma'am, who is this Colonel Lachica?
Si Colonel Lachica po ay siya po ang commanding officer ng aming BPSPG at siya din ang aming security officer ng Office of the Vice President.
Si Colonel Lachica, yung full name niya po ay si Colonel Raymond Dante Lachica. Tama po ba?
Mo na iyang full name, Your Honor.
Yun yung full name niya. Now, thank you so much. Daghang salamat, ma'am. Now, hindi po ba na aside po na si Lachica, Colonel Lachica, yung magsasabi sa iyo ano yung isusulat sa plan, hindi po ba na the same Colonel Lachica yung nagbibigay sa iyo ng mga listahan ng object of expenditures where the confidential funds will be used? Ma'am, before you answer that, to remind you, eto naman, page 126 po ng transcript of the CGGPA hearing dated November 25, 2024. Nakasaad dyan, inamin nyo, under oath, ma'am, na yung nagbibigay sa iyo ng listahan ng object of expenditures, paano gagamitin yung confidential funds, Ikaw po yung nagprepara, pero si Colonel Lachica yung nagsasabi sa iyo sa mga listahan ng paggagamitan ng confidential funds. Based on that transcript. Tama po ba?
Sorry, Your Honor, nalibog ko sa imong question. Taas man kaayo.
We have to clarify, by nalibog, ibig sabihin, confused. Na-confused po. Now, ma'am, base po sa November 25, 2024 hearing, inamin niyo po na si Colonel Lachica yung nagbibigay sa iyo ng listahan ng object of expenditures for confidential funds. Tama po ba?
Object of expenditures, yes, Your Honor.
Yes,
sa
Your
kanya
Honor.
galing.
Nagagsalamat, ma'am. Ma'am, ito na yung tanong, ma'am. Isn't it po na yung paggagawa, pagpre-prepara ng plano, tsaka yung pagdidetalye ng objects of expenditures, hindi po ba trabaho nyo yun? Bilang, not yet. Special Disbursing Officer, being the project accountable officer as indicated in the plan prepared by. Hindi po ba dapat kayo yun?
Counsel for the respondent. Attorney
We
Bacal?
respectfully object, Your Honor, on the ground of being compound and argumentative, Your Honor.
Objection is overruled. Witness may answer. Pakisagot po yung tanong, Ma'am Gina.
Your Honor, pwede po usbon ang iyang pangutana. Taas man good, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am. I will, ma'am. Para kay Gina Acosta, I will do that. Ma'am,
Salamat.
wise pa yan. Okay now. Hindi po ba na yung pagdadraft ng physical and financial plan, trabaho nyo bilang project accountable officer as indicated by the note prepared by in the plan? Di ba trabaho nyo dapat yan?
Trabaho ko po yan with the inputs or guidelines sa aming security officer, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, hindi po ba na yung paglilista ng expenditures, ma'am, sa planong iyan, as indicated by the note prepared by you being the project accountable officer, hindi po ba trabaho nyo rin po yan?
Objection, Your Honor. Ask and answer.
Wala, iba yun. Yung kanina was drafting, now is detailing of the list of expenditures. Two different things.
Kindly address the court, counsel. Witness may answer.
Ano po yun, sir?
Okay. Ma'am, kanina sinabi mo yung pag-prepare trabaho nyo with inputs ni Colonel Lachica. Yung tanong now is, yung paglilista, pagdidetalye ng expenditures, opo, di ba trabaho nyo rin po yan as SDO/Project Accountable Officer as indicated by the note prepared by?
Ang pagsulat po ako, pero ang mga expenses po, kung unsa ang gamiton, kay Sir, sa kay security officer po, kasi siya po ang mag-implement ng various confidential operation activities, kay siya po ang eksperto dito sa ground, Your Honor.
So therefore, ma'am, kayo po yung tagasulat sa lahat ng gustong ispasulat ni Colonel Lachica. Tama po ba?
Misleading, Your
Nag-discuss
Honor.
po.
Why?
Misleading, counsel. The witness did not say that. She said she was getting inputs from Colonel Lachica.
Your Honor, that's a follow-up question, Your Honor, please. That's a follow-up question. So I'm confirming with her that it was Colonel Lachica who told her what to write, what to input. That's the question, Your Honor, please. On the basis of her previous answer, that it was with the inputs of Colonel Lachica. So that's a question by itself, Your Honor, please. A follow-up question.
Ma'am Gina, kayo po ang nagtatype dito sa form na to. Pag sinabing prepared by you, kayo po yung nagtype, nagsulat.
Ako po ang nagsulat, Your Honor.
Pero kinukuha niyo po yung sinusulat ninyo mula kay Colonel Lachica. Kumukuha po kayo ng input sa kanya kung anong itatype o isusulat niyo dyan.
After we discuss po, Your Honor.
Sige.
Pagkatapos niyo mag-usap ni Colonel Lachica.
Opo, Your Honor.
Ibig sabihin po ba nun, pwede yung sabihin kay Colonel Lachica, mali yan. Hindi pwede yan. O sinusunod niyo lang po lahat ng sinasabi niya?
Nangutana ako sa iya, Your Honor, kung unsa na, Your Honor, o nganong ka na ang gastuhon, Your Honor. Asa na, paunsa na siya paunsa na siya na-related sa confidential, Your Honor.
So tinatanong niyo lang po siya, ano yan, para saan yan, pasok ba yan sa confidential fund o hindi? At pag sumagot siya, isusunod niyo na po yan.
Kung masatisfy ko po sa iyang i-explain sa ko, Your Honor.
Pag na-kontento kayo sa paliwanag niya, ilalagay niyo pa.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank
Attorney
you.
Ligutan, your witness.
Thank you so much. Now, going back, Madam Witness, going to the fiscal and financial plan for the so-called Good Governance Program, you will confirm you allocated 125 million pesos. Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
In fact, ma'am, as can be seen, show the plan again. You did not list specific activities under the Good Governance Program. Ulitin ko, wala po kayong inilista na mga specific, particular activities under the Good Governance Program. Wala po kayong nakalistang specific activities.
Objection, Your Honor. Original document rule, Your Honor.
Can I explain? Can I rebut that?
Witness, what's your comment, Attorney Ligutan?
Your Honor, I don't want to put the defense on the spot. Your Honor, please, that is, with all respect, a wrong invocation of the original document rule. The original document rule simply states na hindi po pwedeng magpresenta ng ebidensya na secondary kung hindi ipipresenta yung original. Pero, Your Honor, the fact na yung original ay nasa harap na sa isang witness, I don't see any where in the rules that will prohibit counsel from propounding questions on the basis of that document. For me,
besides counsel, Attorney Bakel, the counsel is not trying to change the contents of the document. He's merely asking the witness to explain the contents of the document. Ms. Acosta, you may answer, ma'am. Ang nilagay nyo lamang po, good governance, ano po yan?
Program po.
Programs at wala po kayo nilagay na detalye ng mga programa yan.
Ay, wala po akong nilagay na detalye, Your Honor, kasi sa GC po, Your Honor, wala naman po nakabutang dito na i-itemize, Your Honor.
Now, let's go to paragraph 6.1 ng Joint Circular 2015. Okay. Show it, please. Di po ba sa 6.1 sinasabi dyan, cash advances shall be used for, yung term ginamit, ma'am, is specific detail, specific legal purpose. Okay? At saka 5.2.2, nakasulat dyan, agencies shall report the specific detail of the corresponding expenditures. In two instances po, nakasulat sa joint circular yung term na specific. And you will stand by your answer.
Argumentative, Your Honor.
Wait. I'm just confirming. Despite these two provisions, you are of the opinion, Madam, na walang requirement na dapat specific.
Argumentative, Your Honor.
Objection is overruled. Witness will answer, please.
Your Honor, Sa mga dokumento po nga i-attach dito sa confidential funds liquidation, daghan po ang document, Your Honor, na i-submit nimo nga na ay documents dito nga kailangan i-itemize nimo, Your Honor.
In the report.
Your Honor, sa
In the report.
isa sa mga dokumento nga i-attach nimo dito, liquidate nimo sa confidential funds, Your Honor.
Okay.
Let me state that for the record. Correct me if I'm wrong, Ma'am Gina. Yung binabanggit po yung pag-comply, walang nakalagay specifically sa joint circular na dapat specific yun dun sa what's that, Council? Physical and financial plan
po.
Pero sa dokumentong sinasubmit, nandun na yung mga detalye, Ma'am Gina.
Inana, Your Honor.
Yes?
Yan po.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. But there is only, this is another question now. There is only a blanket program, general program, good governance program in the plan, and the plan did not mention any surveillance operations by specific number, location, or cost. Do you want me to repeat the question, or you can answer
Objection,
now?
Your Honor. Asked and answered, and original document rule, Your Honor.
Your Honor,
Not yet answered, Council. And again, same ruling as your point on the original document rule.
Ma'am, yung tanong is, wala pong specific mention ng specific number, location, or cost ng mga sinasabi niyong surveillance operations. Wala doon sa plano, di po ba?
Your Honor, unsa na, pwede mangutana, Your Honor, unsa na nga dokumento, Your Honor.
Katong plano po, yung plano po, physical and financial plan. Nakasulat dyan, good governance program. Anyway, Your Honor, please.
At this juncture, I will agree with Council for the respondent. Asked and answered,
Yes.
Council. That's her answer.
Thank you so much. Now, aside from walang surveillance operations by number, location, or costs, wala ding specific targets nakasulat sa plano for each of the program activities. Tama po ba? Walang specific targets this time.
Tanaan sa
Opo.
nako, Your Honor, ha.
By all means po.
For 2022, Your Honor.
2022, yes ma'am.
Sa amo ang physical financial plan, Your Honor,
Oo.
naikulong dito nga physical target, Your Honor.
Opo. Yes. Ma'am, okay, meron. Ma'am, yung tanong is, nakasulat lang dyan is, ma'am, number, period, of identified areas of surveillance conducted and monitored. And then yung pangalawa, letter B, yung ano lang, yung simbolo ng percentage, no? Percentage of activities implemented without specifying, una po, this is the first question, ano yung actual number? Wala po. Di po ba? Yes po?
Wala pa, Your Honor. Kay wala pa
plano.
man na itabo. Plano pa man ni Your Honor.
Aha. Okay. So wala pa, kasi plano pa lang, and then you ask for 125 million pesos. Kahit wala pang activities, plano pa lang. Tama po ba?
Misleading,
Meron
Your
na po.
Honor.
It's not misleading.
Your Honor, the question...
That's a follow-up question, Your Honor.
Objection is sustained. Ask based on the document, Council.
Okay, now. The next issue...
You're referring to the physical target only, not
Yes,
the
ma'am.
actual plans.
Yes, sir. Now, nakalagay ba dyan yung actual number? Yes or no? May numero ba?
Wala pa, Your Honor.
Okay. May naka-indicate ba na percentage, actual percentage, under the category percentage of activities implemented? Wala po ba? Mayroon ba? Wala.
Wala pa, Your Honor. Pero gihimo na, Your Honor, kay naanay approval. Kung asa mi nakabalo, kung pila ang kwarta, Your Honor, kay naanay saro.
Now, okay. Ma'am.
Kindly translate that for the record.
Who can translate that, please? Ano sabi niya? It's indicated because there's already a SARO. If the defense will stipulate on that interpretation.
Parang hindi yata ganun kay Cleon, Counsel.
You may have your own. Oh.
Your Honor.
The translation we're getting is it's not the number and percentage is not there. Yung percentage po at yung bilang wala po doon dahil kaka-release pa lang ng SARO. Tama po ba, ma'am?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
That was the answer.
As best as we could, Counsel. Please proceed.
Now, the 2022 Fiscal and Financial Plan allocated, ma'am, nag-allocate po ng 125 billion pesos kahit walang breakdown ng amount for each specific activity. Tama po ba?
As you answered, Your Honor.
There's another angle as to the amount relative to the activity, as to the budget that the Office of the Vice President is asking.
It's the same point, Your Honor.
Same point, Counsel.
Okay,
Move on. We get
Now,
what you have established.
Thank you so much. Now, therefore, Madam Witness, yung Office of the Vice President can just include, pwedeng i-include, isama ng Office of the Vice President sa liquidation reports ng kahit anong activity so long as ililabel siya na parte ng broad, good governance program. Do you want me to repeat the question or you can answer now?
Taas kayo mong
I
question,
will.
Your Honor. Pwede ang tawag ani, i-clarify, Your
Yes.
Honor.
Your Honor, if the court may allow, I will repeat the question. Therefore, Madam, kasi nga walang breakdown, in draft, sa paggawa nyo ng liquidation report, pwede yung isama doon sa liquidation report ng kahit anong aktibidad so long as sasabihin nyo parte yan ng good governance program.
Objection,
Tama po
Your
ba?
Honor.
What's the basis?
What's the objection, Counsel?
Misleading and speculative, Your Honor.
It's not, Counsel. In fact, I think that's one of the questions some of the senator judges will ask. Ma'am, naintindihan niyo po yung tanong?
I can ask that in Bisaya.
Ma'am Gina, naintindihan niyo po yung tanong?
Parang duha man ka question iyang buot pasabot attorney.
ma'am,
Ay,
Ang
Your
nilagay niyo
Honor.
lang po doon, good governance, what's that, Counsel? Programs?
Good governance program po.
Good governance program. Ang tanong po niya, so, ano man yung sabihin nila, basta sabihin good governance program, pasok na po yun doon.
Sa report po, sa report.
Sa report lang po.
Sa report na liquidation po.
Apo.
Your Honor, kung paghimo na ko og liquidation report, nagbase po ako sa fund utilization report nga gihatag sa ako sa amo ang security officer, Your Honor. Na makita dito kung asa nagasto ang kwarta unsa nga mga expenses og pila, Your Honor.
So, ang pinagbabasihan niyo po yung liquidation report ng security officer na si Colonel Lachica. Tama po?
Yes, Your Honor.
Out of curiosity, may tinanggihan ba kayong liquidation report na sinubmit ni Colonel Lachica o lahat po ng binigay niya sa iyo ay tinanggap mo? Na parte ng good governance program.
Unsa, Your Honor?
Meron po ba kayong tinanggihan na liquidation na sinubmit si Colonel Lachica sa 125 million sa last quarter ng 2022? O lahat po ng sinumitin niya na liquidation, tinanggap nyo at sa pananaw nyo ay kasama ng good governance program?
Ang lahat ng mga lahat ng mga reports na gihatag niya sa ko, Your Honor, akong gidawat, Your Honor, kay siya man ang nakabalo unsaon pag-implementar sa mga confidential activities, kay siya ang eksperto, Your Honor, dito sa ground,
So,
Your Honor.
lahat po
Kaya
ng binigay
akong
niya sa inyo,
gitawat.
tinanggap nyo, at kinonsidera ninyo na parte ng good governance program dahil siya naman yung nakakaalam at intindi, dahil siya naman yung nasa ground. Tama po?
Inala, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
So, let me continue on that point, Counsel, with your permission and indulgence. So, yung tree planting, good governance program po yan.
Unsa, Your Honor?
Yung tree planting, binanggit niyo po kanina, tree planting, good governance program po yan. Kasama po yun doon sa pag-liquidate?
Ang ibig sabihin, Your Honor, usapag gihimo ang tree planting, Your Honor, na ay gihimo
Ang sinatanong ko po, ma'am, yung
security
activity,
officer, Your Honor.
yung activity na tree planting, parte po yun ng good governance sa pagkakaunawa ninyo na program. Yes or no, ma'am?
Yes, Your Honor, pero usad na gihimo, Your Honor, ang security officer, Your Honor, na ay gihimong surveillance, monitoring, Your Honor.
Nabasa ko po yun. Pati yung libreng sakay, part ng good governance. May
Yes.
surveillance din po doon. Nakita ko po sa liquidation report.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. Okay, Counsel, proceed.
Thank you so much. Yun yung liquidation report.
Opo.
Now, okay ba, ma? Now, the point is, punta naman tayo sa accomplishment report. Kasi nga, iba yun, di ba? Now, same line of question, but this time, different document. You can just include. Pwede niyong isulat sa accomplishment report kahit ano na lang activity, kahit anong activity in the accomplishment report this time, not liquidation reports. So long as i-label nyo lang under yan ng good governance program. You want me to repeat the question, ma'am, or you can answer now?
Durag duhaman kabuk ang question nato, Your Honor.
Accomplishment report this time. Yung kanina po, nag-guess nyo na, liquidation report. Ngayon yung tanong is, sa accomplishment report naman, pareho lang. Kahit anong activity, isasama sa accomplishment report, so long as isusulat under good governance program. Tama
Counsel,
po ba?
can you confront the witness with the accomplishment report? Assisting
Okay,
Counsel, can you show her the accomplishment report? Para maunawaan ng
Opo.
testigo na ibang dokumento na ang pinag-uusapan natin. Kanina yung physical and financial plan, ngayon naman yung accomplishment report. Pakitingnan po at pag-aralan yung dokumento, Ma'am Gina. Para alam niyo po na yan ang tinutukoy ni Attorney Ligutan sa mga katanungan po niya sa inyo.
Excuse me, Your Honor. Kaduhami naghimo og accomplishment report, Your Honor, for 2022.
Yes, ma'am.
Kung dalawang beses po kayo gumawa ng accomplishment report, Ma'am Gina?
Opo, Your Honor.
Alin po yan? Yung nauna o yung sumunod?
Ang kaning gihatag sa ako, Your Honor, mao ni ang una nga gihimo, Your Honor.
Yung unang accomplishment report. Meron ba kayong copy ng pangalawang accomplishment report at Attorney Ligutan?
Okay. Anyways, we can leave with one report.
Okay.
For this point, Your Honor, please.
Okay, for this point.
I'll ask the direct question na lang.
Sige, Your Honor.
Madam Witness, kinukumpirma mo na may mga activities sa report nyo, sa liquidation, sa accomplishment report na nabasa nyo, na hindi makikita, mababasa sa physical and financial plan. Tama po ba?
Your Honor, paghimo na mo.
Ma'am, this time po, I hope you don't mind po. Yung question is simple, no? So, pwede kang tanungin ng abogado ng kabila, pero pakisagot lang po muna.
The witness is
Yes or no?
answering, Your Honor. Let the witness answer.
Allow the witness to answer, counsel.
Yes. May mga activities, programa, kalihukan in Bisaya reflected in the reports, accomplishment reports, na hindi naman mababasa, makikita, nailista sa physical and financial plan. Tama po ba?
Libog. Nalito ako, Your Honor.
Nandito ka. Anyways, Your Honor,
Ma'am, sa accomplishment report, yes, Senator Judge Zubiri, would you like to offer your services?
Yes, actually, not the services to interpret, but it's possible that Attorney Ligutan could ask the question in Bisaya para maintindihan, kasi pareho kami mga Bisaya, para maintindihan ni Ma'am Acosta. And then, anyway, it can be objected to by the defense because I know there are 3 or 4 of you, Bisaya, taga Cebu, Tulo mo diya, nakasabot. So, you can always object if the translation of Attorney Ligutan is wrong, is different. It's simple Bisaya naman. Makasabot man ta, pero ang mga tinagalog din di kasabot. But it's very simple.
Yes,
so, maybe that way we don't have to keep stopping. Attorney Ligutan can ask the question first in Tagalog and then translate to simple Bisaya. Makatubag ni si Ma'am, she can answer. And then Attorney Ligutan can offer the answer also in Tagalog. If it is not of course, approved by the defense can give a clarification of what the answer of the lady witness has.
The point of the
Thank you very
Senator
much.
Judge is well taken. Let's try to do that, counsels, with your permission. Yes, Attorney Bakel?
Yes, Your Honor. May we respectfully suggest for a court-appointed interpreter, considering that hindi po kasi ako Bisaya, so actually nahihirapan po ako to understand the witness, understand Attorney Ligutan, and understand my colleagues who are likewise.
If you may, if you will please, we already have an interpreter, actually 2 of them here, that will course it through the chair if there is a need to do so. Some of the words are understandable anyway. Kindly proceed slowly, Attorney Ligutan.
I will.
But on this issue and this question, Ms. Acosta, ang tanong po sa inyo, may mga nilagay po kayong accomplishment report na wala dun sa physical and financial plan. Na sinabi nyo lamang o tinisip nyo lang, kasama yan sa good governance program.
Ang nasulat sa accomplishment report, Your Honor, is yung mga expenses na allowable po sa confidential funds.
Opo, pero wala nga po yan, hindi yan nilagay doon sa physical and financial plan. Nakalagay lang po sa accomplishment report.
Sa accomplishment report, Your Honor, kung actual.
Kaya nga, doon nga lang po nakasulat. Sa physical and financial plan, wala po doon.
Generic po ang sa
Generic.
physical financial plan, Your Honor.
Attorney Ligutan, continue.
Opo. That's a cue to the next question. And because the program indicated in the plan is broad and general, generic sabi nyo, so much discretion is given to the office of the Vice President on how to utilize confidential funds. Translate into Tagalog. Unfortunately, I'll be needing, ano pong ibig sabihin, what's Tagalog for discretion po? Kasi nga, broad, general, yung program nakasulat sa PFP. Okay? Maski ano na lang, kahit anong gustong gawin, magagawa. Wait, nakitan. Ng Office of the Vice President sa paggamit ng confidential funds. You want to state in Visaya po? Kay tungod generic, ang programang nakasulat sa plano bisag unsa. So much discretion. Ma'am, I think you understand discretion, di po ba?
Authority?
Dako ang pagbuot sa Office of the Vice President kung unsaon nila paggamit sa confidential funds. Tama po ba?
Objection,
Dili,
Your
Your
Honor.
Honor.
What's the objection, counsel?
Speculative and argumentative, Your Honor.
It's not argumentative, counsel. Neither is it speculative. Objection overruled. Ma'am Gina, dahil po kayo nagsabi generic yung good governance program, malaking laya ang nabigay sa inyo para magsulat ng kung anumang mga programa na papasok doon sa generic na good governance program.
Dili, Your Honor. Kaya
Hindi.
nagbase ako sa Joint Circular 2015.
So ang sagot ay hindi ganun kalaki ang kalayaang meron sila dahil binase niya yung kanyang accomplishment report sa JC 2015-1. Tama po, ma'am?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Attorney Ligutan.
Now, showing you again, Madam Witness, the 2022 Physical and Financial Plan. After you prepared the plan, nakasulat dyan, show the document please, it was noted, Attorney J, noted by a certain Rosalyn Sanchez. Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor. The document please. And thereafter, you presented the plan kay Inday Sara, Vice President Sara, for her approval. Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor. Di
Okay.
pakitaan ako sa iya.
In this case, did she provide any feedback on the stated generic, coming from your own mouth, good governance program?
Unsa, Your Honor?
Nihatag ba, I'm sure you know feedback, nihatag ba og feedback si Vice President Sara Duterte sa sinabi mong generic good governance program? Katong imong gipakita ang plano para sa iyahang approval.
Gibasa lang niya, Your Honor, pag human og basa, ning perma siya.
Yan. Saan po pumirma si Sara Zimmerman Duterte? Sa parte ng plano. Saan dyan?
Sa approve.
Approved by. Showing on screen, approved by Sara Z. Duterte, Vice President, Agency Head, Department Secretary, LCE.
With the indulgence of Attorney Ligutan, what is the pleasure of Senator Judge Erwin Tulfo?
Mr. President, I have here the transcript of the hearing in Congress. Hindi ko po maintindihan bakit parang dito hirap na hirap po siya magtagalog when in fact sa Congress po noong November, Tagalog naman po ang sagot niya. Ang tanong po sa kanya ni Congressman Luistro, payment of incentive, 11 po. Would you know whether these amounts would total 120 exactly? Yes, ma'am. Gitotal ko po yan, ma'am. 120 million po. It's all puro Tagalog, Mr. President. What is this? I mean, mabuti po sana pati yung discretionary, and she's a government official, she doesn't know what discretionary means is. I mean, what it means? Dito po, sumasagot naman po siya. English, Tagalog. Yes po. Are you aware? Opo. O may authority, special disbursing officer. Kasi po, wala akong alam kung paano po i-implement ang mga confidential. Mr. President, tama na po itong panluloko sa atin. Please, Mr. President, compel this witness to talk in Tagalog. Kahit po yung mga Bisaya po nakaintindi ng Tagalog, nakakasalita ng Tagalog, ano tayo sa ibang bansa? Ano tayo, mga Hapon, mga Chinese? I know, Miss Witness, you can understand Tagalog, you can speak Tagalog dahil nandito po ito. Ilang pahina po ito. Tagalog po yung sagot po ninyo. English po, sumasagot kayo. Tinatanong kayo ng English, sumasagot po kayo. Bakit ngayon parang hirap na hirap? Kailangan i-translate sa Tagalog, sa Bisaya, sagot, Tagalog, Bisaya, Tagalog, Bisaya. Abutin mo tayo ng isang taon dito, Mr. President. Ito po, sumagot naman po siya. Alam nga ba naman, lulukuhin tayo ng nagtatranscribe po nito. Sagot mo yan. Kasi po, nagbabase lang po ako sa ibinigay ni Sir La Chica ng mga ibinalik niya sa akin. Ms. Acosta, kindly answer the question. Piatos po ang sinabi ko, ma'am, na apelyido. That's all, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Judge Erwin Tulfo. Point well taken. Attorney Ligutan, to abbreviate the proceedings, kindly choose one language, English or Filipino, in asking the question. You don't have to translate each time unless the witness requests you to do so.
Yes, Your Honor.
Preferably use Filipino, Attorney Ligutan,
Opo,
as I'm sure
yes,
you're
ma'am.
well versed with it as well. Para mas maunawaan po ni Ms. Gina.
Honorable Presiding Officer.
You may proceed, Counsel.
Ma'am, naitubig. There's water if you want to drink water po, ha?
Yes.
Drink water. Now, since you said, inaprubahan po ng Vice President yung plano, kasama sa inaprubahan ng Vice President yung generic good governance program.
I-approve niya, Your Honor.
Okay. In fact, ma'am, yun din po yung naging tugon nyo sa same line of questioning noong November 25, 2024, as shown by that portion of that transcript. You confirm that it was may approval po ng head of agency at saka yung head of agency is the respondent in this case, Sara Duterte, Vice President. Tama po ba?
Tama po, Your Honor.
Let's proceed po sa susunod na punto. Let's go to the physical and financial plan naman. This time, para naman sa 2023. From good governance program, ma'am, this time, Attorney J, it can be seen sa plano, this time, hindi na good governance program, kundi, nakasulat dyan, socio-economic program delivery.
With the indulgence of counsel, can the tech please zoom in? Yes, kindly zoom in on it.
Proceed, Your Honor.
Ms. Gina will please answer. Kindly confirm ang nakasulat na po sa 2023 ay yung socio-economic program delivery.
Yes, Your Honor.
Hindi na po good governance program.
Yes, Your Honor.
Proceed, Your Honor. But, sa 2023 Physical and Financial Plan, okay, yung expected outcome naman, nananatili, 2022 na expected outcome. Nakasulat, safe implementation of OVP initiatives and confidence building for 2022, same expected outcome, safe implementation of OVP initiatives and confidence building. Tama po ba?
Tama po, Your Honor.
Ma'am, po pwedeng mas malapit pa sa mikropono para po marinig. Again, may tubig dyan, ma'am, ha? If you want to drink water now. Therefore, masasabi natin, base sa dokumento, ma'am, yung 2023 Physical and Financial Plan, kopya lang. Kopya lang ng number 1, physical target galing sa 2022. Tama po ba?
Objection, Your Honor. The document would speak for itself because the prosecution is asking the witness what is already based on the document as the question is framed, Your Honor.
Witness may answer. I'm just not so sure if she understands the word copy. But so, Ma'am Gina, pareho lang po ang nilalaman ng Fiscal and Financial Plan ng 2022 at 2023 maliban dun sa nag-iisang unang column. Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor. Now, proceed. Same with budget for each quarter. Para sa fourth quarter ng 2022, 125 billion pesos. Para naman sa budget na hinihingi ng Office of the Vice President para sa unang quarter, pangalawang quarter, third quarter, fourth quarter ng 2023, ma'am. Kopyang-kopya yung amount. 125 million pesos. Tama po ba?
Tama, Your Honor, kay mauman na ang nakabutang sa GAA, Your Honor.
Yun. Proceed, Your Honor.
Yung may tama daw dahil yun daw ang nakalagay sa GAA.
Both the 2022 Fiscal and Financial Plan and the 2023 version provided for broad program under po sa programs, activities, and projects. Sa 2022, Good Governance Program. Sa 2023 naman, Socio-Economic Program. Pero as to budget, pareho. Yes or no?
Pareho, Your Honor.
As to expected outcome, pareho.
Pareho, Your Honor.
Alright, now, let's go to this fiscal target naman. In the 2023 fiscal plan, same observation ba, ma'am, na nakasulat dyan, letter A, number, identified areas with surveillance conducted and monitored without, hindi po nakasulat dyan yung actual na numero. Tama po ba?
Tama po, Your Honor.
Same with the letter B entry, percentage. Nakasulat dyan, percentage, the symbol, symbolizing percentage of activities implemented without and toward security-related incidents without stating the actual percentage. Tama po ba? Walang number.
Tama po, Your Honor.
Alright. In fact, you admitted, Madam, in the November 25, 2024 Committee on Good Government hearing that you have to consult Colonel Lachica on what to put in the Fiscal and Financial Plan. Do you remember this?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yan. The programs, yung programa po, yung mga ini-expect nating resulta sa mga programa, yung mga targets ng mga plano, lahat ng ito ay gawa, ay galing kay Colonel Lachica. Di po ba?
Sa to, Your Honor? Ay, sorry.
I will repeat.
Kindly repeat, Counsel.
Ang programa sa plano, ang expected outcome, ang target sa fiscal plan, galing kay Colonel Lachica. Tama po ba?
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the objection?
What's the objection, Counsel?
Asked and answered, Your Honor. The witness has already testified previously that security officer is providing inputs and guidance.
This is 2023, Your Honor.
I think the question pertains to 2023 now. That was she answered with respect to 2022. Ma'am Gina, yung nangyari po ba ng 2022, ganun din po sa 2023, galing kay Colonel Lachica?
Sa paggawa ng Fiscal Financial Plan, Your Honor, kasama gyapon ako siya. Kasama ko siya, Your Honor. Sa kanya pa rin ako nanghingi ng inputs and guidelines po, Your Honor.
Yes. So galing nga po sa kanya? Galing kay Colonel Lachica yung inyong inputs na nilagay dito?
Kaming dalawa po, Your Honor, ang nag-discuss, Your Honors.
Counsel, your witness.
let's go to that November 25, 2024 hearing. Ma'am, tinanong ka ni Representative Jane K. Luistro. As a matter of fact, the financial plan does not bear at all the signature of or the name of Colonel Lachica. Ma'am, yung sagot nyo dyan, yes po. Pero sa kanya po ako humihingi ng inputs or information with regards to the implementation of all these projects included in the confidential funds. This is what you said under oath in November 25, 2024. Under oath. Tama po ba? Your Honor, please. Ma'am, did you answer opo?
Opo.
Opo, ma'am. Your Honor, it's 12. Can I ask one question and I move for lunch break?
Yes, Counsel.
Before we proceed to the next question. Ito yung tanong now. Ma'am.
Yes, sir. Ay, yes, attorney.
Opo. Sa lahat ng mga dokumento isinumitin nyo sa COA, Commission on Audit, the plan, accomplishment reports, liquidation reports, nakasaad ba dyan sa kahit anong dokumento yung sinasabi nyo na lahat ng inputs yung sinulat nyo sa plano, lahat ng inputs sinulat nyo sa reporting to COA, nakasaad ba dyan yung pangalan ni Colonel Lachica? Yes
Objection,
or no?
Your Honor. The document would speak for itself, Your Honor.
Honor, that's a question the public is very much willing to hear.
Witness may answer. Counsel, let the witness answer. I think
Yes
she
or
knows
no?
the answer anyway.
Yes or no?
Tama ba pag understand ko sa question mo, Your Honor, na sa lahat ng mga dokumento na isubmit ko
Plano, physical plan, ma'am.
sa physical plan,
Okay, sa accomplishment report mismo,
report,
sa liquidation report,
sa liquidation report,
sa certification na successful yung paggamit, tama yung paggamit ng plano. May isang dokumento ba doon? Ma'am, limited po tayo doon, ha? Na ipinakita nyo sa publiko na si Colonel Lachica yung nagbibigay sa iyo ng input sa mga plano, tsaka siya yung nag-implement ng mga programs, activities. Meron ba doon? Yes or no?
wala.
Move for lunch break, or please.
Ma'am Gina, kain muna tayo para makahinga at relax kayo. Ng
Sige
konti
po,
rin.
mas better po, attorney. Ay, Your Honor.
Okay lang po, ma'am. Huwag kayong mag-alala doon. Pahinga muna kayo, kain tayo. The court will declare a lunch recess. We shall resume at 12:45.
Mga kababayan, kasalukuyang naka-lunch break ang impeachment trial bago mag-resume ulit mamayang hapon sa muling pagharap ni Gina Acosta, ang dating Special Disbursement Officer ng Office of the Vice President. Nakatutok pa rin kayo sa Ang Paglilitis. Kasama kami, Trisha Zafra, Jing Magsaysay at Jasmine Romero. Kasama rin namin ang ating guest legal analyst ngayong araw, si Attorney Reyes Del Rosario. Magandang hapon, sir. Yan. So, sir, mukhang lumalabas sa testimonya ni Miss Acosta na bilang SDO, no, correct me if I'm wrong, sir, no, kung tama yung pagkaka-appreciate ko sa kanyang testimonya, mukhang in her and the security officer, si Colonel Lachica, yung paggawa ng pagpaplano kung saan gagastusin yung confidential fund at kung papaano ito i-liquidate. Ganun po ba yung nakasaad sa rules? May mga nalabag ba sa aspeto pa lang na yon ng pagpaplano kung saan gagastusin yung pondo?
Well, ideally, the head of agency will be the one to decide kung saan gagastusin yung pondo. And I think okay lang naman na kinonsulta si La Chica. I think ang bawal na ginawa nila is release ni Acosta yung pera kay La Chica and La Chica distributed it. Which is supposedly bawal sa GNC circular.
I see. So bilang...
But the decision itself, kung saan gagastusin yung pera, I think important din yung input ni La Chica because siya yung head of security ni VP Sara.
I see. So walang...
Ay, bilang kasing special disbursement officer at saka head of security, ito bang mga official nito ay may discretionary powers or ministerial lang ang kanilang role?
That's a good question po. Si SDO, more often than not, ministerial lang ito. Kasi taga-disburse lang siya ng pondo. Ang ginawa nila, sila Chica became the expert, parang siya yung nagbibigay ng expert inputs.
At sila pa yung nagde-decide kung paano ito ilalabas. Ililista, saan ito, nag-iisip sila kung saan ito ilalagay, sila ililista, sila rin namang nagpe-prepare. So hindi ba ito against policies na kung wala ka namang discretionary powers para mag-decide kung ano ang gagawin sa pondong ito at ministerial lamang ngayon, bakit mo ginagawa yun?
Yeah, but there is an assumption kasi, ma'am, that under the order ito ng head of agency, which is the Vice President in this case, kasi pinirmahan niya po yun eh. The financial plans that were submitted, all of the plans pertaining to confidential funds were signed by the Vice President. So there is the presumption na ang nagdesisyon nito o ang nag-aproba nito, of course, is the Vice President. So alam niya ang ginagawa nila. So kaya nga sinasabi natin, kasi if mapapansin natin last week, for my own interpretation, parang nilaglag nila si Acosta at si Paredes. In fact, si Senator Amy, sinabi niya, wala naman palang ebidensya na directly si VP Sara yung involved dito sa disbursement ng mga funds na ito. But you can't remove the fact na nakalagay sa GNC circular that it should be the head of agency who should be approving all of these. And sa lahat po ng dokumento, nakapirma po si VP Sara Duterte.
Speaking of the financial and physical plan, tama po ba yun na generic lang yung nakalagay sa plano ng paggagastosan at yung detalye ay nandun sa accomplishment report? So, o dapat ba detalyado na siya mula sa plano pa lang?
Yes, dapat detalyado na siya sa plano pa lang because you have to follow that particular plan to the T. Dapat up to the last detail po ng plano, ipa-follow nyo po. Ganun po ka-crucial ang plano when it comes to confidential funds. Kasi po, for example, for other agencies or for other sources of funds, merong certain flexibility yung government. Pwede mo pang ipa-approve yun na, hindi ko magagamit sa programa ito, baka pwede nating ilipat dito sa ibang programa. Pero dito po kasi sa confidential funds, very clear po sa GNC circular that it should be strictly followed.
Medyo nagtataka lang ako, attorney, no? Kasi sinabi ni Gina Acosta na all the while, sa buong pagpaplano, kasama yung security officer, si Colonel La Chica, nung tinanong siya kung meron dokumento na magpapatunay na si Colonel La Chica ang nagbigay ng input at siya din ang nagbigay na accomplishment report, kung may dokumento na magpapatunay na gano'n, sabi ni Gina Acosta, wala. Kasi kung napakalaki na role, para sa akin lang, no? Kasi sa corporate, no? Ihahambing ko na naman sa corporate. Kunyari may plano ako, kami ni Tricia nag-uusap tungkol sa isang malaking plano ng kumpanya. Pera ng kumpanya, pinakamalaking project. Si Tricia nag-i-input sa akin. Isusulat ko lahat yung input ni Tricia. At kunyari, may meeting kami, may minutes of the meeting. Para lalabas doon, yung pinag-usapan namin ni Tricia. Para kung magkaroon ng tanungan, katulad ng ganito, malinaw, ito yung pinag-usapan namin, no? Nasa paragraph 2, etc. etc. Pero in this case, napakalaking pera, 500 million pesos, walang dokumento na nagsasabi na galing kay Colonel La Chica papunta kay Gina Acosta na ito 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hanggang 1,000 ito ang gagawin natin sa pera niya. Walang dokumento gano'n. Ang sinasabi lang ni Gina Acosta, sinabi niya sa akin, input niya sa akin, pero wala naman itemized. General lang yung nakalagay, no? Projects ng Office of the Vice President. So parang masyadong malaki yung discretionary area na nangyari para sa napakalaking pera. Di ba dapat mas malaking pera, mas microscopic ang pagtingin sa paggasto?
So, ang mangyayari dito, Sir Jing, because walang trade na silang dalawa yung nag-decide, ang may ipit dito si VP Sara talaga. Because at the end of the day, it's the head of agency who will decide kung anong paggagamitan ng pondong yon. And siya yung signatory eh. So kung sasabihin nila na wala po kaming proof na kami yung nag-decide nila, chika, at the end of the day, ang may ipit, si VP Sara.
Okay. Attorney Reyes, babalik tayo sa usapan na yan, pero samantala, panoorin natin ang press con ng prosecution panel.
Paulan.
Pagpapatuloy sa linggong ito ng impeachment trial ni Vice President Sara Duterte at mapalad po tayo ngayon, makakasama po natin ang mga miyembro ng prosecution para po ipaliwanag sa atin ang mga importanteng pangyayari sa araw na to. Kasama natin si former Congressman Robert H. Barbers, ang impeachment advisor ng prosecution team. Dati pong representative ng 2nd District ng Surigao del Norte at kasama rin natin si Congressman Isabel Maria Zamora ng San Juan City. Simulan na po natin sa mga katanungan. Dwight?
Hello. Good afternoon po, Kongs. Ang question ko lang naman po ay, what do you make of Acosta's seeming difficulty to communicate in Filipino or in English during Ligutan's direct examination of her earlier today? Given that umarap na po siya sa House hearing noong 2024 for both of you po.
Well, I was hearing the comments of some of our colleagues there, no? At sinasabi nga nila na noong hearing sa Kongreso noon ay nakakaintindi naman siya ng mga tanong in English or Filipino, and she would answer in English, Filipino, and Bisaya na halo. So we were wondering about the difficulty earlier, but of course I don't want to say that there was some malice involved, but well, let's see in the coming hours when she returns to the witness stand.
Siguro just to be direct, dahil hindi kayo covered ng sub judice, do you think this is an act by Acosta? Ano ba to? Parang kinoach ba siya to act a certain way when she takes the witness stand?
Hindi naman, no? In fairness to Miss Gina Acosta, siguro kinakabahan siya, no? Because this is the trial already, unlike in the Committee on Good Government, medyo komportable siya na sumagot doon sa mga katanungan ng ating mga mambabatas. But siguro give it a little more time, baka she will be able to adjust and answer, no? Marunong naman siya magtagalog eh. The transcript of the Committee on Good Government shows that she can respond to a question either in English or in Tagalog. So, yung Bisaya naman niya, easily understandable and translatable by the prosecutor, Attorney Ligutan. So, siguro medyo kinabahan lang, kaya medyo we will give her that benefit of the doubt, so to speak.
Sir, on another matter, kanina may ambush interview kay Attorney Lorna Capunan at kay Congressman Joel Chua. Sabi nila baka yun na raw yung last interview nila. Ano yung outlook ng prosecution, sir? And ma'am, ano yung bakit ganun yung mindset ni Attorney Capunan and ni Congressman Chua? Parang iiwas po ba sa namasita na lang ng Senate, or parang self-prohibition ba yung gagawin?
Well, kanina nga hinihintay namin kung may decision ng ating presiding officer about the issue last week on the regarding the sub judice rule. But of course, we don't want to add to the presiding officer's concerns or issues regarding either side. So we will try our best to avoid the merits of the case, which we cannot touch on, and we will leave it to the spokespersons who are not public prosecutors, private prosecutors, to speak on behalf of the prosecution.
Yeah, dagdagan ko lang din, no? Wala pa namang gag order as of this time as we speak, no? But obviously, we want to let the people know that ang prosecution panel ay sumusunod sa mga panuntunan o rules ng ating impeachment court, no? At in fact, there was never a time when a member of the prosecution panel, both the private and the public prosecutors, have crossed that line of discussing merits of the case. Kasi yun naman ang pinagbabawal, i-discuss mo yung merits of the case so that hindi ka makapag-influence ng outcome. Pero sa aming mga spokesman, free for all, so to speak, no? Pwede tayong magtanong.
Pero sir, do you agree dun sa mga sinasabi ng iba na dapat kasi wala ng spokesperson na member ng prosecutor? I'm referring to Attorney Tolosa, na who's also part of the panel.
Hindi, kailangan pa rin ng abogado kasi kaming mga na-identify as a spokes or spokespersons dito sa panel ng prosecution, hindi naman kami mga abogado. And there are issues when questions are asked about some certain legal questions, no, that of course we can answer, but yung aming tanong, ang sagot ba namin ay accurate? We don't want to overstep or so to speak cross that border again, no. Kaya nga mas mahalaga na meron ding nagga-guide sa amin ng mga abogado.
Both sides naman po ay may pati yung both the prosecution and the defense have prosecutors or defense lawyers who are speaking in press conferences or having interviews here, no? So hindi naman to isang side lang ang may paglalabag supposedly ng guidelines, no? Ang sinasabi actually namin, hindi naman kami, we do not talk about the merits of the case. In fact, if ever we talk about the case, we give a summary or we say what was discussed, but we absolutely refrain from giving opinions on the matter.
Susugan ko lang ulit yun, no? Kasi napakahalaga na ma-discuss itong mga usapin sa loob ng korte para maintindihan ng ating mga mamamayan, no? Napakahirap na ngang intindihin as it is kasi nga masyadong technical at masyadong legalist, masyadong medyo malalalim ang pinag-uusapan. Kaya napakahalaga na meron talagang nagpapaliwanag in the most simplest and perhaps a most laymanized way of explaining it.
Last question na lang po. Kasi nung last Wednesday, medyo seryoso yung tono ni Presiding Officer Senator Judge Escudero. Pero kanina he was able to make light of Attorney Ligutan's Facebook post. Biniro niya pa si Attorney Ligutan. What do you make out of it, sir? Ano po yung dating sa inyo?
Well, sa akin, perhaps the Presiding Officer has read and seen the post and he probably finds nothing wrong with the post. Kasi tinuturo, pinag-uusapan, tinuturo ni Attorney Ligutan yan sa kanyang mga estudyante at saka sa kanyang personal na experience. And he knows, no, that you cannot ask misleading questions to a witness during a trial. Kaya siguro, nung nabasa at nakita ni Presiding Officer na yun pala yung na-post, perhaps he felt that there's nothing wrong with that post, kaya niya siguro nasabi at nabanggit yon during the opening.
Alright, Haji, your turn.
Magandang tanghali po. Balikan ko lang po si Miss Gina Acosta. Na-anticipate po ba ninyo yung ganong pagsagot ni Miss Gina kanina na kumbaga did it form part of your strategy na si Attorney Virgil Ligutan ulit yung sumalang since nakakaintindi po siya ng Bisaya or nagkataon lang po ba yan?
Actually, baka nagkataon lang na siya yung lawyer, but siya yung prosecutor who will conduct a direct examination of Gina Acosta. So, well, it is very good for the public para makita at maintindihan lalo ng ating publiko.
Baka coincidence lang, no? Kasi sa panel of prosecutors naman, meron namang kanya-kanya silang assignments. And these assignments are actually shared by 11 public and 15 private prosecutors. Pinag-uusapan, hinahati-hati nila yan. Na timing lang siguro na ganun. And we will expect also that most of the witnesses that they will present in the defense at saka yung hostile natin are actually from Davao, no? Kasi galing nga naman sila lahat sa Davao.
Pero sa palagay po ninyo, nakatulong yung pagsita ni Senator Judge Erwin Tulfo in the way Acosta answers the questions of Attorney Ligutan. Kumbaga, kung hindi tumayo si Senator Judge Tulfo para nga pupunahin yon, magtutuloy-tuloy yun. Kumbaga, nakatulong po ba yan?
Well, kasi as much as possible, we were trying to accommodate yung difficulty of Gina Acosta expressing or replying or responding to a question. Kaya nga, siguro, tama-tama naman, may mga kopya ng transcript of records yung ating mga senator judges. No? Siguro nabasa doon. Pwede naman pala magtagalog. Kaya kanina nga, nung unang tanong, ang pagkakasabi ko baka medyo kinabahan at hindi komportable sa kasi trial na ito, kaya gumagamit siya ng Bisaya.
Siguro that made the witness try a little harder pagkatapos mag-manifest ni Senator Erwin Tulfo.
Thank you po.
Hello po. Sir, since na-mention na po yung name ni Colonel La Chica, does it intended to attribute responsibility, shape accountability, or explain action that otherwise lack documentation and authorization? Kasi po, wala siyang fidelity band. Tapos, siya pa yung nagde-dictate sa plans and program at siya din daw po yung nag-secure ng large amount of money.
Itong mga susunod na mga oras at perhaps mga araw in the same manner that the witness now being declared as the hostile witness, I am sure yung aming mga abogado ay tatanungin yung mga questions kagaya ng tanong mo, Joy. And sa ngayon kasi we cannot preempt whatever it is, whatever questions that they will ask kay Gina and doon sa sinasabi mong kay Colonel La Chica.
Sir, yung kay Ma'am Gina Acosta, di ba when she took her oath to tell the truth at the Senate impeachment courts, she pleads to answer the question clearly in the language understood by the court. Pero yung padahak po niya, to speak either in Filipino or English, it is an act of evasion. What can you say po?
Hindi naman po siguro act of evasion on her part, but gaya po ng sabi ni Kong Ace po kanina, baka kinakabahan lang, nahihirapan, kaya siguro nagsasalita siya sa kanyang native dialect, native language.
Baka mas madali niya masagot kapag binibisaya niya. But sabi ko nga kanina, baka makapag-adjust ng konti at maging komportable na she may be able to answer in Tagalog just like what she did doon sa Committee on Good Government sa Kongreso noon.
I-issue po ba natin ang subpoena si Colonel La Chica po at si Colonel Nolasco with regards to that?
Pag-uusapan pa po kung i-present po sila.
Chika lang yata yung kay La Chica eh.
Mic test. Wah,
Hello po, good afternoon po. Kunin ko lang po sana yung thoughts ng prosecution regarding dun sa bali-balita na may private meeting daw si VP Sara kay President Bongbong Marcos.
Hindi ko alam yan. Baka chika yan. Hindi ko... Sige, this is the first time we heard this news, no? So we're not really familiar.
Well, actually, I saw that in several Facebook posts. But of course, we have no confirmation about that. And with so many trolls now, we don't know what's true. So hintayin na lang po natin kung totoo nga po yun.
Hello, sir. Specifically, yung meeting daw about the VP is trying to, appeal na she will just resign and be allowed to run for 2028 elections. So for the impeachment to be over instead na lang. I understand because I understand the prosecution has been very adamant that resignation will not cure the allegations being leveled against the Vice President. So we'd just like to confirm if that position remains amid all this, reports of trade-offs. Thank you.
Well, as far as the prosecution panel is concerned, nandito tayo sa proseso ng pagpapalabas ng katotohanan and accountability. Sinusunod natin ang utos ng ating saligang batas na magkaroon ng isang accountability mechanism for certain higher officials of government na magkaroon ng pananagutan kung sila ay mayroong ginawang paglabag sa mga batas. So kung merong mang usapin tungkol dyan sa mga trade-offs, iyan po ay wala sa prosecution panel because ang task ay ipagpatuloy itong paglilitis, ipresenta ang mga ebidensya at siguruhin na naiintindihan ng ating mga mamamayan kung ano-ano itong mga ebidensyang ito. Talks about secret or private meetings that we were not aware of, and I don't think both parties that allegedly met, I don't know if that would be a possible scenario. At least in my own personal opinion.
Pinalaki ba yun?
Si Rose.
Hello po. Magandang tanghali po, ma'am and sir. Last week po, nagpahayag po ng concern yung ilan pong mga legal analyst dahil po yung pong attention ng public, imbis na nakatuon dun po sa pagpipresenta ng mga ebidensya laban po sa Bise Presidente, natuon po dun po sa mga side or snide comments po between the councils, between the two opposing parties po. Ano pong reaksyon ng prosecution doon? And meron po bang gagawing adjustment ang panel po ng prosecution?
I don't know about adjustment, pero siguro sasabihin ko na lang po sa ating publiko na sana tuloy-tuloy po lang po ang kanilang panonood, pakikinig dito sa impeachment trial natin dahil ang gusto lang naman po ng prosecution ay ang mailatag ang ebidensya patungkol po do sa 4 articles of impeachment laban sa ating Vice President. I know that it can be boring and tedious at times, pero kami naman po ay nandito lang para maipakita nga at ma-explika ang ebidensya laban sa kanya.
Tama, no? Nakakalungkot nga na isipin na parang nagkakaroon na ng kawalan ng gana, no, sa pagsubaybay dito sa impeachment trial na to. Dahil nga, once na pag-usapan na, medyo technical at medyo legal, medyo nawawala na ang interest, no, ng karamihan sa atin. And that is understandable kasi nga, napakahirap naman talagang maintindihan. Ngunit ang aming panawagan sa ating mga kababayan na kumare, subaybayan ninyo, pakinggan ninyo ang ebidensya na inilalatag ng dalawang panig. No? Napakahalaga kasi na tayo mismo ang magkaroon ng sariling opinyon tungkol dito sa paglilitis na ito. And for all we know, no, baka dun sa paglalatag ng ebidensyang nakikita natin o madidinig natin, dun tayo makakapagbuo ng ating desisyon tungkol dito sa usapin, whether guilty ba or hindi guilty ang akusado. So, para ho talagang maintindihan, sinisikap naman po ng ating mga prosecution panel and spokesperson na maging interesting itong trial na ito. Although sometimes nga people say it gets boring, pero that's normal, no? Lahat naman ng ganyan dumadaan sa ganun. Yung mga pag-i-issue ng mga side comments, minsan perhaps siguro out of the eagerness to explain to the people and make sure that the people understand, they come up with such comments, no, that sometimes makes it appears to be a jest or ika nga pampabuhay doon sa sinasabi ngang medyo inaantok na ng mga partisipante. So I guess we will again try our best para maipaliwanag, maintindihan at magkaroon ng mas malalim at mas malawakang interes ang ating mga mamamayan tungkol dito sa usapin ito dahil napakahalaga nitong proseso ng impeachment na ito.
Yeah, just to press on that po. Pero do you plan to tone down those side comments na nagiging highlights ng impeachment trial po?
I don't know if it will affect the process. I don't know, no, sa punto ng mga abogado natin. Pero sa akin, I don't mind. Personal, I don't mind. May mga comments na ganun. As long as hindi ka nakaka-insulto, no? As long as hindi mo nasasaktan yung ego ng iba dyan, di ba? So, ang point lang is that I guess this is normal. This is, to me, this is acceptable. But siyempre, kung merong legal effect yan, that I do not know. Maybe we can ask our lawyer, Congresswoman Bell.
Actually, I can't say if anyone will tone down their style, but this is all the specific styles of the particular lawyer who's presenting a witness. So we had a lot of that during Attorney Kapunan, and maybe that's her personal style as a lawyer, as a litigator. So iba-iba naman po ang bawat abogado, and I'm sure ganun naman din po sa defense.
Thank you po.
Sorry po, pahabol lang, Haji po ulit. To follow up on Kong A's statement kanina na kumbaga baka masyado ng dragging or baka kaya naboboring po yung tao. Nung weekend po, may statement or sa isang interview may sinabi po si Representative Benny Abante na kung tutuusin dapat nga daw po hindi naabuti ng December yung impeachment trial. Kung siya po yung tatanungin, November po sana tapos na. Kasi ang paniwala po niya, yung first 2 articles which is yung grave threats at saka itong confidential funds sapat na raw po para kumbaga magkaroon ng conviction on the part of the Vice President. Kung kayo po tatanungin, do you share the same sentiment or tingin nyo po kumbaga hinug na talaga from the first 2 articles? Although binabanggit niya, mas maganda nga raw po kung marinig din yung tungkol sa SALN.
Ako personally, sa tingin ko mas magandang ilatag lahat, no, yung 4 na articles. At para kasi maraming nagsasabi na ito ay isang pamumulitika no, which we vehemently of course deny. Bakit? May ebidensya Di ba? Lahat itong articles na ito, nitong 4 na inilatag ng ating prosecution panel ay hindi ito haka-haka o hindi ito marites lamang dahil ito ay suportado ng mga ebidensya kagaya ng pinapakita natin ngayon, kagaya ng inilalatag ngayon. Kung natatandaan nyo, yung first article, yung grave threats and inciting to sedition, very clear yung paglatag natin ng ebidensya. In fact, hindi dininay ng kabilang panig yung ebidensyang ginamit dito sa article na ito. Dito naman sa kasalukuyang article na tinatalakay natin ngayon, very very glaring, no, yung nakikita nating documentary evidence na inilalatag ng prosecution. Ito sa aming palagay ay dapat makita at padinig sa kabuuang picture. Parang puzzle, di ba? Yung mga puzzle lahat ng pieces mahalaga. Kasi hindi mabubuo yung litrato pag kulang yung puzzle o kulang yung piece. So kaya dapat para sa akin, diretso buuin natin yung 4 na articles.
Alright. Anyway, kung wala nang question, you have any parting words or guess? Or no more? Alright, so para mabigyan ng pagkakataon makapag-prepare ang ating mga prosecutors, pinuputol po natin ngayon ang ating balita panayam. Magandang tanghali po sa ating lahat.
I just had my breakfast.
Nakatutok pa rin kayo dito sa Ang Paglilitis. Kung anong inilamig ng panahon ngayong araw, sa naman ang ininit ng unang parte ng Day 16 ng impeachment trial, narito ang mga malalaking pangyayari kaninang umaga. Opisyal mula sa Kamara na si Marivic Pareha umarap sa impeachment court kaninang umaga, pero Pareha mabilis na na-excuse matapos ma-authenticate ang mga dokumento mula sa pagdinig ng Kamara noong 2024. Impeachment Court idineklarang hostile witness si dating OVP Special Disbursing Officer Gina Acosta. Dating tauhan ng Bise, inaming si Colonel Raymond Lachica ang nagbigay ng inputs kaugnay ng pagkakagastusan ng confidential funds ng OVP. Sa puntong ito, pakibalita muna tayo sa kasamahan natin dito sa Senado mula sa live report ni Julian Bunan. Julian.
Kasama hindi nga nahadlangan ng masamang panahon, ang Senate Impeachment Court ay pagpatuloy ang Day 16 ng impeachment trial kung saan dalawa agad ang naipresenta ng prosekusyon na kanilang testigo para pa rin sa Article 1. Yan ay sina Gina Acosta at Marivic Pareha. Ayon kay Attorney Lorna Capunan, kumpara sa mga naunang testigo na inabot ng ilang araw sa pagharap ni Marivic Pareha sa witness stand, inaasahan na ng prosekusyon na magiging mabilis lang ang kanyang pagiging testigo.
Yeah, because sa previous witnesses, hindi ba, pinag-usapan yung congressional hearings. So he will be the one, at saka nag-judicial notice na eh. Nag-judicial notice na ang mga transcripts ng House hearings. So, he will identify mga other documents.
Bukod sa 3 testigo na nakaline up ngayong linggo, isinama na rin ng prosekusyon sa kanilang listahan ng mga magiging testigo para pa rin sa Article 1 si Lemuel Ortonio. Base sa mga dokumentong naipresenta sa paglilitis noong nakaraang linggo, si Lemuel Ortonio ang Assistant Secretary at Assistant Chief of Staff ng Office of the Vice President. At nang matanong namin si Prosecutor Joel Chua kung paano makatutulong si Ortonio na mapatibay ang aligasyon laban sa Bise, may naging biro si Prosecutor Chua sa media. Pakinggan natin ang kanyang pahayag.
Pantay na lang natin, ayaw naman natin pangunahan yung mga, baka mamaya masanction na kami ni SB. Last interview na kami.
Bakit po?
Baka isa-sensor na kami.
Ngayong araw ipinresenta ng prosekusyon ang kanilang unang hostile witness sa paglilitis. Ibig sabihin siya ay isang taong tinawag para magpatotoo, ngunit nagpapakita ng hayagang pagkiling, nagbabago ng kwento o hindi nakikipagtulungan sa abogadong tumawag sa kanila. Siya ay si Gina Acosta, ang Special Disbursing Officer ng Office of the Vice President. Kung matatandaan, nauna nang humarap si Acosta sa pagdinig ng House Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability noong November 25, 2024. Jing at mga kasama kung si Marivic Pareha ay naging mabilis itong pagharap sa witness stand. Ayon kay Attorney Lorna Capunan ay posibleng itong sina Gina Acosta at Edward Fajarda ay maging matagal ang pagharap sa witness stand dahil inaasahan natin na dahil sila ang nag-disburse nitong mga pondo o itong confidential fund. Sa ibang usapin naman, Jing, binigyang diin kanina ng prosecution na mahalaga na maipaliwanag ipaliwanag nila sa publiko itong proseso ng impeachment trial mula nga sa technical na aspeto nito ay mapasimple nila para lalong maintindihan ng taong bayan. Jane?
Thank you, Julian Bunag, live mula dito sa Senate. Nandito na naman tayo kasama si Attorney Reyes Dalosar. Attorney Reyes, paulit-ulit sinabi kanina sa pagpapatuloy ng testimonya ni Gina Acosta. Sinabi ni Gina Acosta na si Colonel Lachica ang mag-provide ng mga inputs para doon sa physical and financial plan kung saan gagastusin yung pera. Tapos sabi din ni Gina Acosta na walang dokumento na magpapatunay. No? So bakit tuloy-tuloy ang pagtanong ng prosecution kung ano ang naging role ni Colonel Lachica at bakit naman panay ang sagot ni Gina Acosta ay in consultation with the security officer?
Okay. So again po, gaya nga ng establish natin po kanina, ang trabaho po kasi ni Gina Acosta ay ministerial lang. Basically, disbursement of funds. Wala siyang, or kung meron man, very minimal po yung discretionary function ni Gina Acosta. So, kailangan niya po talaga ng mga expert inputs no, sa mga ibang opisina or sa ibang unit under the Office of the Vice President in order for them to determine kung sino dapat ang pag-dispersan ng funds. Pero again, Sir G, hindi po ito pwedeng lumabas or ma-approve without the concurrence of the Vice President, without the approval of the Vice President.
So, ibig sabihin, the buck still stops with the HOA, no, the Vice President. Kanina, during the press conference of the prosecution panel, merong tanong doon na dapat bang, or ipatatawag ba ng prosecution si Colonel Lachica, no, bilang testigo dito sa ongoing impeachment trial? Kung sakali ba, attorney, ano yung maaaring maging value ng kanyang testimonya dito sa ongoing na pagdinig?
Well, pwede niya i-corroborate kung ano yung mga naging nasabi na ni Gina Acosta. Pwede niya sabihin na, kami talaga yung gumawa ng plano yan, walang kinalaman si Vice President dito. Kasi, pwede nilang akuin yung lahat ng kasalanan niya. Kasi, sabi nga natin, and establish nga natin earlier, hindi naman kasi sila implicated sa impeachment. Pero you have to remember na kahit hindi sila implicated sa impeachment, pwede pa rin po silang kasuhan ng separate na criminal case. No? Kunyari, in this case, more than 50 million siya, so this can fall under plunder, which is a
For Gina Acosta?
For both.
And
for both. If na-determine talaga na meron silang direct involvement in the disbursement and the misuse of the confidential funds.
Okay. Kanina binabanggit ninyo, ang confidential fund ay hindi contingency fund. So kung ano yung nasusulat dun sa financial and physical plan, yun ang kailangan mag-reflect doon sa accomplishment report. Bakit ganun yung nature ng confidential fund? Kasi hindi ba sa experience natin, hindi ba kung minsan may plano kang pagkagastusan, kung minsan hindi nasusunod yung plano, meron palang, nung nag-canvas ka, ito yung presyo niya, pero nung gagastos ka na, iba na pala yung presyo niya. So how does this work, sir?
Okay. Unlike other sources of funds or unlike other programmed appropriations, ang confidential funds kasi ay may sarili siyang JMC or yung Joint Memorandum Circular, may sarili siyang rules na kailangan i-follow. Very clear doon sa rule na yung sa JMC na yon, yung 2015-01, na kailangan strict talaga i-follow yung financial fund. Bakit nga ba? Because you have to understand na limited lang ang pwedeng paggastusan ng confidential funds. At kung hindi mo masunod yon, basically that's already misuse. Kabilang dito, actually when you submit the physical plan, part ito na magiging isasubmit sa NEP. Before siya ma-approve as part of your agency, kailangan ma-establish mo and masabi mo talaga saan mo gagamitin yung pondo yun. Kasi if in the determination, kunyari ng DBM, or in the determination of Congress, na yung mga nilista mong plans under your physical and financial plan ay hindi pala siya magpo-fall under confidential funds or wala pala talagang use for that particular confidential funds, pwede nilang tanggilin sa agency mo yun because not all agencies are given confidential funds.
So, ibig sabihin, talagang mataas ang competence na kailangan sa pagpaplano pa lang ng confidential fund. Competence and expertise. I see.
Si Gina Acosta, hostile witness ng prosecution. Ano ba ang hostile witness?
Okay. So, hostile witnesses, Sir Jing, usually these are the witnesses who are adverse to your stance. No? For example, in the part of the prosecution, ang gusto nila i-convict si VP Sara. But makikita mo sa mga previews na mga hearings na inantenan ni Gina Acosta, ang gusto niya is ma-acquit si VP Sara. If you're going to look at the parang mga testimonies niya and mga evidence na pinisent na in-authenticate niya, this leads toward parang sinasabi niya na walang kasalanan si VP Sara. So since she's a prosecution witness and gusto ni prosecution i-prove na even if adverse yung interest ni Gina Acosta sa kanila, kailangan pa nilang ma-prove na yung mga kinalaman or mga alam ni Gina Acosta will lead to the conviction of the Vice President. Kaya may mga hostile witnesses. No, kasi usually these hostile witnesses, sila yung either may alam or directly involved sa mga transactions. And in this case, si Gina Acosta nga.
Bakit ayaw ng defense na maging hostile witness si Gina Acosta?
When you're a hostile witness po kasi nakalagay po sa rules of court, kapag hostile witness ka, allowed na po yung tinatawag natin na leading questions. Just to be clear, na sabi ni Senator Chis Escudero, bawal po talaga ang misleading questions in any part of the trial. Pero when it comes to hostile witnesses, pag dineclare na po siya ng court as a hostile witness, allowed na po yung leading questions.
Ano ba yung leading question, Attorney?
Okay po. Ibig sabihin po, pwede na pong magtanong ng yung mga yes or no questions that will provide premise and context already to the witness para i-lead mo siya to a certain narrative.
Parang kung gusto mo ng mapaamin siya.
Yes.
Mari, mahal mo ba ako? Yung tanong mo would have to go to that line of questioning para masabi niya eventually na, yes, I conclude, mahal mo ako. Ganon.
Yes, and you can only do that usually through yes or no questions. Kasi for example, sasabihin niya, di ba ikaw ang special disbursement officer, sasabihin niya, yes. Di ba ikaw yung pumirma dyan? Kilala mo ba yung mga nasa pangalan sa confidential funds? Kilala mo ba si Mary Grace Piatos? Yes or no yung tanong mo, and you will get the answer that you want. Sabihin niya na no, pwede mo pa rin siyang i-press eh. Unlike kung yung usual kasi for direct examination, open-ended question siya eh. What, when, where, how, why. Yun yung mga tanong dapat sa direct examination. Pero since allowed ang leading questions, pwede ka mag-provide ng context, pwede ka mag-provide ng premise, pwede ka mag-provide ng kahit anong naratibo na gusto mo, and walang choice si witness but to answer with a yes or no question.
Naalala ko tuloy sa Attorney Ferrer kasi nung nakaraang witness, lagi niyang dinidemand na please answer yes or no. Yes. Yung may sinasabi niyang leading questions, pero sinabi ni Attorney Kapunan, do not ask misleading questions. Tapos yung sinabi naman niya, yes, it's allowed. So nagkaroon parang ng ang aking interpretation din, no, nagkaroon ng parang kalituhan at that time kasi I think what she was pertaining to na allowed is leading questions.
Okay, just to be clear po, leading questions are generally not allowed. Leading questions. But there are exceptions. Number one, during cross-examination. So allowed siya during cross-examination and allowed siya when there is a hostile witness.
Which is happening now and happened in the previous witness.
Kaya nga nagugulo yung mga tao, bakit sa during the time ng prosecution, pinagbawalan yung yes or no question. Pero pagdating sa time na ng defense, inallow yung yes or no question because na po yun, allowed na po siya under our rules. Kasi nga po, you have to understand, pagdating po ng cross-examination, you are only allowed to ask questions that were already asked during the direct. Parang china-challenge mo lang yung mga questions na tinanong ni prosecution. And the way to do that is by using leading questions or yung mga yes or no questions.
Ano ba yung mga risks din pagka hostile witness ang kaharap mo? Kasi syempre pag sinabi mo hostile witness, doon sa kabila yan papanig.
Correct. Depende po yung sa creativity ng prosecution lawyer. That's why nga po, leading question siya kasi depende rin kung paano niya mamaniobrahin ang mga tanong in order to reach their narrative. No? So, the risk there is that hindi marunong mag-maneuver si prosecution lawyer, imbis na matulungan sila sa kaso nila kasi witness nila yun eh. Pwede naman nilang hindi i-present yun eh, pero gusto mong i-present because alam mo or meron kang hunch na nagsisinungaling yung taong yun when it comes to her testimony. So, nasa prosecution witness na yun, lawyer, kung paano niya yun na-navigate. Pero ang problema doon, and the risk there is that imbis na tulungan yung prosecution, mas mapadiin tuloy, mas matulungan tuloy yung defense na i-acquit yung tao na gusto mong i-convict.
Tapos kanina, ang halos ang bukang bibig ni Gina Acosta ay in consultation with the security officer. Ano point nun, attorney?
Well, ang ini-establish niya dito, silang dalawa lang ni La Chica ang nag-decide. never na-mention si VP Sara, di ba? Na parang we talked to or we consulted VP Sara regarding this because I feel like ang magiging naratibo ngayon, opinion ko lang to, ang magiging naratibo nila ngayon, walang direct involvement si VP Sara doon sa pag-decide kung saan gagamitin at saan i-disperse yung confidential funds.
Kaya yun ang sinasabi lagi ni Gina Acosta. Gina Acosta was the SDO of the Vice President even when she was mayor from 2019 to 2022, no? Para lang sa kaalaman ng publiko. Tapos 2022 to 2023, naging SDO siya ng Office of the Vice President. So, dala-dala ni Vice President Gina Acosta galing Davao, papuntang Office of the Vice President. No? So, kaya siya nagsasalita ng Cebuano, Bisaya. No? Pero kanina, nagkaroon ng moment na si Senator Judge Erwin Tulfo medyo nagalit dahil sabi niya, bakit dun sa GGPA hearing sa House, bakit marunong siya
Of the counsel for the parties, we shall only be holding trial given the President at 2:30 p.m. So kindly be aware of the time, Attorney Ligutan, and if at all we reach cross, kindly be aware of the time.
Hanggang 2 p.m.
Ma'am Gina, patuloy po kayo magtetestigo sa ilalim ng pareho niyong pinanumpaan kanina. Naunawaan niyo po yan?
Opo, Your Honor.
Okay. Attorney Ligutan, your witness.
Yes, sir. Pag-i-implement ng mga sinasabi niyong confidential activities. Okay, na pinagagamitan ng confidential.
Po ang itinalaga na security officer ng Office of the Vice President, Your Honor.
Yung tanong, I think, is simple.
Ma'am Gina, siya ang commanding officer ng VP-SPG. Sinabi niyo rin po na siya ang security officer ng OVP. Meron po ba siyang appointment at sweldong tinatanggap bilang security officer ng OVP? Wala po.
Hindi ko po alam, Your Honor, kung may sahod po siya. Pero ang alam ko, meron po siyang office order na siya po ang security officer ng Office of the Vice President.
Okay. Your witness, counsel?
I think the question is simple, ma'am. Sa alam nyo, sa pagkakaalam nyo, I'm not asking ano yung designation niya. I think you are more than competent to answer this question. Empleyado ba ng Office of the Vice President? And the letter on our screen.
Assistant counsels may approach.
Now,
Kindly zoom in to the relevant portion.
okay. According to this letter, ma'am, November 30, 2023, kasulat dyan na as early as July 2022, yung OVP nakapag-identify na November 30, 2023, pero nakasulat dyan as early as July. Ba sa letter na ito? Yes or no? Aware ka, hindi?
Aware po ako, Your
Now,
Honor.
in fact, aware ka rin na itong letter na ito yung tugon, reply ng OVP through Ortonio sa Audit Observation Memorandum. Aware ka rin yan, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, based sa letter na ito, ma'am, programs tsaka surveillance activities na sinasabi nyo intertwined with national security, sinasabi nyo na-identify na as early as July 2022, and you will agree with me, ma'am, kung July pa lang, 2022, andyan na yan, kailangan sinama nyo. Isinama nyo dapat yan sa Fiscal and Financial Plan para sa fourth quarter ng 2022, which you submitted December 13, 2022, months after na-identify ng office nyo yung mga specific activities. Did you get the question?
Your Honor, saan po dito yung sinabi mo na activities, Your Honor?
Ma'am, nasa screen, these programs, program goals are inextricably intertwined with matters of national security. July.
Assisting Counsel, kindly point it out on page 2.
Page 2.
Kindly point it out to the witness. What counsel is referring to?
Sir,
Okay.
ano po yung question?
Yung tanong now is, hindi ba dapat isinama nyo ito, yung mga sinasabi nyo mga specific activities sa Fiscal and Financial Plan for the fourth quarter 2022, which is dated December 13, 2022. Isinama nyo ba yan?
Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative, Your Honor.
Rephrase, counsel.
Okay.
I get the point of the objection of the counsel. Sustained.
Okay,
Kindly
now.
rephrase.
Hindi po ba those should have been reflected in the Fiscal and Financial Plan for the fourth quarter of 2022.
Same objection, Your Honor.
Ma'am Gina,
Yes, Your Honor.
bakit di nyo po sinama yung mga bagay na yan doon sa Fiscal and Financial Plan ng 2022? Kung Hulyo pa lang, may ganyan na pala, bakit hindi nyo po yan sinama sa 2022 Fiscal and Financial Plan? Fiscal and Financial Plan.
Ito po ba yung target property alleviation, threats to peace and order, and the promotion of economic development po?
Counsel?
I think the public knows whether the witness has answered the question or not. I will move on, Your Honor, please.
Move forward, counsel.
Thank you.
Thank
now, Madam, let's go to this cash encashment for the 2020 check encashment para sa 2022 confidential funds. Now, Pinapakita sa iyo ngayon yung isang cheque. May petsang December 20, 2022. Okay? As well as yung nasa likod ng checking iyan. Okay? Yung checking iyan has been previously marked as Exhibit P, I, 28, small letter A, and P, I, 28, small letter A, 1. Yung tanong, you personally encashed, ikaw mismo yung nag-encash ng 125 million pesos cash advance ng confidential funds noong December 20, 2022, correct?
Opo, sir.
And then, ma'am, na-encash mo yan only pagkatapos yung cheque maibigay sa iyo. Tama po ba? Bigay sa iyo. Tama po ba?
Yes, sir.
Tanong, kailan ba na-encash yung checking ito? Di ba? December 20, 2022?
Yes, sir.
And hindi po ba, bago ma-release yung cheque sa iyo, yung checking iyan, kailangan munang iprepara at saka dapat pirmado ng chief accountant. Tama po ba?
Ang nagpirma po.
No, ma'am. The question is, tama po ba na bago nyo ma-release, bago nyo natanggap yung checking iyan, kailangan i-prepare muna, tsaka pirmahan?
Gi-prepare po ng accountant po.
Yes. Okay now. And of course, madam, yung checking iyan, na-prepare lang, napirmahan lang, na-release sa'yo lang, only after the required disbursement voucher had been signed and approved. Tama po ba?
Opo.
If you can remember, ma'am, yung disbursement voucher na pirmahan tsaka na approved same day, December 20, 2022. Tama po ba?
Yung
Voucher.
date ng voucher
Opo.
at saka date ng cheque.
On the same day?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. In fact, yun yung disbursement voucher dated December 20, 2022, Exhibit P, I-10A. Now, yung voucher na iyan, pirmado ng VP Sara Duterte, Julieta Villa del Rey, tsaka Lemuel Ortonio. Tama po ba?
Your Honor, di ko mabasa yung after my
Assisting
name.
Counsel, kindly
Kung Ortonio po yun.
Kindly furnish Gina a copy of the disbursement voucher.
It's in her possession at the moment, Your Honor, please.
Voucher. Di kasi klaro po yung
Anyways,
perma dito. Ang maklaro ko lang dito, Your Honor, is my perma po,
Yes.
my signature, and then may perma po dito ng accountant namin. Pero yung sa gitna, hindi po kasi klaro dito, Your Honor.
Move on, Counsel.
Now, Madam, yung disbursement voucher, yung pag-prepare, pag-paperma, tsaka pag-re-release ng cheque, yung date ng cheque, tsaka yung pag-i-encash ng cheque, they all happened on the same day, December 20, 2022. Tama po ba?
Tama po, Your Honor.
How much was the amount encashed on that day? 125 million pesos, di po ba?
Yes po.
You encashed this check sa Land Bank Shaw Boulevard branch. Tama po ba?
Yes po.
Now, listen to this question now. For unusual amounts like 125 million pesos, yung bangko kailangan ma-notify yung bangko isang araw minimum or at least 2 days before ma-encash yung cheque para ma-prepare, maihanda yung cash. Ito yung na-mention ni Miss Violeta Constantino, then Department Manager ng Land Bank Shaw Boulevard, where she testified. Do you confirm this practice?
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the objection? When she testified. Do you confirm this practice?
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the objection?
The question is misleading.
But by the Land Bank, by the Land Bank Executive.
Okay? Hindi po ba? Kailangan mo notify muna yung bangko a day or two?
May we ask the prosecution to repeat the question, Your
Your Honor,
Honor?
please, I think there was a ruling.
If she knows.
Yes.
Ma'am Gina, kayo po ba ay nag-i-inform sa bangko o may kailangan po ba mag-inform sa bangko na mag-withdraw kayo ng ganito kalaking pera?
Ganito po, Your Honor, nang handa na po ang cheque, tumawag po ang aming cash division na Ma'am Gina, handa na po ang cheque at pwede mo nang ipa-encash sa bangko.
Not responsive? Okay. Now.
Continue, Counsel.
Now. By what time did you go to Land Bank on December 20, 2022?
Mga around 2 to 2:30 nakaabot dito, Your Honor.
2 to 2:30, hindi 3 p.m.
Mga ganyan na, Your Honor.
Your Honor, witness already answered.
Wait. Time just clarify because that's what she said in the hearing. Anyway, so it's 2:30, and then when confronted with another option, 3 p.m., yung sagot mo, mga ganyan. So it includes 3 p.m. Tama po ba?
Basta naabot ko dito, Your Honor, mga 2 to 2:30. Ana, Your Honor.
Alright, now, by the time you arrived at the bank on December 20, 2022, yung 125 million pesos in cash nakahanda na, di po ba, for your withdrawal?
Sa pagkaalam ko, nakahanda na kasi
Yes.
tumawag po ang aming cash division, Your Honor, na kunin ko na ang cheque at pwede na ding ipa-encash sa bangko.
Yes. Ibig sabihin, at least, na-notify ng opisina nyo yung land bank a day before December 20, 2022 na mag-i-encash kayo ng ganung kahalaking halaga. 125 million pesos sa araw na yan, December 20, 2022. Tama po ba?
Tama po, Your
Tama
Honor.
po. Now, meaning, yung land bank na-notify na ihanda yung 125 million pesos bago pa man maaprubahan ang disbursement voucher, bago pa man maihanda, mapirmahan, tsaka ma-release ang cheque sa inyo.
Objection, Your Honor, misleading. There's no testimony as regards that.
Objection is sustained, Counsel. There's no basis for that yet.
I mean, can I ask, what's the basis for them so I can
The court
reform?
already ruled.
The ground for objection, Counsel, is misleading. The basis for that question has not yet been laid. The witness did not say anything about informing the bank before the voucher or checks were prepared.
Okay, anyways, Your Honor, please, we'll move to the next point. Voucher was signed, prepared, check was signed, prepared, released to you on the same day. So, hindi ba iyon? Pag-fast track na pag-i-encash ng 125 million pesos on the same day.
Objection, Your Honor. Vague and argumentative.
Overruled. Witness may answer. Court would like to know her answer.
Argumentative.
Overruled. Witness may answer. Court would like to know her answer.
Hindi ba minadali yung pag-disburse ng disbursement voucher, pag-prepare para ng cheque, pag-i-encash on the same day, 125 million pesos? Yes or no?
Dumaan po siya sa regular na proseso namin sa office, Your Honor.
Being vague again. Now, as the SDO and Project Accountable Officer, hindi po ba na yung pagmamadaling yan, ikaw yung nag-utos yan? Tama po ba?
Hindi po ako nag-utos, Your Honor.
Okay. Sino ang nag-utos sa inyo?
Basta gi-process po yun, Your Honor, on a regular processing po, Your Honor.
Ma'am, I think I have to repeat the question, Your Honor, because she did not answer the question. Minadali, may nag-utos, when asked, sino nag-utos, sabi mo, hindi ikaw. I will ask this question again. Yung publiko are very much waiting for an answer. Sino ang nag-utos ng pagmamadali, ng pag-encash, ng checking yan, 125 million sa araw na yan?
Objection, Your Honor. Misleading.
Objection is sustained again, counsel.
now.
There is no basis. The pagmamadali did not come from the witness, counsel. It came from your question. She
Your
said
Honor, please.
it went through the regular process of their office. Whether the
Yes.
regular process of their office is that fast or whatever, it's up
Okay.
to her.
Yes, Your Honor, please. I'll now go to the next points. Now, let's go back to the time you encashed 125 million pesos. Pagkatapos ma-verify ng bank teller yung identification at saka pagkatapos i-approve yung pag-i-encash ng checking iyan, di po ba you were instructed na magpunta sa backroom ng bangko?
Objection, Your Honor. Misleading, Your Honor. The witness hasn't testified yet. The
I'm asking for
teller
confirmation.
has
It
verified.
may be leading, but it's okay to ask leading questions because this was testified to by another witness from Land
misleading.
Bank that she went to the back room.
Just to clarify, Your Honor.
Yes.
The objection is grounded on that it is misleading, Your Honor, because there's no testimony yet that the bank teller, any bank teller verified, Your Honor. There's no testimony yet from the witness, Your Honor.
No testimony. He is asking the witness on the basis of a testimony given before the court counsel by a land bank official that Gina and if I recall correctly, Colonel Lachica and or Tonyo went to the back room of the bank. And the bank officer, in fact, if I remember correctly, testified that there was a door leading to the
exit.
To another exit.
Yes,
I
Your Honor.
presume.
Yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor.
I think
That pertains to DepEd counsel.
Your Honor.
Yes.
That may be the case, Your Honor, but it hasn't yet testified by the witness. So, with due respect to the prosecution, the proper basis must be laid, Your Honor.
It already ruled.
Modify for this one, counsel.
Okay.
I stand
I will.
corrected with respect to the backdoor testimony that it connected to DepEd. I distinctly remember that, not with the OVP. I stand corrected.
Backroom, Your Honor. I'm asking for the backroom now. Isn't it? Okay. In that afternoon, you were instructed to the backroom of the bank. Di po ba?
Ano po yun?
Backroom, oo.
Bankroom.
Backroom po, backroom.
Sorry po, sir, ha?
It's okay.
Sorry po.
Attorney Ligudan, kwarto
Backroom.
sa likod o banyo?
Kwarto sa likod.
Kwarto sa...
Wala pong kwarto sa likod, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay, now. The question is simple. Saan nyo nakita yung 125 million pesos na in-encash nyo sa araw na iyon sa loob ng bangko?
Doon po sa may likod ng tiller, Your Honor.
Yan. Okay, now. Sa likod
Open
ng...
space po.
Okay. Sa likod ng...
Tiller.
Teller. Now, ma'am, can you describe for us, to give us a mental picture, how big the pile of 125 billion pesos in cold cash is? Ipa-describe.
Sorry, sir, ha? Pero dili kayo ko well-versed sa mga measurement. Pero
We will help
nakasulod siya sa... Nakalagay siya sa box.
Okay.
Ah,
Okay.
na nakabandal tag 1 million ang isa ka bandal nga nakaputos, nakabalot og cellophane na silyo pa, silyado pa. Tama po.
Sinasabi mo, ma'am, na hindi ka well-versed sa measurement. Tama po ba? Di ba? Now, I will show you a simulated representation of 125 million pesos. Sinabi mo 1,000 peso bill, di ba? Show that to the screen, please.
I'm sorry.
You tell the public, ma'am, if yung nakita mong 125 million pesos in cold cash.
Your Honor.
Wait. Not done.
Counsel, to finish the question,
Okay.
Attorney Bacuel.
Can you please confirm if the cold cash you saw 125 million pesos, do they look like that?
Your Honor.
Counsel?
Before the prosecution proceeds with the question, may we just ask as to the source of the photo and how it was generated and produced?
Yes, Counsel. Either it is distorted because the 1,000 peso bills look bigger.
Yeah, Your Honor.
Is this AI? Your Honor?
Yes, of course. That is simulated.
Okay.
Is this AI?
Wait. Because we don't have 125 million pesos in cold cash. So we had to resort to technology.
Is that, Your Honor, artificial intelligence? Is this AI?
Yes.
Generated?
Yes.
Counsels, if you will allow the presiding officer. Ma'am Gina, sabi niyo nakalagay po sa kahon, tigi 1,000 bundle. Ilang kahon po?
2, Your Honor.
Gaano kalaki po yung kahon? Gamitin niyo po yung kamay niyo. Gaano kataas po? Gaano kataas? Gaano kataas po? Yung kamay niyo po sa baba, pakipat yan para makita po namin. Ganyan kataas at ganito kalapad? Kasing lapad po ng witness stand? 125 million po yan, 2 kahong ganyan.
Opo, Your Honor.
Binilang niyo po ba? Tinanggal niyo po ba mula sa kahon o hindi na?
Tinanggal po sa kahon, Your Honor.
Pagkatanggal niyo sa kahon, binalik niyo ba sa kahon?
Hindi po, Your Honor.
Saan niyo na nilagay?
Nilagay ko po sa aking 4 na bag.
Ito po yung duffel bag.
Parang traveling bag po, Your Honor, na oblong.
Traveling bag, 4 pong gano'n.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Proceed, Your Honor.
Your witness, counsel.
Sinabi mo, ma'am, na yung 125 million pesos nakabundle into 1,000 peso bills. Sa isang bundle is 1 million pesos. Again, para sa ating mga kababayan na hindi pa nakakita, how does a 1 million pile is?
Counsel, is that an actual thing again or a reproduction?
Your Honor.
Yes, while you're showing the witness, Attorney Bakel.
May we just interpose an objection as regards presenting the witness those props, Your Honor, in as much as the parties are uncertain, the defense is uncertain as to how is that an accurate representation of what the prosecution claims to be, Your Honor.
I will ask that question, Your Honor, please.
Before I rule on the objection, yes, counsel, ask your question. And kindly don't cover Miss Gina.
I'm so sorry. Ma'am, sinabi mo, yung 125 billion pesos nakapile by 1 million peso each. Tama po ba?
Opo.
And then, yung bills ginamit is 1,000. Tama po ba? Sinabi mo, hindi ka well-versed sa measurement. Doon sabi mo, di ba? Kaya nga, ito yung simulated 10 bundles. The size is similar to 1,000 peso bills. Ma'am, yung 1 milyon, pwede niyo pong hawakan if you want. If you want lang, ha? Ay, lagi dagan, ma'am, ha? Now. Yung 1 million pesos, kamukha ba ng isang bundle na ito?
Your Honor.
Wait.
Is that your question, Attorney
Yes.
Gutan? Yes, Attorney Bakel.
Your Honor, we manifest that upon the examination of assisting counsel, these appear to be just blue-colored lengthwise papers wrapped in plastic with 10 bundles each. How is this an accurate representation of the size of
Can I
whatever
respond
the
to that?
prosecution claims to be, Your Honor? They are yet to lay the proper basis as regards this, Your
Counsel
Honor.
claims it's a mere simulation.
Yes.
If that is an objection, counsel, I will have to overrule the objection. Witness will please answer. Ma'am, parang ganyan po ba yung bundle ng tig-1,000 winidraw ninyo?
Your Honor, may I know po kung ito po ay is this 100,000?
Yes.
Is this 100,000?
I think we did
Sa
not...
pagkakaalala niyo po, kung tagi-1,000 po yan,
Yes.
10 bundle ng tagi-1,000 na ang kabuuan ay 1,000,000 sa isang balot ng plastic. Ganyan po ba yung itsura ng inyong winidraw? Yung bundle po yung bundle.
Basta nakabalot lang po siya ng silupin, Your Honor, tapos binilang po namin.
Ma'am, when you say cellophane, plastic.
Plastic.
Ito, Your Honor.
Kaya nga, so ganyan po yung size.
Oo, nakasilyo po, Your Honor.
Bagong pera po ba, lumang pera?
Bagong pera po, Your Honor.
Okay, so mga ganyan nga po yung size. Yun lang ang tinatanong sa inyo ni Attorney Ligutan. Huwag natin pag-usapan yung bigat, yung hugis.
We'll go into the weight later.
Halos ganyan po ba?
Ganito po, Your Honor, basta nakabalot po siya ng silupin.
Ma'am, kayo naman. Makita niyo naman kung
Parang
halos parehas
ganito
Para halos parehas po ba? Yun lang ganun kasimple yung tanong.
May similarity gamay, Your Honor.
Okay.
May manggod siya, lapad-lapad man ang kwarta.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Madam Witness. Ilan yan? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So, 125 of these bundles, correct? Yung nakita nyo sa hapon na yun, December 20, ng Office of the Vice President, cash, cold cash, sa hapon na yun. Tama po ba?
Ano po? 125 million po to, Your Honor, ang nakita na ko. Among giihap.
Yes.
Gibilang po namin, Your Honor.
Yeah, 125.
Your Honor.
Just to clarify, Gina, before Attorney Bakel, before I recognize you, bundle count lang po ang ginawa nyo.
Bundle count po, Your
Hindi
Honor.
nyo na po binuksan yung cellophane na sinasabi nyo, yung plastic, binilang nyo na lang po, 125 yung ganun.
Hindi na po, Your Honor. Nakasilyo po kasi siya, Your Honor.
So binilang nyo na nga lang po, 125 na ganun.
Opo, Your Honor.
Hindi na isa-isa. Hindi nyo na binilang isa-isa yung bill. 1,000.
Dili natin.
Hindi na po. Okay. Attorney Bakel, yes. What is your comment or objection?
Your Honor, may we respectfully ask if the props could already be removed, Your Honor, as it's not necessary for the testimony of the witness.
It is, Your Honor. It is.
Are you done yet with that, with your
Not yet, Your
simulation,
Honor.
counsel?
Not yet.
Okay.
Now.
Wind it up.
Yes. Now, I'm sure, Madam Witness, with your figure, kanang imong kadakon sa lawas, ma'am, you would not be able to bring witness. With your figure, kanang imong kadakon sa lawas, ma'am, you would not be able to bring yung kadami-daming 125 million pesos in cold cash na yan. Tama po ba?
Tama po.
Now, who were with you in the bank yung moment na yan?
Your Honor, ibig sabihin pa kung sinong kasama ko pagpunta sa bangko.
Yung nasa bangko na, sa loob ng bangko, kaharap, yung 125 million pesos in cold cash. Sino yung kasama mo from the Office of the Vice President kung meron man?
Your Honor, before the
Yes, Attorney
may
Bakel.
answer, Your Honor, the question of the prosecution is totally unrelated to the use of the props, Your Honor.
Your Honor,
May we
I
just
am
request,
going
Your
there.
Honor? I'm still not finished. May we just the defense respectfully requests, Your Honor, that these be removed until the relevant question is interposed, considering that the witness has the right to be respected as well in the proceedings, Your
I
Honor.
think I see, Attorney Bakel, I think the court sees well Attorney Legutan is getting to, get to it, Attorney Legutan.
Yes. Okay,
Ms.
now-
Gina, may kasama po ba kayong ibang tao mula sa OVP nung pinikap niyo yung pera?
Meron po, Your Honor.
Sino po?
Si Asik Ortonio po, Your Honor.
Okay. Attorney Legutan, your witness.
Okay, now, walang membro ng VP-SPG, okay, yung kasama nyo, yung Vice Presidential Special Protection Group, kasama nyo sa loob ng bangkong iyan. Tama po ba?
Wala, Your Honor, pero ang aming driver po ay member po ng BPSPG.
Yes, ma'am. Now, even with such large amount of money, hindi nyo naisipan na mag-request ng isang or maraming escort na sasama sa inyo sa bangko tsaka lalabas with those bills. Tama po ba?
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative.
Your Honor.
Overruled, counsel. Witness will answer.
Ang gisama ko po, Your Honor, nakisuyo po ako, nasamahan po ako ni Asik Ortonio.
Ortonio lang.
Nakiusap ka, nasamahan ka ni Asik Ortonio.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
How did you bring out of the bank yun yung that 125 million pesos?
Your Honor, po di ulitin ang question.
Okay, paano nyo inilabas ng bangko yung 125 million pesos na iyan?
May tumulong po sa akin, Your Honor.
Oh. Okay, now. Sino yung tumulong sa inyo?
Yung security ng
Okay na.
land bank po, Your Honor.
This is the question now. Okay. Yung 125 million pesos na iyan, did you put it into bags or you brought them out one by one?
Nailagay po yun sa 4 na bag, Your Honor.
4 na bag. So, hindi po hand carry lang yung bills na yan.
Hindi, Your
Okay, so
Honor.
now we will give in to what the defense wants, Your Honor, please. Having been satisfied that this person cannot bring out of the bank using her own 2 hands these bills, no, we can now. Attorney J,
Assisting counsel.
you may now remove.
Proceed, counsel.
Okay, now. You said you put them sa mga traveling bags. Ilang bags? 4 po, di ba?
4, Your Honor.
Can you describe to us yung size ng mga traveling bags na ito?
Ganito, Your Honor.
Ganyan.
Paublong.
Okay, now. Okay, paublong. I will show you now representation of 125 million pesos inside 4 traveling bags. Ito yung tanong now. Okay. 4 traveling bags with bills, 1,000 peso bills inside them. Yung hapon na yun, ma'am, maalala nyo ba, Miss Gina F. Acosta, kung yung na-withdraw nyo na 125 million pesos na isinilid nyo sa 4 traveling bags, do they look like this?
Before you answer, Gina, counsel for respondent.
Your Honor, we interpose the same objection as regards the use of AI-generated imagery, Your Honor, without laying the proper basis as to how it accurately represents what the prosecution claims to be, Your Honor.
No,
it has no basis, Your Honor.
The court will simply note the objection of counsel, and counsel, the court will also take note of your continuing objection with respect to the use of AI-generated representations.
Yeah.
of what he is asking the witness about. If it shows closely or not, what bag she used to bring out the 125 million.
Opo.
With your permission, counsel, court will note your continuing objection, the use of AI representations.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you so much.
Counsel will please, witness will please answer, Ma'am Gina, parang ganyan po ba yung apat na bag na pinaglagyan nyo?
Hindi ganyan, Your Honor, kasi ang opening niyan is round.
Opo.
Ang sa akin, ang dinala ko po na bag is pag ganun po ang zipper.
Pahaba, yung kabuuan ng bag. Okay, number 1, yun ang isang pagkakaiba. Kulay?
Kulay black.
Pareho. At apat na bag, kumasa yung 125.
Apat po na bag, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you so much. Ma'am, in putting the bills inside the bag, okay, sino ba yung tumulong sa paglalagay ng mga bills, yung 1,000 peso bills, sa mga bags na ito? Sino yung gumawa niyan?
Ako po, Your Honor, ang naglagay ng mga pera sa bag.
Alright. May membro ba ng VP-SPG na tumulong sa iyo sa paglalagay ng mga bills na yan sa bag?
Wala, Your Honor.
Then, how long did it take for you to put all the 125 million pesos into the bags?
Hindi ko maalala, Your Honor.
Maaalala niyo po ba, kasi sa kayo naglagay doon, maaalala niyo po ba gaano ba kabigat yung isang bag containing piles of 1,000 peso bills piled into 1 million each?
Basta mabigat po, Your Honor.
Mabigat. What about 30 kilograms per bag? Kung maalala mo.
Di ko exactly maalala, Your Honor.
Alright. Ikaw ba ay nagkarga ng isa sa mga 4 bags na ito?
Wala, Your Honor.
So sino yung nagkarga?
Bali, ganito po. Yung ang pera ay nandiyon na sa lahat na nailagay na po sa apat na bag. Sa dihang on a while na ilabas ko na po, Your Honor, tumulong po sa akin ang dalawang security guard, Your Honor. Ginano nila, Your Honor, papunta sa entrance ng bangko kung saan naghintay po ang aming sasakyan, Your Honor. Tapos ako, Your Honor, nagtanaw sa duha ka security, Your Honor.
Alright. Now, what about Libel Ortonio? Ano ba yung ginawa niya kung meron man sa paglalabas ng 4 bags containing 125 million pesos in cold cash? May naitulong ba si Ginoong Libel Ortonio?
Wala po, Your Honor.
Wala. Again, walang escorts, no request for escort. Di po ba?
Wala, pero ang amo ang driver, Your Honor, is a member of VP-SPG.
Isang driver?
Duha, Your Honor.
2 drivers. Okay. Aside from these 2 drivers, yung tanong ko is, aside from the 2 drivers, walang ibang membro ng VP-SPG?
Ask and answer, Your Honor.
Ask and answer, counsel.
What time did you leave the bank?
Ano, Your Honor?
Anong oras kayo lumabas ng bangko?
Di ko exactly maalala, Your Honor.
Hindi mo maalala. Now, galing sa trolley, di ba? Papunta ng mga sasakyan. Okay? Sino yung nag-transfer ng mga bags na yan?
Misleading, Your Honor. There's no testimony as to the trolley.
I did hear trolley as well, counsel.
I will reform, Your Honor. Now, sino ba yung nag-transfer galing sa bangko papuntahan sa sasakyan, okay, ng 4 bags na yan?
Ask and answer, Your Honor.
Attorney Gina, with the indulgence of counsels, sabi niyo wala kayong binuhat sa apat na bag, tama po?
Wala po, Your Honor.
Wala rin binuhat si Ginoong Ortonio sa apat na bag.
Wala sab, Your Honor.
Ang nagbuhat, 2 security guard ng bangko.
Sila po ang tumulong sila, Your Honor.
Tig 2 bag ang binuhat nila o may trolley silang ginamit?
Di kayo ko ka-remember kung nagamit sila og trolley, or ang ma-remember ko, Your Honor, gidrag nila ang 2 ka bag. Tapos,
2 bag kada guard.
opo, Your Honor.
Isahang labasan yung 4 na bag.
Sabay po sila, Your Honor, at nandun po ako, Your Honor, nagsunod-sunod sa ila, nagtanaw, Your
Okay.
Honor.
Okay. Your
Alright.
witness, counsel.
Now, so, paano nyo transfer, dinala, yung 4 bags na yan galing Land Bank Shaw Boulevard papunta sa pinuntahan nyo after that?
Gisakay.
Sinakay sa
Amo ang service, Your Honor.
service. Pag sinabing service, ibig yung sabihin, sasakyan.
Opo.
Ilang sasakyan kung meron man?
2, Your Honor.
Kaninong sasakyan yung pinagsakyan ng perang iyan?
Sa OBP, Your Honor.
OVP. Sumakay ka ba sa similar sa parehong sasakyan together with Lemuel Ortonio?
Ako nagsakay sa isang sasakyan, Your Honor. Tapos si Ortonio po nagsakay sa isang sasakyan, Your Honor.
Kaya saan kayo nagpunta after that?
Nagpunta po kami sa office po ng OBP.
Office of the Vice President. Anong oras kayo dumating doon? If at all?
Nakaabot mi dito mga 4.
Umabot kami doon
plus
at 4.
konti.
Okay, 4 or 4 o'clock ng konti?
4 plus ng
4 plus
hapon.
ng hapon. 4 plus ng hapon. Who assisted you, kung meron man, in transferring the bags from the cars to the office of the Vice President? Kung meron man.
Pagdating ko doon sa Port Law, Your Honor, sa office po kasi namin, meron pong talagang naka-duty na mga BPSPG. So, nang naka-arrive na kami sa Fort Law, Your Honor, open ang car, tapos nakita ng BSPG na nag-action ako na kunin ang bag. Nakita nila na dili ko kaya. Tumulong po ang 2 BPSPG, Your Honor, na ang bag makuha doon sa sasakyan, tapos ilagay namin sa trolley.
And then?
Tapos sakay na kami, Your Honor, sa elevator na hindi tao ang sumasakay. Ano yung service elevator, Your
Service
Honor.
elevator.
Sakay
Okay,
na
now.
kami.
Saan nyo dinala yung pera?
Dinala ko po sa aking extension office, Your
Extension
Honor.
office. Yung 4 traveling bags.
Opo, Your
Now,
Honor.
ito yung tanong now, Madam Witness. Hindi po ba, noong November 25, 2024, Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability hearing, sinabi nyo dun, please show the TSN, that's right after encashment, pagkatapos pong ma-encash yung 125 million pesos, tinawagan mo sino?
CSO officer, Your Honor.
Colonel Lachica.
Lachica.
To quote, sinabi mo doon, you called him and you told him na eto na yung, ready na yung 125 million pesos. Tama po ba?
Sinabihan ko po siya, Your Honor, na na-encash ko na po ang cheque for the confidential funds.
Yes, ma'am. Question. Ikaw yung special disbursing officer. Ikaw yung nag-prepare ng confidential, yung physical financial plan. Hindi mo masabi kung empleyado ba. Hindi mo masagot-sagot yung napakasimpleng tanong kung empleyado ba si Colonel Lachica. The question is, why did you have to call Colonel Lachica to inform him, Colonel Lachica, ready na ang 125 million pesos? Bakit?
Kasi po, may instruction po sa taas, Your Honor, ng aking head of agency na kung ma-encash ko po ang cheque, i-release ko po kay Sir Lachica, kinsa iyang gi-designate nga special officer po, a security officer po sa Office of the Vice President na siya i-order, Your Honor.
Okay, ma'am. Sabi mo, tinawagan. sino ba ang head of agency na nag-utos sa'yo as the special disbursing officer na ibigay yung 125 million pesos in cold cash sa isang security officer, Colonel Raymond Dante Lachica?
Ang nag-utos po sa akin na i-release ang pera na 125M sa security officer na si Colonel Lachica ay si Ma'am Sara Duterte.
You turned over 125 million pesos to Colonel Lachica precisely para siya yung mag-disburse ng 125 million pesos for the supposed confidential activities ng Office of the Vice President. Tama po ba?
Misleading, Your Honor.
What?
Why is it misleading, Counsel?
Your Honor, the witness has yet to testify on anything that the
I'm leading her.
question is premised on, Your Honor.
Overruled, Counsel. Witness said that she was instructed by the head of agency, the Vice President, to give the money to, anong word ginamit niyo, ma'am? Transfer?
Release.
Release. To release the money to Colonel Lachica. Proceed, Counsel.
Now, hindi po ba na nag-testify ka rin sa November 25, 2024 Committee on Good Government hearing na binigay mo yung 125 million pesos kay Colonel Lachica kasi si Lachica lang yung may alam, siya lang yung may alam on how to implement yung confidential activities. Di po ba?
Yes po.
Yes
Siya
po.
po ang expert.
Oh, wait. You can explain po later, ma'am, ha? Okay,
Sorry
now.
po.
And you only came to know that Colonel Lachica knows how to implement the confidential activities. Nalaman nyo lang na si Colonel Lachica yung may alam paano i-implement yung confidential activities precisely because yun yung sabi sa inyo ni VP Inday Sara Duterte. Tama po ba?
Kasi po ang security...
Ma'am, with all due respect po, pwede pong sagutin ng yes or no without explanation. Ma'am, I will allow you, pero po ba, pwede po bang sagutin po muna? Yes or no? I will allow you to explain.
Your Honor, the witness is answering, Your Honor. May the witness be allowed to finish her answer?
She already started answering, Counsel. Let her answer and you can continue with your direct. Kindly answer, pakisagot po, Ma'am Gina. Yung katanungan.
Your Honor, may I request to repeat the question, Your Honor?
Ulit na lang po, Attorney Ligutan.
Nalaman mo na si Colonel Lachica yung may alam paano i-implement yung confidential activities. Kasi nga, yun yung sabi sa inyo ni VP Sara Duterte. Tama po ba?
Yes, siya po ang security officer na sinabi ni Bise Presidente.
Alright, now, I'm showing you yung transcript, page 140 this time. Do we have it? Page 140. Tanong sa inyo, Representative Luis Rodel, why did you give all the money to Colonel Lachica? Yung sagot nyo was, because po may utos po ni Ma'am Inday Sara na sa kanya po i-release kasi siya po ang nakakaalam kung paano po i-implement ang mga programs and activities in line po sa confidential activities. You confirm that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Madam, since si Lachica yung may alam paano i-implement yung project under confidential funds, siya din yung nag-implement ng mga confidential activities. This time, ma'am, hindi na 2022. This time, for 2023, correct?
Same question, Your Honor.
Okay, I will repeat the question. Since sabi mo, ipinabigay ni VP Sara yung pera kay Lachica kasi siya yung may alam paano i-implement yung confidential activities. Okay, now, yung tanong is, si Colonel Lachica din, yung nag-implement ng lahat ng confidential activities, this time, ma'am, para sa taong 2023. Tama po ba?
Tama po, Your
Tama
Honor.
po. Now, This is the question now. You will agree that handling tsaka yung pagdi-disperse ng 500 million pesos na pera ng bayan, ma'am, pondo ng bayan, hindi iyan trabaho ng isang security officer kagaya ni Colonel Lachica. Tama po ba?
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the objection?
Counsel, what's the objection?
Your Honor, the objection is grounded that it's argumentative and it calls for a conclusion, Your Honor.
Kindly modify, counsel. It is
Okay, now.
argumentative. You can modify and get
Yes,
the
ma'am.
response you want from the witness.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. Now, Madam Witness, hindi po ba na base sa paragraph 3.27 ng Joint Circular 2015, please flash that one, yun yung trabaho ng isang security officer, refers to a personnel who by reason of his duty or employment has been officially designated to have access to security information. Tanong, andyan ba dyan nakasulat na po pwedeng yung isang security officer yung mag-i-implement ng confidential activities tsaka yung magdi-disburse ng confidential funds ng isang ahensya like the Office of the Vice President?
Same objection, Your Honor. Argumentative and calls for a conclusion.
If she knows, counsel, because she answered that she based her actions on the based on JC 2015-1. Ma'am Gina, pakisagot po yung tanong. Bahagi po ba ng trabaho ng security officer ayon sa Joint Circular ang tumanggap ng confidential at mag-implement ng confidential funds?
Siya po ang may alam, siya po ang eksperto, Your Honor, sa pagpatupad po ng confidential operation and activities, Your Honor. Kasi siya po ang may access when it comes to national security, Your Honor.
Ayon po kanino, ma'am? Ayon sa Joint Circular, ayon sa interpretasyon nyo, o ayon sa utos sa inyo?
Ayon po sa Joint Circular, Your Honor.
Saan po sa Joint Circular? Alam niyo po?
At saka, ayon po sa utos ng Head of Agency, kasi meron po siyang security officer na order, Your Honor.
Counsel, your witness.
Of course, iisa-isahin natin yan. Sinabi mo na sa Joint Circular, yung basihan, na po pwede yung security officer, okay, mag-disburse ng confidential funds. Ma'am, I will give you all the time you will need. Basahin. 2015 circular. Saan dyan? Saan dyan makikita yung sinasabi mong pwedeng security officer yung maggasta, disburse ng confidential funds?
Your Honor, based po sa aking nalalaman sa GC, ako po ang special disbursing officer. Ang gawain ko po, Your Honor, is to disburse. Pero ang pag-implement po ng mga confidential operation activities in related to confidential funds, yan po ay saklaw po sa trabaho po ng isang security officer kasi wala po akong alam, di ako eksperto, Your Honor, sa pagpatupad ng various confidential activities or operations on the grounds, Your Honor.
Okay, I will tailor, I'll make this narrower. Yung pagdi-disperse, yung pagbabayad, paggagamit ng confidential funds, based sa circular, trabaho ba yan ng isang security officer?
As in answered, Your Honor.
If wala pa,
Overruled. Witness will please answer.
Ano po yan?
trabaho po ba ng isang ng isang security officer yung paggamit ng confidential funds, pag-disburse ng confidential funds, trabaho po ba yan based sa circular?
Basta ang trabaho ko, Your Honor, ako po ang disbursing officer, Your Honor. Ang pagpa-implement po ng various confidential activities in relation po sa confidential fund, Your Honor, ay saklaw po sa trabaho ng security officer, Your Honor. Kasi
Ma'am Gina.
confidential po yun, Your Honor.
Ma'am Gina, ang tanong po, trabaho ba ng security officer gastusin, i-release, ilabas yung confidential fund na dinisburse po ninyo? Kung oo po, saan sa joint circular nakalagay yun?
Ano yun, sir?
Trabaho po ba ng security officer gastusin yung nirelease yung confidential fund? Iba po yung implement. Siyempre, siya yung magagawa ng surveillance. Siyempre, siya po yung kukuha ng mga operative na sa intelligence. Pero yung paggastos po, trabaho po ba ng security officer gastusin yung dinisburse ninyong confidential fund?
Hindi po, Your Honor. Trabaho po yung ng disbursing officer, Your Honor. Pero, pag na-release ko na po ang pera sa kanya, Your Honor, pinareceive ko sa kanya, Your Honor, magbigay po siya sa akin ng utilization report, Your Honor. Yun po ang signed or evidence, Your Honor, na nagawa, na-implement na po niya, Your Honor, ang mga various confidential activities or operations, Your Honor, sa ground kasi siya po ang expert, Your Honor.
So, sa pananaw po ninyo, ang ginamit niyo pong salita, release.
Yes,
Yung
Your Honor.
pag-release po niyo ng pera kay Colonel Lachica, dapat i-liquidate na po niya yun?
I-liquidate po niya, Your Honor, after po, matapos po ang pagpa-implement ng various confidential activities po sa ground, Your Honor. Kasi siya po ang eksperto, Your Honor.
Pero siya po ang gumastos ng pera sa iba't ibang nakatanggap ng confidential fund. Tama po.
Ano yun, Your Honor?
Siya po ang gumastos ng pera at nag-abot ng pera sa iba't ibang pinagbigyan niya base sa intelligence at confidential operations niya. Tama po ba?
Siya po, Your Honor, kasi siya po ang may alam kung paano po i-implement ang mga confidential operations activities, Your Honor. Kasi confidential po yun, Your Honor.
Hindi po ba
akong
sang-ayon sa joint circular, kayo dapat ang nagdi-disburse direkta sa beneficiary o recipient?
Hindi naman po sinabi, Your Honor, na ako ang magpunta doon sa ground, Your Honor. Kasi wala po akong alam, Your Honor, kung ipapatupad. Wala po akong security, wala po akong access, Your Honor, sa tinatawag na national security information, Your Honor.
Huling katanungan po kaugnay nito bago ko ipasa kay Atty. Lagutan. Sa pananaw niyo po ba, sa pag-release niyo kay Colonel Lachica, recipient si Colonel Lachica ng confidential fund o ginampanan po niya yung tungkulin niya sa pag-disburse lamang?
Nalibog ko. I'm sorry.
Recipient po ba si Attorney Lachica, si Colonel Lachica, o tagapagbigay lang siya ng perang nirelease niyo sa kanya?
Wait.
Yung pera po ba'y tinanggap ni Colonel Lachica para sa sarili niya?
Hindi, Your Honor.
Tinanggap po niya para ipamigay sa ibang tao?
Tinanggap po niya, Your Honor, para po, Your Honor, sa mga gastusin in relation po sa pagpatupad ng confidential activities or operations, Your Honor. Kasi siya po ang may alam, Your Honor, at saka confidential in nature po, Your Honor.
So sa pananaw po ninyo, hindi siya recipient, si Colonel Lachica?
Yun po ang explanation ko sa iyo kanina, Your Honor.
Hindi nga po siya recipient?
Dili, Your Honor.
Okay.
Dili is hindi. Now, you said,
Attorney Lagutan,
you said that you gave the 125 million pesos to Colonel Lachica, siya yung nag-disburse. Sabi mo kanina, una, kasi yun yung nakasulat sa Joint Circular 2015-01. And then, sabi mo, and that not only that, sinabi mo rin, kasi yun yung utos ng head of agency, si VP Inday Sara. Now, you were asked saan sa circular nakasulat na po pwedeng mag-disburse ng confidential funds. Isang security officer, hindi mo mahanap. Tama po ba? Tama po ba, ma'am? Yes or no? Yes or no? This is a premise to the next question, Your Honor.
Witness may answer, counsel.
Yes or no?
Pakisagot po, Ma'am Gina. Kung hindi niyo po naunawaan, paulit niyo po yung
Wala sa Circular 2015-01, nakasulat dyan, na po pwedeng si Colonel Lachica, a security officer, yung mag-disburse ng confidential funds. Wala dyan. Wala dyan. Yes or no?
Wala, Your Honor.
Wala. So therefore, we are left with only the remaining reason why you gave the confidential funds. to Colonel La Chica. Kasi yan. You said yung pangalawang rason.
Hindi, dalawang rason po ang ibig sabihin ko, sir.
Okay, ma'am, no question yet. Hindi po tayo nag-aaway.
Yes po.
You gave the 125 million pesos kasi utos ni VP Sara sa'yo. Tama po ba?
Isa po yan sa rason, sir.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Despite nothing
Let the witness
in the
answer.
circular. Yes or no?
Argumentative and ask and
I
answer,
will ask
Your
this
Honor.
question.
Please answer the question, Madam Witness. It's quite easy to answer.
Unsa to, sir?
Despite
Ano
not
po?
being in the circular na po pwedeng sila chika yung mag-disburse ng confidential funds, binigay mo pa rin sa kanya. Tama po ba?
Dili na ko ihatag, Your Honor, kung wala siya gi-appoint nga security officer, Your Honor.
Or
That's
is
her
it
interpretation, Counsel.
Yes.
That's her interpretation and reason why she gave it to Colonel Achika.
Or is it because you cannot dare question the Vice President's instruction?
Objection, Your Honor,
There is
argumentative.
more than
I
willing to
would
answer that.
sustain it because it was asked and answered already. She gave two reasons, Counsel. Number one, that Colonel Achika is the one who knows how to implement it. Tama po. And number two, dahil inutos sa kanya ng Vice President bilang head of agency. Tama po, Ma'am Gina?
Tama po, Your
Yun
Honor.
po yung dalawang rason ba't niyo binigay kay Colonel Achika.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Now, Madam Witness, I'm showing you now a video, okay, where you said you entrusted the confidential funds in the amount of 125 million pesos to a security officer because the Vice President directed you to do so, and you merely complied. Can we play that?
Comply?
Wait po. Wala pa po. Wala pang question.
Sorry. Sorry po.
It's okay po. No need to be sorry po.
Counsel, you have 3 minutes. Is this your last
Yes, Your Honor.
question
Last
for the afternoon?
For this afternoon. Let's play it.
And then, since part of your job as a special disbursing officer is the disbursement of this amount, please enlighten us. Paano nyo po ginastos, ibinayad, inirelease itong 125 million pesos?
Ganito po ang nangyari, ma'am. Nang ma-encash na po ang kwarta, ang pera ay ang cheque, nag-inform po ang aking head of agency na i-release ko po sa aming security officer. So while on the way na po ako papuntang office, I called up the security officer informing him na na-encash ko na po ang cheque.
You informed the security officer?
Yes po, ma'am.
Can you please mention the name of the security officer? Si Colonel Nolasco din ho ba yan?
Hindi po, ma'am.
Sino po yan?
Si Colonel La Chica po.
Colonel La Chica. Can you please enlighten the committee? Sino po ba si Colonel La Chica?
Si Colonel La Chica po ay, siya po ang ground commander ng aming BPSPGs na na-assign po sa Office of the Vice President.
Okay. So you informed Colonel La Chica that you have encashed already the check.
Yes,
How
ma'am.
about the physical handing of the money? Kailan po nangyari yan?
December 20 din po.
Magkano po ang binigay nyo kay Colonel La Chica?
Binigay ko po sa kanya lahat ang 125 million po.
At saan po dinala ni Colonel La Chica?
Yan ang hindi ko na alam, ma'am.
Sandali lang po. Anong oras po ba kayo nakabalik sa OVP?
Mga around 4 p.m.
4 p.m.
Opo.
How long did it take you?
I think that's it, Counsel.
Okay? Let's go to a next video for this point, Your Honor, please. That is, can we show it?
Million po.
You were able to check if the items and the amounts provided in the object of expenditure total to 125 million. You checked that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Tanong, Ms. Acosta, what gave you the confidence? Ano ang nagbigay sa inyo ng lakas ng loob na ibigay ang buong 125 million kay Colonel Lachica, considering that he is not the accountable officer, because it is you who is the accountable officer?
May approval po kay Ma'am Inday Sara.
And without the approval of the Vice President, will you give that to Colonel Lachica?
Hindi po.
Do you know Colonel Lachica?
Yes po.
Okay. And lastly, last point, Your Honor, please. At TSN, page 137 of the TSN, marked as P1, PI 1G for the prosecution, please. That will be the last item for this afternoon for the prosecution. Show it, please. Do you trust Colonel Lachica, Representative Luistro, Acosta? I trust Lachica. I trust Lachica kasi ginatrust po siya ng aking head of office, Inday Sara, Representative Luistro. In other words, the only reason why you're giving your trust to Colonel Lachica is because of the instruction of the Vice President. Ms. Acosta, yes ma'am. Luistro, tama mo ba? Acosta, yes ma'am. Luistro. Without the instruction of the Vice President, you will never give the entire amount of the 125 billion pesos to Colonel Lachica. Ms. Acosta, what was your answer to that question?
Yes, sir.
Basahin mo.
Yes, ma'am.
That will be all for the prosecution this afternoon.
But you will still continue with your direct tomorrow, Counsel?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thereafter, we will proceed with the cross of counsel for respondent. Ma'am Gina, pansamantala po kunyong pagpapaliban yung inyong testimonya. Balik po kayo bukas, ha?
Opo, Your Honor.
Kung maaari po, yan ang nasa bisa pa rin ng parehong sabinang inisyo po namin para po hanggang sa bukas. Para ipagpatuloy po nyo inyong testimonya sa hukumang ito.
Yes,
Okay
Your
po, ma'am?
Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. You're excused, ma'am. Pwede na po
Salamat
kayong bumaba
po.
sa
Salamat
witness
po.
stand. Just for some administrative matters, the court is in receipt of a 13 August letter of Mr. Lemuel Ortonio asking for leave or to be excused from attending the hearing this week because he is going to take a scheduled psychologist licensure exam administered by the PRC. Given that we are not yet through with Ms. Gina Acosta, and we still have witness Eduardo Fajarda. Court finding merit in the request and good faith on the part of Ortonio hereby grants the request of Mr. Ortonio so that he can take his licensure exam this week. The court will, however, inform him in advance that we will be issuing a subpoena for him to attend this hearing on Monday after he shall have taken his licensure exam. And a second matter, for the information of the senator, judges, and the parties, the clerk of court has completed the comparison of the acknowledgement receipts marked as exhibits by both parties. Based on the acknowledgement receipts so far submitted, it appears that there are 3,616 common acknowledgement receipts, 2,666 pertaining to the Office of the Vice President, and 950 pertaining to the DepEd. All ARs are marked by the counsel for the respondent, have corresponding ARs from the panel of prosecutors. We note, however, that out of the total of 4,492 acknowledgement receipts of the prosecution, 876 have no counterpart acknowledgement receipts from the respondent. We shall be furnishing both parties with a copy of the Clerk of Court's findings as well as the Senator Judges for your information and reference. Forgive us, given the inclement weather, we will be adjourning session early in the Senate also by instruction of the Senate President. That's why we're adjourning trial again. Also, a bit earlier today. We will see you tomorrow unless trial is canceled or unless session is canceled due to inclement weather. For the meantime, there being no other business to be taken up, trial is hereby adjourned until tomorrow, August 18, at 10 o'clock in the morning.
Sa Day 16 ng paglilitis ng Bise Presidente, humarap sa impeachment court si Marivic Pareha mula sa Legislative Information Resources Management Department ng Kamara. Sumalang din si Gina Acosta, ang dating Special Disbursing Officer ng Office of the Vice President. Mabilis lang na humarap si Marivic Pareha sa impeachment court dahil inauthenticate lang niya ang mga dokumento galing sa House of Representatives. Samantala naman, inamin naman ni Gina Acosta ni si Colonel Raymond Lachica ang nagbigay ng inputs kaugnay ng pagkakagastusan ng confidential funds ng Office of the Vice President.
Ayon din sa witness, tinanggap niya ang mga liquidation report ni Colonel Lachica dahil siya ang umano'y eksperto sa paggastos ng confidential funds ng Office of the Vice President. Bago tinuloy sa hapon ang sesyon, inanunsyo ni Presiding Officer Senator Bise Escudero na hanggang 2:30 p.m. lamang ang Day 16 dahil sa masamang lagay ng panahon. Ganun pa man, hindi nito napigilan ang prosecution team na ituloy ang pagtatanong sa witness ukol sa nalalaman niya sa confidential funds. Dito ibinahagi ng witness ang proseso ng pag-encash ng 125 million pesos.
At kinumpirma nga ni Acosta na siya ang nag-encash ng cheque mula sa Office of the Vice President. Anya, nasa loob ng box o kahon at nakabundle ng tig-1 milyong piso. Ang 125 million pesos na na-encash para sa OVP. Naglabas ang prosekusyon ng fake money para ma-simulate ang itsura ng 125 million pesos na na-encash niya para sa OVP. Sinabi niya na kasama niya sa pagkuha ng na-encash na confidential funds si Assistant Chief of Staff ng OVP, Lemuel Ortonio. Binulgar din ni Acosta na inutusan umano siya ng bise na i-release ang 125 million pesos kay former Vice Presidential Security and Protection Group Colonel Raymond Lachica dahil siya ang umano'y nakakaalam kung paano i-implement ang mga programa at mga aktibidad na paggagamitan ng confidential funds.
Marami nangyari sa patapos ng Day 16 ng impeachment trial ng Vice Presidente para bigyan linaw ang ilang issue. Makakasama natin ulit ang ating guest legal analyst na Attorney Reyes Del Rosario. Attorney Reyes, no? Medyo madami tayong pag-uusapan. No? Pero ako, ang unang tanong ko sa inyo, ang sabi ni Gina Acosta dahil inassign daw ni Vice President si Colonel Lachica na pwedeng siya ang tumanggap ng pera, tama daw yung pagbigay niya ng pera kay Colonel Lachica.
Bawal po yun. Klaro-klaro po sa GMC Circular that only the Special Disbursement Officer can distribute the funds. So kunyari ako si SDO, kailangan diretso sa intended beneficiary. Kunyari ako si SDO, kailangan diretso ko siya binigay kay Mary Grace Piatos, kay Matthew Queso, kung sino pa man.
Kaya ang tanong ni SP sa kanya, sa SP ni Presiding Officer sa kanya, si Colonel Lachica ba ang recipient? Siya ang recipient? So, ang ibig sabihin ng tanong na yon, siya ba yung makikinabang ng pera? Hindi yung siya ba ang mag-distribute ng pera? Magkaiba yun. Ang nakinabang dapat ng pera, yung informant. Ang magdi-distribute dapat ng pera, yung SDO, yung Special Disbursing Officer, na si Gina Acosta.
Ang katwiran niya, Attorney Reyes, no? Dahil si Colonel Lachica raw yung may expertise no
May
pagdating sa
expertise.
security no operations ng confidential use noong pondo, kaya siya yung nag-disburse. Ano ba yung pwede niyang pasayan doon? Kasi napansin din namin na iba yata yung pagkakaunawa ni Miss Gina Acosta doon sa JMC. And what does that also say about her as the SDO of the OVP?
Well, pwede naman kasi yun na humingi siya ng listahan mula kay General Lachica, Colonel Lachica, kung sino yung mga bibigyan ng confidential funds, and may mga specifications yun. O ito, si Mary Grace Piatos, ganitong amount, and ito yung reason kung bakit magdi-disburse tayo ng funds sa kanya. Tapos ito yung magiging documentation, kailangan ng acknowledgement receipt, and kailangan ng proof of success na tama yung information na binigay niya and nagamit talaga for confidential operations. Now, going back to your question, Ma'am Trisha, questionable din sa akin na kasi si Gina Acosta ay SDO ng ilang taon na sa Davao City pa lang. Until ngayon, kung papakinggan mo siya, it seems like hindi niya naiintindihan kung ano yung nakalagay sa JMC.
Pero parang iba yung kanyang demeanor nung tinatanong siya sa House.
Yes.
Hindi ba? So ito ba yung nagiging isang risk din na pagiging isang hostile witness?
Yeah. I feel like may implication din na trial court na kasi to. Yung sa House kasi it was just the preliminary investigation. So baka mas confident si Gina Acosta na mag-express o magsabi ng quote-unquote katotohanan rather than it being in the impeachment trial court, because you can already be subjected to contempt. Pero na kasi mga implications to, pwede ka na ma-perjury, etc.
The other reason why she gave it to Colonel Lachica is utos daw ito ng Vice President. Now, as a special disbursing officer, pwede ba niyang tanggihan ng Bise Presidente at sabihin, ay hindi, trabaho ko to na ibigay dun sa talagang sinasabi ng ng regulasyon. Pero with Vice President being the head of the agency, discretion niya na iutos kay Miss Acosta yung ibigay kay Colonel Lachica.
Pero Miss Jasmine, kung may utos ba sa'yo na alam mong illegal, gagawin mo pa rin ba? I mean, at the end of the day kasi siya yung may ipit, if ever. Kasi part siya noong illegal na proseso na ginawa, kahit inutos yun ni Vice President, pwede kasi sabihin na accomplish siya ng Vice Presidente when that particular crime was committed.
Okay, let's say na hindi niya alam. You were saying baka hindi niya alam yung JMC, no? So, ano ang accountability niya? At kahit hindi niya alam, dapat alam ng HOA, di ba? Ng head of agency, na yung special disbursing officer lang ang may karapatan legally na mag-abot ng pera sa recipient. No? Alam dapat ng HOA yun. Pero in this case, yung HOA, yung Vice President, inutos niya dun sa SDO niya na iabot kay Colonel Lachica. So kung walang accountability, si SDO, yung HOA ba may accountability?
Definitely, kasi siya yung signatory sa lahat ng mga dokumento ito. And klaro-klaro sa JMC na lahat ng decision pertaining to confidential funds kailangan ng approval ng head of agency.
Kanina, Attorney Reyes, napansin ko na gumamit ng mga props, no, yung ating prosecution team, no, sa pagkuha ng testimonya mula kay Miss Gina Acosta. Gumamit din sila ng mga images, no, to somehow simulate yung mga bag. Ano yung significance and relevance noon, Attorney, na gumamit ng mga ganong, kumbaga, tools, no, for the testimony of the witness?
Ako, much more than it being an evidence in court, I think ang pinaka-importante dito is makita ng publiko. Magiging tangible para sa mga publiko, because parang ano lang yun it's just a big concept. Sabihin mo, nagnakaw si Sara, example lang to kunyari, nag-misuse si Sara Duterte ng 125 million confidential funds. For us, it's just a figure, it's just a number. Pero kung may visual representation tayo na ito po ang 125 million, papasok sa utak natin, ay, ang dami pala talaga. Because
toong pera pala ang pinag-uusapan.
Correct, toong pera pala to. Kasi ako, in person, hindi pa ako nakakita ng, for example, kung ako yung isang mamamayan na nanonood, in person, hindi pa ako nakakita ng 1 million So much more kung 125 million, ganyan pala yung itsura. So that becomes tangible now, and that becomes real for ordinary Filipinos who are watching right now.
I see.
Yung 1 million, 1 kilo So 125 kilos yun. So yun yung tinatanong kanina ng prosecution. So kung 4 na bag, 30 kilos ang isang bag. 30 kilos is around 60-65 pounds. Ang isang sakong semento, 90 pounds. So mabigat.
And that's money that siguro majority, 90% of Filipinos will not be able to see in their lifetime.
Yeah.
No, so parang kumbaga iisipin natin itong perang to ginastos lamang within a span of a few days. Di ba? For a person, sobrang siguro nga for a whole barangay, baka kaya na itong pakainin during their lifetime.
Madami pwede paggamitan. In fact, gumawa kami ng report kung saan pwede gamitin yung 125 billion pesos. Makikita nyo po yun sa YouTube, sa ang paglilitis, yung mga report namin na kung anong katumbas ng 125 billion pesos sa buhay ng ordinaryong Pilipino. Pero kanina, lumabas din sa testimonies na pag-encash ni Gina Acosta nung cheque galing sa bangko, tinawagan agad niya si Colonel La Chica. And tinanong ng prosecution, bakit niya tinawagan kagad? Is that unusual?
Well, tinawagan niya kagad because the order of the Vice President was to disburse the money to La Chica.
La Chica.
So parang sinasabi niya na siguro, well, ano ko lang to, sinasabi niya na, nandito na yung pera, kunin mo na or it's already available for your disbursement, parang gano'n. Which is supposedly not legal pag dating sa JLC.
Tapos kanina, nung pilinay nila yung hearing ng House Committee, ng Quad Committee, doon sa testimony niya doon, sabi ni Gina Acosta, tinanong siya ni Jervil Luistro. Sabi sa kanya, nung inabot mo yung pera kay Colonel La Chica, saan niya dinala? Ang sagot niya, hindi ko na alam kung ano nangyari sa pera. Yun ang sagot niya. Pero ang sagot niya ngayon is parang si Colonel La Chica kasi nakakaalam dahil siya ang security officer, pumunta yan doon sa programs. So parang medyo iba. Ngayon medyo alam na niya kung saan napunta. Yung sagot niya sa house, sabi niya, hindi ko alam kung ano na nangyari sa pera.
Yeah, you have to remember, sir, 2 years na po yung gap from the time na nangyari yung interview niya sa House Committee panel at ngayon, 2 years na po yung nangyari. Marami pong pwedeng mangyari within that.
So ano nangyari? Mas madami siya naalala ngayon?
Mas madami siyang naalala ngayon or meron na nagturo sa kanya kung anong dapat sabihin.
Okay.
Sir, kanina kasi, well, looking forward, no, baka kasi ang gawin ng defense is to isolate the Vice President from what Ms. Gina Acosta has already revealed. Ngayon, ang dalawang tanong ko dito, no, is she being used as an scapegoat? And if she is, ano bang magiging future legal implications ito para sa kanya?
Okay, if she is being used as an scapegoat or a fall guy, ang mangyayari dito, she can be subjected to a crime of plunder. Kasi ito pong pera na pinag-uusapan natin is 125 million, which is way above the threshold for plunder. Ibig sabihin po nito, maaari po siyang makulong habang buhay kasi non-bailable din po itong crime ng plunder. So, ako talaga, kung ako kay Gina Acosta, kung nakikinig ka man, advice na to, ako, I suggest you speak the truth. If kailangan ka maging witness to have VP Sara face her case of plunder, I take it. Kung ako sa kanya, because at the end of the day, hindi naman ikaw yung pinaka-guilty sa usaping ito. You were probably used as a pawn in order for all of these to happen. Pero, yun nga, ang sa tingin ko din dito, and from the pronouncements of even some of the senator judges, I feel like ang magiging fall guy dito is si Gina Acosta and si Dave Fajardo.
Senator Amy Marcos said in one of the hearings na walang kinalaman yung Vice President, yung Special Disbursing Officer lang. No? Pero, ang sabi ni Gina Acosta today, she was instructed by the Vice President to give the money to Colonel La Chica. So, that's not exactly isolating the Vice President from the process. No? In fact, ang statement na yun means to me that it was the Vice President that was giving the instructions. Yun ang sabi niya, giving the instructions. Ngayon, yung kaya naman umabot sa impeachment hearing kasi ang sinasabi nila dahil inassign siya bilang security officer, wala silang kinalaman, pero yung pag-liquidate ng perang ibinigay kay Colonel La Chica, doon dumating yung mga piatos, yung mga Mary Grace piatos, yung mga tables and chairs, yung mga kung ano-ano pa, no? Kaya naman naging questionable eh. Kaya nga tayo napunta sa impeachment trial, ano? So, at this point in the testimony, parang ang feeling I get from the prosecution is they made their point. And they made their point from the very words of the hostile witnesses.
Clarification lang, no, attorney. Wala bang leeway or prerogative yung head of agency na mag-utos ng ganon, no, na ibigay mo sa head ng ganitong opisina yung pera dun sa special disbursing officer? Meron pa siyang ganung power, leeway, or prerogative?
Definitely not. Any act of government officials should be well within the bounds of law. And ang nangyari dito, alam dapat niya as head of agency na illegal yung pag-utos nun kay Acosta. Pero still she did it, no. Yun nga, I think talaga to, tama si Sir Jing. We have enough evidence already to convict VP Sara Duterte.
Following on Trish's question, how about a means to an end? Kunyari, inassign niya si Colonel La Chica dahil si Colonel La Chica ang nakakaalam, no? Even then, hindi pwede?
No, kasi klaro po sa JMC na only the special disbursement officer can disburse the funds to its recipients.
Okay, maraming salamat. Attorney Reyes Dalusara, very interesting day today. Dami ho tayo natutunan at madami din tayong nadinig.
Sa gitna ng masungit na lagay na panahon, patuloy rin ang buhos ng mga bagong testimonya sa paglilitis. Bukas, Day 17 ng impeachment trial, itutuloy ni Gina Acosta, dating Special Disbursing Officer at kasalukuyang staff pa rin ng Office of the Vice President, ang kanyang pagsalang sa witness stand para sagutin ang mga katanungan ng prosecution at defense panel. Bukod sa kanya, nakapila ring tetestigo sa impeachment court ang kapwa niya dating disbursing officer mula naman sa Department of Education na si Edward Fajarda. Kung mapapabilis ang pagtestigo ni Fajarda, haharap na rin ngayong linggo si Lemuel Ortonio, Assistant Chief of Staff ng OVP. Lahat sila inaasahang lilinawin ang kaso ng Article 1 of Impeachment o ang umano'y maling paggamit sa mahigit 600 million pesos na confidential funds ng Bise.
At yan po ang Day 16 ng impeachment trial. Makakaasa kayo, kasama nyo kami sa pagbabantay at pagpapaliwanag sa paglilitis sa Bise Presidente. Ako po, si Jasmine Romero.
Muli, hindi ito tungkol sa kulay na sinusuportahan o politikong inyong pinaniniwalaan. Ako po, si Tricia Zafra.
Ito ay tungkol sa pananagutan at kinabukasan ng ating bayan. Ako naman si Jing Magsaysay. Samahan niyo kami ulit bukas sa aming special coverage live on IBC and Congress TV. Ito ang Paglilitis. Huwag kayong bibitiw, susunod na ang press conference ng House Prosecution.
Araw po sa ating lahat. Ito po yung press conference ng House Prosecution Panel pagkatapos po ng paglalahad ni Ms. Gina Acosta ngayon pong araw na ito. Ang nakikita po natin sa harapan po natin ngayon pong araw na ito ay yung pong representasyon ng 125 million na inilabas sa Land Bank ng December 2022. Ito po yung pera na ibinigay ng Land Bank kay Ms. Acosta at binigay po ni Ms. Acosta kay Mr. La Chica under the instruction of the Vice President, under the instruction of Vice President Sara Duterte. Mahalaga po itong representation po na ito para makita po ng taong bayan na hindi po barya-barya ang inilabas noon pong araw na ito, kundi ganito karami, ganito kalaki yung pong perang pinag-uusapan na hanggang sa araw po na ito, hindi po natin nalaman kung saan po napunta. At sa darating pong mga araw, yan po yung dagdag pong mga detalye. Nahihingin po natin kay Ms. Acosta at sa iba pa hong mga sangkot dito po sa maling paggamit ng confidential funds. Sa dami po ng pera, yung pong mga kasama ho natin dito, si Congressman Benny Abante at si Attorney J. Tolosa ay hindi na ho makita sa atin pong press conference, no? So para ho we can proceed with the press conference, and I think you had seen enough, no, of how big the funds actually are. Pwede na ho natin tanggalin para po makapagsimula.
Habang tinatanggal po muna natin yung mga kahon para makapagsimula na po tayo sa ating mga katanungan. Ihanda na natin yung ating mga katanungan. Alam ko, napakarami yung katanungan ngayon. Andan po ang ating mga miyembro ng panel natin. Ready to ask to...
We can ask the other members of the panel for the press conference for their opening statements first. Dahil alam po ninyo, marami ho talagang mga tanong na hindi po nasasagot hanggang sa araw po na ito. Attorney Jay?
Hello, good afternoon again. Thank you for joining us today. So, naging maliwanag kanina, no, na kumpirma yung sinabi ng mga land bank managers na una nating narinig, no, ng mga testigo, na itong bulto-bulto ng pera na to, no, ay tinanggap nitong Special Disbursement Officer na si Ginang Acosta. No? Maalala din natin na sinabi din ng nakaraan nating testigo, si Ms. Zailin del Campo, no, na sinabi niya dun sa mga naging pagdinig dun sa House of Representatives, inamin ni Ginang Acosta na si Vice Presidente mismo nag-utos sa kanya na itong pera na ito, itong confidential funds na ito, ay ilipat niya, ibigay niya kay Colonel La Chica. So narinig natin ulit yung napaka-importanting pag-amin na yun mula mismo sa testigo na to, mula kay SDO Gina Acosta. So wala nang question kung totoo ba na binigay niya itong pera na to kay La Chica, at wala na ding question na kung bakit niya ito binigay kay Colonel La Chica. Narinig natin mismo kanina, sinabi niya, binigay yon dahil sa utos ng Vice Presidente. Sinabi din, kung hindi ito inutos ni Vice Presidente sa kanya, hindi niya ito gagawin. Sabi niya, kaya siya nagtiwala kay Colonel La Chica dahil yon ang utos ng Vice Presidente. At maliwanag din kanina, nung binasa dun sa joint circular, na ang responsibilidad na humawak at mag-disburse ng confidential funds ay ito ay nakapaukol lamang sa isang SDO, at inamin din niya hindi SDO si Colonel La Chica dahil siya lamang ang SDO para sa Office of the Vice President. So hindi pa tayo tapos magpresenta ng ebidensya, but sa amin sundan ho natin itong kwento na to, itong storya, makikita natin yung complete picture dito, no, sa usapin ng confidential funds. So nakita na natin na lumabas yung pera, itong bulto-bultong pera, no, nagkaroon ng representation kanina, inamin niya, sobrang dami, umabot yan ng 4 na bags. No. Pagkatapos, binigay kay Colonel La Chica na kahit hindi niya responsibility na mag-disburse, no, nitong pera na to, binigay pa rin niya dahil sa kautusan ng Vice Presidente. So, sa ngayon, yan muna ho. But again, sundan natin yung mga susunod pa na maririnig natin kay Ginang Acosta.
Kong Benny.
Magandang hapon po. Nakakagulat, nakakapagtaka na pwede palang mag-withdraw ng 125 million. Isang withdrawal sa land bank. Ano po? Kahit sinong public official, hindi pwede mag-withdraw ng ganyang kalaki. Pero alam nyo, ang nakakabahala dito ay tulad po ng baha na nangyayari ngayon. Binaha ng pera ang confidential fund. At katulad po ng baha ngayon, hindi alam kung saan nanggaling, hindi alam kung saan napunta. Ang gustong malaman ng taong bayan natin ito, kanino po napunta ang 125 million na yan kung si Colonel La Chica ay hindi recipient na inamin din naman ni Gina Acosta, siya lamang ay ang taga-distribute. So what we'd like to find out sa ating taong bayan, kung kanino po ibinigay ang 125 million pesos. Doon dapat ilabas ng kampo ng Vice Presidente.
All right, we're now ready to receive your charger.
Sorry, just to wrap up the entire proceedings today, I think very important po na ilatag po natin yung punto ngayong araw nito. Hindi po ito COA witness, hindi po ito NBI witness, hindi po ito PSA witness. Ito po ay hostile witness, tao po mismo, Special Disbursement Officer ng pangalawang Pangulo po mismo. At ano po yung sinabi, mula po doon sa utos ng pangalawang Pangulo, ibinigay po ni Ms. Gina Acosta ang 125 million kay Mr. La Chica. Malinaw na malinaw po yun. Kung ang lagi po nating tanong saan napunta ang perang 125 million, binigay po ang sagot ngayong pong araw na ito, binigay kay Mr. La Chica, at hanggang sa araw po na ito, tinatanong po natin, sino ho talaga yung tumanggap ng lahat po ng perang ito. At mahalaga din po ang banggitin na si Mr. La Chica, katulad ng binabanggit, ay hindi po organic na tao ng Office of the Vice President, and therefore, wala po siyang kapangyarihan o karapatan na mag-disburse ng pong confidential funds. Ang dapat pong nagdi-disburse ng confidential funds ay mga accountable officers lamang, particular, yung pong Special Disbursement Officer, yan po yung naging batayan. Bakit nagkaroon po ng notice of disallowance for 2023? Nakasama na ho mismo si Mr. La Chica sa bagay po na ito. No? So, yun po yung inabot ngayong araw na ito. Binubukas na ho namin yung hapag para sa mga tanong.
Thank you, Congressman Terry. Joseph, you're...
Can I address my question to Attorney Jay, please? And I'd like to focus on the issue of transfer of authority. Kanina, towards the end of the trial, there was a question whether si Colonel La Chica has become a disbursing officer or was he just a recipient? The prosecution's position, please.
Okay. To be careful with respect to what was the answer given by the witness. Well, I think she didn't answer it directly. But what is clear is that under the joint circular, there's only one SDO, and that is Acosta, and she never disputed that fact. She readily admitted it. And she also admitted that in the same joint circular, she is prevented from transferring custody over it to another accountable officer. And in relation to that, babalikan natin, anong reason behind it? Anong importansya niyan? Ang nagpaliwanag niyan, si Ms. Sailin del Campo. Dahil sinabi nga niya, hindi pwedeng kahit sino lang ay will act as special disbursement officer. Dapat yan, through an authorization issued by the head of agency. At ang authorization, it was given in favor of Acosta. Pangalawa, ang SDO ay isang bonded officer. So, meron security ang gobyerno kung merong mangyari doon sa pera. Kaya, mahalaga, manatili na nasa kanya yung pag-control at pag-disperse ng pera. Again, these are the explanations given Ms. Sailin del Campo.
Last hearing, si SP, he asked si Sailin, why is it important to maintain the chain of accountability? I think you mentioned in part na there's a risk, sabi nila Sailin last time. There's a risk na, okay, kung sa akin yan, I will know where the money will go. But when it's transferred to another person, mawawala yan. Can you elaborate on that point, please?
Yeah, that's correct. Kasi nga, ang explanation ni Sailin, dapat walang intermediary between the SDO and the final recipient. Ang explanation ni Sailin, what is required under the joint circular is if you're the SDO, ikaw mag-disburse niyan. Kaya nga ikaw ay special disbursement officer. So ikaw ang magbibigay niyan sa final recipient. Hindi pwedeng dadaan yan sa intermediary. So kanina, mukhang ang naging tanong ng presiding officer sa kanya, nung binigay mo ba sa kanya yan, siya ba ay recipient, meaning the final recipient, or I want to be careful with my words, but I don't think he used intermediary. I think he said parang release o tigapagbigay. No, again, I want to be accurate. I'm not sure about the words. No? But ang sinabi nga niya, hindi niya binigay as final recipient. So siguro siya yung tiga-disburse. Again, no, let's just check the actual words. But you're right, if you correlate it with the statement of Ms. Aileen, ang sinasabi ni Ms. Aileen dyan, no, dapat diretsyong binibigay dun sa final recipients.
Siguro very important to make the distinction on the two possibilities, no, na binabanggit as a recipient and as an authorized disbursement officer. No? Una, hindi ka pwede maging authorized disbursement officer kasi nga, very clear po yung rules. No, na wala ka naman hong delegation of authority para sa ganito pong bagay. Ibig sabihin, talaga ang final determination po niyan, yung pong SDO na nakasulat po doon sa rules po ng COA. So it cannot be given to anyone else. More importantly, because Mr. La Chica is not an OVP organic personnel. Yung VPSG po, ay it is an AFP organic entity. It is not an OVP organic entity. No? So, yun po yung una. Pero yung as a beneficiary, if that will be the argument, then the next question would be, did he actually liquidate as himself yung pong 125 million? But as far as we know, it is Mary Grace Piatos's name who signed those particular acknowledgement receipts. No? So, on both counts, tingin ko, hindi ho lilipad yung pong ganun pong paliwanag.
My statement would be this, no? Was it proper for the Vice President to say that? Was it appropriate for the Vice President to order the Special Disbursement Officer to give the money to a Colonel La Chica who is not an organic member of the OVP? Was it appropriate for the Vice President to do that? Was it proper for the Vice President to do it? Because siya ang impeachment officer, impeachable officer. Was it proper for her to do that? Ngayon, matanong ng taong bayan yan, proper ba ang ginawa niya? Appropriate ba ang ginawa niya? Aba, kung hindi, well, wala tayong magagawa dyan, kundi the prosecution team has actually revealed and exposed that. Ay, papasalamat ako. I was the vice chair of the Committee on Good Government, you know, when we investigated the Vice President on that. And napaganda ng mga katanungan ni Congresswoman Chinky Luistro on that. Ang papasalamat ako na nagkaroon muna ng investigation ng Committee on Good Government para ito ay may lahid ng gusto sa impeachment court. Okay. Yun po ang gusto kong sabihin.
Salamat po. Haji, your turn.
Magandang hapon po. Haji Kamin ng Brigada News FM. First, do you expect the defense to navigate on the angle na gumamit po ng artificial intelligence or kumbaga kung saan man po na technology, yun pong inyong pag-simulate nung confidential funds na winidraw po o in-encash doon sa land bank?
Well, it's clear that there was no intention from the prosecution to pretend that those were the actual funds. No? Maliwanag naman, hindi naman yan ang sinasabi na yan mismo. It was just a visual representation as to how they were produced, if you used AI or what. It's immaterial. No? Kasi nga, tinatanong nga mismo sa witness, katulad ba nito yung nakita mo na pera? Katulad ba nito yung ginamit mo na mga bags, no? Kung saan mo linagay yung pera mo. At sinabi naman niya kanina, mayroong mga pagkakatulad, no? And pati din dun sa mga cash, no? Yung mga bundles of cash, sinabi naman niya more or less halos pareho yung linapag sa kanya. Just to show gaano talaga kadami yung bulto-bultong perang pinag-uusapan natin dito na tinanggap ng Office Vice President, no? Sa pamamagitan nito ni Ms. Acosta.
Okay.
Well, ako, personally speaking, I expect the defense to do everything they can to exonerate the Vice President. Pero palagay ko, hindi AI yung pagkaano namin dito, no? Ang bigat. Ako, nabigitan ako eh. Di ba? I mean, pinapakita lang natin kung gaano katindi ang 125 million na dapat malaman ng taong bayan. Pinapakita po natin dito, how can the office of the Vice President withdraw 125 million? Saan kinuha ang authority ng bangko to withdraw such a big amount? Ngayon lang po ako nakakita ng ganong klaseng amount. Kung yan, hindi nilagay sa bags yan. Aba, kinakailangan ng hauler para ilagay sa isang sasakyan na malaki ang perang yan. Now, the question again is, okay, sinabi na po ni Congressman doon na hindi organic itong si Colonel Chica sa OVP. Sinabi na natin na si Miss Acosta ang talagang special disbursement officer. Bakit hindi siya? What we would like to see kung kanino ibinigay yan. Sa akin, I maintain my position na yung pinagbigyan yan, ghost. Ngayon, kung hindi ghost yan, ay ipakita. Nasaan si Piatos? Nasaan si Andy Lim? Kung hindi ghost yung mga taong yan, kung hindi mga multo yan, ilabas nila rito para malaman natin. I think it would be the Vice President should come because she continues to make a mockery of Congress. Mandato namin to Mandato ng Senado ito. Mandato ng Congress ito. Ibig sabihin, the office of the Vice President can make a mockery of the constitutional mandate of Congress to investigate and to put up an impeachment court. Dapat, humarap siya. Siya ang mag-explain. Huwag niyang sasabihin yan sa mga staff niya. Siya mismo, nakakaawa po yung mga staff niya nag-explain Siya na mismo mag-explain. Tinatawagan ko ngayon, si Vice President, maawa ka naman sa mga staff mo. Ikaw na mismo pumunta rito, mag-explain ka. Hindi ka pwedeng magtago kung saan-saan. My goodness, humarap ka nga doon sa perjury charge kay Ramil Madriaga Humarap ka din doon sa charge ng kapatid mo Tapos hindi ka haharap sa impeachment court. My goodness naman, Vice President, humarap ka na. Maawa ka sa mga staff mo at ipaliwanag mo sa taong bayan kung bakit hindi ka kinakailangang ma-impeach. Yan ang panawagan ko.
Okay. Last question na lang po, speaking of Ramil Madriaga. Kanina po nung dun sa nung sa questioning sa line of questions ni Attorney Ligutan patungkol dun sa sinong kasama niya, dun sa bangko, paglabas, ganyan. Na-expect niyo po ba or kumbaga mapo-point po ba sana na dapat si Ramil Madriaga was there or may participation siya dun sa transfer of the money or dun sa distribution po nito? Mabanggit man lang po siya ni Gina Acosta kanina.
Well, I don't think kasama naman po siya doon sa talaga po nga nangyari doon sa land bank up until pagbabalik po sa OVP. No? I think even if you check the records doon po sa House proceedings, never naman ho sinabi din ni Mr. Madriaga na kasali siya doon sa encashment and transfer. Nung po nga pera from land bank siya to the OVP. No? So, I don't think he will come into play at this point. No? So, yun.
Alright.
If at all, pwede siguro nating ma-compare yung mga naging statements niya kung ano naman yung mga naging statements ng mga bank managers tungkol dito. Maalala natin, for example, sabi niya, yung meron silang policy na, I'm not sure if she called this, no? Parang no-touch policy, na kapag na-transfer na yung pera, hindi na pwedeng hawakan ng kahit na sinong mga empleyado, kahit mga guard, no? Dahil daw, ibig sabihin, no, na-transfer na yung custody, nasa pangangalaga na yon, no? Nung client ng bangko. So, if at all, maybe you could compare yung mga naging testimony niya kanina dun sa sinabi ng mga bank managers.
Alam mo, sa akin, I don't know kung magiging tama yung palagay ko, no? Pero palagay ko, the burden of proof is no longer on Marie Madriaga. It is now on the office of the Vice President. I'm wondering why the Vice President filed a case of perjury against Madriaga. Nung iniimbestigahan namin si Madriaga, sabi nila, hindi pwede. O sapagkat hindi natin pwedeng sabihin na tama ang sinasabi niya. Ramil Madriaga was only charged. He was not convicted. Walang desisyon ng korte na nakonvict siya. He is a suspect sa crime na ginawa. And therefore, naniniwala tayo. Mga abogado natin dito naniniwala. The suspect is deemed innocent until proven guilty. When we investigated Madriaga sa committee namin, we are just asking him the questions. Kung present siya, kung nandun siya. Sinabi niya sa kanyang affidavit. Kinakailangan lamang tingnan yung affidavit ni Madriaga. Now, because of what Madriaga said, the burden of proof now should go to the Vice President. Tama ba? Nanawagan ako uli. Let the Vice President come and face the impeachment court. That is what we want to see.
Thank you, Haji. Kindly give the mic to one. Yeah. Go ahead.
Hello po, good afternoon. I'll just susugan ko lang po yung about dun sa pag-file ni VP Sara ng perjury complaint, second perjury complaint against Ramil Madriaga. Ang sabi po nung kanyang tagapagsalita, it had to be done to ensure that Madriaga is held accountable under the law and to unmask the malicious, baseless, and desperate character of the impeachment effort against the Vice President and of those behind it. What do you make sense of the timing po nitong pagpa-file ng perjury complaint na tila coincidental dun sa pagtestigo ni Gina Acosta?
Sure, it has to be done. I mean, anybody could be able to file any kind of charges. Diba? We have the freedom to do that. Pero ang pinag-uusapan natin dito, ganito. Bakit? Ba't ngayon lang? Why is it that they have to file a perjury case against Madriaga while the impeachment court is in session? Why not before? Why not nung unang-unang nagbigay ng affidavit si Madriaga, dapat nag-file na sila ng perjury against Madriaga. Ang tanong ko ganito, ang tanong ng taong bayan ganito, bakit ngayon lang?
Okay po. Another po is, siguro dun lang po sa angulo nung kay Ramil Madriaga, are we expecting the direct examination of Gina Acosta to further touch on Ramil Madriaga? Kasi binabalikan ko po yung supplemental affidavit niya na sinabi niya noong House Justice Committee. Meron po kasing sinasabi si Ramil Madriaga at that time na na-meet niya si Miss Gina Acosta sa DepEd kung saan allegedly nandito binigay yung mga pondo noong December 20. So, kasi kanina po, if I recall it correctly, ang sinasabi ni Acosta after ng encashment, pumunta sila sa OVP. But this is somehow not, hindi siya tugma dun sa sinasabi ni Madriaga. So, are we expecting the direct examination to further touch that line?
That is precisely the kind of question that will subject us to violation of sub judice rule if I will answer it. Because hindi pa yan na pag-uusapan. Again, pwede natin pag-usapan yung mga natakal na ng witnesses natin, but yung hindi pa na talakay ng kahit na sinong testimonya na kahit sinong testigo, were prevented from saying it.
Parang pinatayan. Joke lang. Hindi, ngayon, yung tanong ko na lang po siguro, kasi parang for the past few weeks, parang ang sinasabi ng prosecution, medyo fluid pa yung discussions if they will present Madriaga or not. Nasaan po yung point sa discussion na yun, kung ipe-present si Madriaga or hindi?
Well, lagi naman, every time we present a witness, lagi kami nagkakaroon ng assessment, no? Kung na-hit na ba ng targets yung current witnesses, no? Para ma-evaluate namin, kailangan pa bang i-presenta yung mga susunod na testigo. Again, just similar to what we did with respect to the article on grave threats. You remember, after we presented 3 witnesses, we made an assessment, no, and upon deliberation and decision namin, no need to present 5 or 6 more. Same yan dito. Every time we present a witness, meron kami laging debriefing, no, and we will discuss para makita. Dahil nga, as much as possible, gusto nating mapaiksi yung witness list natin. No? Naririnig natin yung sinasabi ng, hindi lang ng members of the Senate Impeachment Court, pati mga kababayan natin na gusto, hanggat maaari, paiksiin natin itong paglilitis na to. At kaisa kami dyan, no? Pinipilit namin magawa yan, of course, without sacrificing our ability to present yung effective and strong evidence. No? So, sa ngayon, it's a continuing deliberation, no? Kung kakailanganin pa ba. Hindi lang si Madriaga. We listed several other witnesses in the pretrial order, no, as witnesses for the article on confidential funds. So, as we go along, tuloy-tuloy yung pag-assess namin, then we will let you know. So, sa ngayon, ang mga naka-identify muna, itong 2 SDO, and if I'm not mistaken, si ano din, Ortonio, Asek Ortonio. No? So sa ngayon yan muna yung sigurado ilalat.
Short follow-up lang po. Kasi yung sinasabi ni Prosecutor Joel Chua before, at least yung buong confidential funds ang target matapos buong August. Yung presentation ng prosecution evidence, nandun pa rin po ba tayo sa target na yun? Or do you think aabot po yung presentation ng confi funds until September?
Well, we will try to hold on to that commitment. Pero what did we see today? Kanina ho, there is a palpable gasp nung pong itinuro na po ni Ms. Gina Acosta ang pangalawang Pangulo na nagbigay ng instruction sa kanya para ibigay po yung 125 million kay Mr. La Chica. Ako, speaking as a lawyer, tingin ko doon pa lang tapos na yung usapan. We can basically wrap up today and proceed to the next article. Kasi doon pa lang ho, that is a clear instruction that at the highest level, sa pinakamataas po na opisina nito pong OVP, ang nagbigay po na instruction, hindi si Ms. Acosta, hindi po Chief of Staff, kundi ang pangalawang Pangulo po mismo. Doon pa lang po, tapos na po yung usapan. Sa totoo lang. So, we will decide in the next couple of days kung yung iba pa hong mga nalalabi ng mga witnesses ay kailangan pa po ba. Pero today is a very important testimony day. Tinuro ang pangalang Pangulo ngayon pong araw na ito. Ayaw ho naming pinsalain yung pong mga ordinaryong kawani. Ang dapat pong pinapanagot, yung pinakaulo, yung pinakadulo nung pong kontrobersiya pong ito. Walang iba kundi ang pangalawang Pangulo.
Coming from a non-lawyer, no? Kasi napapagitnaan ako ng 2 abogado eh. No? But coming from a non-lawyer, no? I don't think there's any need for Ramin Madriaga to come to have the cross-examination. Bakit? Nag-appear na siya ron sa impeachment hearing namin eh. Alright? Nabigay na siya ng kanyang sagot. Oo, malinaw ang sagot niya. Nagsubmit na siya ng kanyang affidavit. That should only be submitted to the impeachment court. And let the impeachment court be the one to appreciate those evidence that have been presented. Palagay ko, ako sinabi ko, sabihin ko ulit, I believe the impeachment, the prosecution team has done enough. And I believe that with all of the revelations given to the impeachment court, there's no doubt in my mind that the Vice President should be impeached. Why? Because the prosecution team has done enough eh. Wala namang gagawin ng depensa kundi anong gagawin nila, kundi gawin ang lahat na magagawa nila to exonerate the Vice President. But despite that, the prosecution team already has given enough pieces of evidence to what? To warrant the impeachment of the Vice President.
Just to add quickly to that, no, yung dun sa commitment namin na tapusin to na September. But on our part, di ba, you could see, we're trying to do that. Pero madaming bagay din that are beyond our control. No? Nakita na natin ano yung mga nangyaring delays na dun sa pag-present kanila Attorney Wamil and kay Ms. Sailin del Campo na maliwanag, hindi nanggaling sa amin yun, no? Dahil dun sa refusal ng kabilang kampo to do it out of court, no? Yung at least comparison of documents. Nakita natin, umamin sila doon, no? Na despite the clear directive of the presiding officer to meet before the hearing last Monday, ang binibigay nila na date to do it Friday, which unavoidably led to some delays. Kanina, maalala din natin, bakit nagtagal yung pagpresenta kay Ms. Acosta, no? Nung una, curiously, hindi siya makapagsalita ng Tagalog or English. Kaya nga, we're very thankful dun sa naging observation at statement kanina ni Senator Tulfo, no? Nasabi nga niya, bakit sa Congress ang galing naman mag-English at sumagot nito, nakakasagot naman siya ng mabuti. And these are not my words, ha? Words to ni Senator Tulfo. Tigilan na natin tong panglolokong ginagawa nito sa atin. Oh, again, bago ko masubject ng sub judice rule, no? Hindi ako yan, inulit ko lang ang sinabi ng kagalang-galang na senador, no? At makita naman talaga natin, nung plinay na itong video na to, abay napakatatas magtagalog pala, no? At after ma-call out, dire-diretso na magtagalog at mag-English, ano? So, again, I point this out to say, bakit medyo nagtagal yung presentation niya? Yan nakita naman every time, no? Kailangan pa mag-translate. Unnecessary naman pala. So, we say this to emphasize the point na we hope, no, the public would also give us some leeway, no, and extend some patience our way, no, bigyan din kami pagkakataon na ipresenta ng mabuti, no, yung aming ebidensya. But, kita naman, kung nagkakaroon ng delay, hindi ho sa amin nanggagaling yan.
Okay lang po.
Yeah, go.
Pwede mag-follow up dun sa whether ipepresent ba sila chika or hindi. Mabilis lang po. Yung pagka yung judicial notice ba dun sa transcript or yung mga nangyari dun sa Committee on Justice, pwedeng yun ang mag-replace kung hindi na papasalangin si Madriaga sa witness stand. Pwedeng yun na lang kasi nasabi niya naman dun tas may transcript naman po.
Ang tulad ng pinaliwanag ng presiding officer, ang epekto lang, no, nung fact na the court take judicial notice of this official transcripts of record is that wala nang question na authentic talaga tong mga to. Ito talaga ang naging transcript of records, no? Ito talaga ang sinabi ng mga testigo. Pero sinabi nga ng presiding officer, hindi ito tatanggapin as truth of those statements. So, kung gusto nyong patunayan yung truth ng statements na yun, you need to call the witnesses. So to be accurate about it, no, kung ano yung naging statement ng presiding officer doon. No? But tulad kanina, we were referring to the statements made by the witness during the House of Representatives. We were using videos, transcripts of those hearings, pero hindi na kailangan isa-isa pa na i-authenticate natin, panood muna natin yung video ng buo, no, pakita kung totoo to, dahil yun ang naging epekto nung pag-grant ng court doon sa motion namin, no, to take judicial notice of these matters. Well, pwede ang gamitin, for example, to impeach a testimony of a witness, no? For example, may umupong testigo, tapos may biglang sasabihin ngayon, nakakaiba sa sinabi niya doon sa mga pagdinig sa Congress, pwedeng gamitin yon to impeach the credibility of that witness because it's a prior inconsistent statement.
Good afternoon, Mil Kirigonan, DCRH. Balikan ko lang yung sinabi kanina ni Kong Terry na parang tapos na dahil naituro yung nasabi yung pangalan ni Vice President Sara Duterte. So, could we take it to mean na tapos na tayo dito sa issue ng confidential funds at pwede na tayong mag-proceed dun sa remaining 2 articles of impeachment, which is bribery and ano yung isa? Unexplained wealth.
Well, syempre, gusto namin buuin pa yung kabuuan po ng mga testigo pa kung isasalang. Kasi, for example, si Mr. Fajarda is a entirely separate SDO, no? For a different office. At yung iba pa hong mga NBI report at yung pong PSA reports, no? Relating to yung pong mga fictitious names, no? At yung pong pagpepeke ng mga signatures, no? So, I think those are very important and relevant documents and witnesses din ho, no? Pero, major yung pong pagtuturo ngayon pong araw na ito because Again, this is a hostile witness, clearly up until today an employee of the OVP, saying to the court and to the nation na ang pangalang Pangulo ang nagbigay ng utos na magbigay, nakita niyo mga kanina kung gaano kalaki, ng 125 million in confidential funds to Mr. La Chica.
Attorney Tolosa.
Nothing to add. Yeah. That perfectly sums it up. No, napakalakas nun dahil nga sinabi nga mismo ni Miss Eileen del Campo, dahil sa pag-amin na yon, naging sapat yon para i-consider na nila na clear irregularity. It's a direct violation of the joint circular and it resulted to the issuance of a notice of disallowance. No, dahil sabi nga na maliwanag na walang exemption to, linalabag nito joint circular, inuutos ng Vice Presidente. So, maliwanag yung maling nangyari. So, but just the same, para mabuong kwento, no, kaya gusto nating ilatag yung ang ebidensya.
Last question. Titignan ako ni Roy. Yung demeanor lang kanina ni Acosta, Kongs and Attorney, kung hindi ba siya na-call out na parang nagmamaang-maangan, tingin nyo what strategy ba to ng depensa? Salamat po.
Mamunahin ko muna, hindi ko sinabi nagmamang-maangan siya. O para baka tayo malagay sa alangan. Misleading. Yan ho ang misleading.
It is not allowed.
Yan, hindi ho yan pwede. So, siguro ako, ang punto ko lang dyan, again, regardless kung anong intention doon, no, kung bakit biglang hindi siya makapagsalita ng Tagalog, di makapagsalita ng English, pero after ma-call out, biglang maayos naman. Kaya naman pala magpaliwanag. Nung nakita nga natin yung video, kailan ba yung ginawa, 2024, biglang napakagaling, mag-Tagalog. So kung sadya man yan o hindi ko na papasukin yun, kung anong intention nila doon. Masang sa akin, mahalaga, at least nung na-call out, naging mas tuloy-tuloy na yung pag-examine sa kanya. Kung hindi, baka hindi pa tayo tapos hanggang ngayon. Kung every time na sasabihin niya, kailangan pang i-translate. Kaya naman ho pala.
Wala naman akong problema kung paano ho yung naging pag-evolve nung pong testimony po ni Ms. Acosta. Whether naman po nagta-translate, ably naman pong kayang gawin ni Attorney Ligutan yon, and meron naman hong supposed court translator na nakuha na po si Presiding Officer Escudero. But again, minamalaki po nung prosecution yung pong syempre paggawad po ng paggalang din dito kay Ms. Acosta. Ever since naman po the House proceedings, we had always known that she was an ordinary staff. Pangkaraniwang kawani ng Office of the Vice President. Ibig sabihin, it might be true na meron silang previous engagement in Davao and continued up until today, but I think the view still stands na hindi po ito mataas na opisyal, hindi po ito nagpapasya dito po sa paggamit po ng confidential funds. And again, like what we had stated, talaga pong nung lumapag sa kanya pong lamesa yung pong 125 million, kaya lang po niya binigay kay Mr. La Chica po yung ganung kalaki pong pera ay dahil sinabi ng pangalang Pangulo na ibigay mo yan sa kanya. Hindi ba? So, tingin ko, that would show basically na wala talaga siyang real discretion over these funds. Hindi ba? Kaya, at yun yung gusto ko namin talagang tutukan, na ang talagahong merong pananagutan dito, yung nag-utos ng transfer from Ms. Acosta to Mr. La Chica, wala pong iba, kundi po yung pangalang Pangulo.
Alright. Thank you, Ma'am Milky. Kahit hindi pwede yung misleading. Pero merong motion for reconsideration, so we'll allow Joseph around 2 questions.
Sir, anybody can answer. Regarding Madriaga, I understand that he's part of the at least original list of witnesses. No? Can we just go back to the day when you decided to include him in the list of witnesses first? What did you hope to get from him in terms of value?
Well, as pointed out, he was one of the persons who spoke about this matter during the hearings before the Congress.
Specific testimony? I mean, I know the answer, but soundbite.
Well, just about how the funds were supposedly used, right? The confidential funds were supposedly used.
And will you still be calling on him? And I ask this question in the context of the perjury complaint of the Vice President.
That will not be a determining factor, no, in our decision as to whether or not we will call him. So as we've stated, the decision to whether or not we will call him will depend on our assessment of whether we've hit our targets already, if we think the important factual matters have already been covered by the witnesses that we have put on the stand thus far.
You don't
So,
see this as a way of the Vice President to stop his testimony?
Well, she's free to file these complaints and resort to legal remedies as she may deem fit. But what we're saying is it will not affect our decision. Again, our decision will be solely based on whether his intended testimony has already been covered by the other witnesses. If we think his statement would still be essential for us to prove our case, then we'll put him on the stand. But if not, we would not waste any more time on him. And this does not apply with respect to Madriaga. This applies to all of the other witnesses that we've listed as potential witnesses. So same goes for the other names that I've heard a while ago, like La Chica or Toño. Sorry, not Toño, Nolasco, who've also been named as potential witnesses by the prosecution.
Thank you. My apologies to Rosalie. You go ahead, and then Dwight.
Di abot.
Di ba, bot?
Good afternoon po, sirs. Tatanong ko lang... I'm so sorry, dalawa. Ayan. Good afternoon po, sirs. Following po yung testimony po ni Miss Gina Acosta na si Vice President nga po yung nag-direct sa kanya na i-release yung funds kay Colonel La Chica, when is the best time for the Vice President to confirm this? Or when is the best time for her to be subpoenaed?
I don't think she has to be subpoenaed to prove it. Kasi yan na ho talaga yun eh. Tinuro na ho eh. Kumbaga, whether she will confirm it or not, it is for the defense to actually make, no? Pero I think as far as we're concerned, we are convinced at what an ordinary employee actually said today. Tingin ko naman very direct, parang hindi naman siya subject to any pressure when she made that statement. More importantly, that is the same statement that she had stated in the House proceedings. Hindi ba inudit lang po niya in a different proceeding, no? So, if the Vice President would want to clarify it, they can clarify it when they present their defense.
But for the prosecution, there's no need for her to confirm if she indeed direct her special disbursing officer.
Siya po bahala dun. We'll let the Vice President make that confirmation, whether in court or out of court.
And then, yun pong binanggit ni Miss Gina Acosta na wala siyang alam sa confidential operations at inutusan siya ni VP Duterte na i-release sa security officer yung funds. Is that action justified? Sa confidential operations, security officer na binigay pera.
Well, unacceptable po yung ganung paliwanag kasi very specific po yung role ng SDO sa paggamit mo ng confidential funds. Ang totoo, ang pinagtataka ho namin, why did the Vice President actually appoint someone na parang hindi ho masyadong maunawaan po yung mga ilang mga partikularidad dito po sa implementation po ng confidential funds. Kasi I think they have a entire staff complement naman po na pwede ho talaga nilang i-hire para po dito. But they let Ms. Gina Acosta be the SDO for this, no? So I think gagawin na lang naman ho yung trabaho nila. Sana ginawa na lang ho nila ng tama. At kung ginawa nila ho yun ng tama, I think she would know, or the Vice President would know, na hindi ho dapat linipat yung 125 million in cold cash sa isang tao na hindi po tao talaga ng OVP.
Alright. Dwight?
One question lang po sa prosecutors po. Kasi yun nga po, hindi naman po ito yung unang pagkakataon na binanggit ni Acosta that the order came from the Vice President herself because she already did so in the November Good Government Committee hearing by the House. So siguro pa-articulate lang po, what is different this time? Gaano kabigat na binanggit niya ulit itong claim na ito ngayon, na in-implicate niya ulit ang Vice President sa ganitong pagkakataon, sa ganitong platform?
Well, that was made a year and a half ago. No? So kung nagkamali siya dun sa sinabi niya, she had plenty of time already to think about it and then correct her statement. I'm sure nakausap na din yung Bise Presidente dyan, na kanyang boss. Ano? So kung gusto niyang palitan ng statement niya, nagawa na niya yan. Pero inulit niya ulit ito in open court, no, in this impeachment proceedings. So again, wala nang question dun sa pag-amin niya na diretsahan siyang inutusan ng Vice Presidente na ibigay ang pera na ito kay Colonel Chica, no, na kahit na maliwanag dun sa joint circular na hindi niya pwedeng gawin to dahil siya dapat ang tigahawak as SDO. At hindi lang to isang statement na sinabi niya, inutusan ako, binigay, kaya ako binigay, no? Ang dami pa niyang related statements na nagpapatibay na ito talaga nangyari. Tulad ng narinig natin kanina, tinatanong siya, tama ba na hindi mo to ibibigay kay Colonel Chica kung hindi ka inutusan ng Vice Presidente? Sagot, oo. No? Nagtiwala ka kay Colonel Chica dahil, sabi niya, dahil pinagkakatiwalaan siya ng Vice Presidente at
Mas